You know what I haven't done for a long time? I haven't made a really long ass video. Just like stupid long. Should we do that? Let me bring you all up to speed. Let me bring you all up to speed. This this is a Lenovo ThinkCentre M73 that I purchased on eBay for literally £17. Like, I've eaten meals that are cheaper that are more expensive than this computer. I've, it was so I don't need this, but I saw it and it's so just ridiculously cheap that I thought, oh shit, yeah, there we go. I gotta send it, right? It's got an i5 of some kind. It's got like some gigabytes of RAM. It's got some storage. At least it should. So I thought this will be no big deal. I'll buy it. I'll put Linux on it. I'll have a computer, another one, and that'll be fun. I'll put it in my room. I can use it to do stuff. I don't know. But instead, what happened is, and I'm not saying I'll never get this working. I might get this working within the time of this video. But I go to install Arch, and it's not detecting this thing. Let me point to it so you can see it. This is the drive. This right here is the hard drive. It's a Toshiba 500 gigabyte HDD. And it doesn't see it. I go to install it. I plug in the thumbstick or whatever. It doesn't see the SDA or whatever. It's not there. So I'm wondering what the fuck that's about. I'm trying to look it up. Why would it not detect that? I'm seeing maybe there's something in the BIOS. So I go, I find the BIOS. Oh, the BIOS is locked. The BIOS is a password. That is no big deal, right? I thought at first, oh, that's going to be annoying. Turns out really easy. I will show you how you do it. Do you see this thing? Do you see how this says CLR CMOS? You just move it to the other position, turn it off, move it to the other position, turn it back on, it'll beep, turn it back off, move back to the first position, turn it back on, now the password is reset. I fucked around in the BIOS for a while, trying a bunch of different settings, none of them worked. I think I tried every combination of settings that existed. At no point did like the SDA exist. It would show up as that there was SDA, and it was 0 bytes, and it didn't show any more information. There was nowhere I could find information about the hard drive anywhere on the computer. It was like the hard drive didn't exist. Um, so there's a couple of options. Either I fucked up somehow, and I don't know what's going on with that software wise, or there's a more significant hardware problem. The hard drive is like shot or something. Something's wrong with the hard drive. I've looked at it. Like, first of all, I know that something's happening with it because I can touch it. When the computer's been turned on recently, the hard drive gets warm. So I'm pretty sure the hard drive is doing something. Um, it is plugged in. I double checked that. Uh, I don't know what's going on with that, but for now, this is a nothing. This doesn't have an OS on it. For now, this is just a block of metal with the front falling off because I had to take it off to open it up, and I can't figure out how it attaches again. Um, but it was so cheap that I felt like it was worth it. Um, okay, so that's that update. I don't know if anyone in the comments can tell me what the fuck is going on. Like when I LSBOK, it just shows like the the memory stick that I'm using as my install medium, and then like a loopback device, which doesn't matter, and then like the memory stick's SDB, and then it has an SDA with 0 bytes and no other information about it. And I've looked in other menus, I can't find anything. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Maybe I should like ask on a forum somewhere or something. I don't fucking know. Uh, but that's that. Let's see. Do we have anything else of note? The other notable thing about today is it is the 1 year anniversary of um of this website, danpachan.org. So let me tell you about danpachan.org. A year ago, actually, it started a little before that. I had a Discord server, um, and frankly, I don't like Discord for a number of reasons. I don't like their business practices. I don't like the culture of Discord servers. There's a lot to dislike when it comes to Discord. But I also didn't really understand why I needed a Discord server. I'd made one because it was the thing you do, but it seemed it just never seemed like a good format. I don't know what, like, okay, every fucking YouTuber has a Discord server. I'm in a bunch of Discord servers for different YouTubers, mostly TF2 YouTubers. Um, and it just doesn't make sense. Like, why do you need a live, real-time chat room, like, with a bunch of chat? It just, I don't understand. You know, it just seems like not, like, what are you there to do? I don't know. I don't use Discord servers. Like, I only use Discord for DMs. I've been in Discord servers, but I generally lurk. Like, I'm not that type of guy. I barely posted in my own Discord server except for announcements. When I did something, um, like having one continuous discussion forever just never struck me as a good uh, methodology for communication, or I should say morphology of communication in this particular instance. I think it can work. You know, I am in a couple of Discord servers that are very, very small, just like a few people, as like a group chat kind of, and that sometimes works. You know, just a group of friends, and it's like, yeah, I can understand that. But once you've got like 100 people in one Discord server, I don't fucking get it. I just don't get it, and I especially don't get it when it's like around some guy. Like, what's the point? Never made sense to me. So, because of that, and because of my problems with Discord as a platform and Discord culture, I decided to delete my Discord server, and replace it with this, which is a um, anonymous by default text board. Um, and you post threads on it on here, and people can respond. And you can use a name or you can not use a name, and there's no accounts, and that's it. It's just a text board. I set it up. It wasn't particularly hard to set up. The hosting is relatively cheap. Shout out to Patreon for helping me with that. And I guess I should give you just like how it's gone. So, um, I've had a number of problems with Denpachan, since it started, moderation wise. Right off the bat, I knew that um, I wanted to pay close attention to the moderation of this place, because I've seen a lot of small text boards just get completely overridden by spam because the person running it doesn't want to moderate the place, and they think, you know, hey, it's supposed to be unmoderated. It's like 4chan, right? Ha 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 ha. But I've also seen a bunch of other small text boards that are still alive to this day or lasted for a long time and were very pleasant to hang out in, because they are actually well moderated. And so I decided I wanted to be like the latter, not the former. When it comes to anonymous boards, you know, I let me just be clear about uh, how would I put this? I guess I would explain this as like just the edge, the the Nazi LARPing, the N-word spamming, that sort of thing, that is for some reason associated with anonymous boards as a format. You know, I've been on the boards for a long ass fucking time. Okay, at this point, I'm an old fag. It just happened at some point. I've been on the boards forever. I grew up on the boards. I've been on the boards. When I was a teenager and I was on the boards, you know, seeing people spam le racism, le N-word, it's like, I guess it's kind of funny when you're a teenage boy, right? But then when you're like not a teenager anymore, it's not really funny because it's just the same joke, and it's not really even a joke, right? So it's not really funny, and it just kind of starts to bleed into the background, and you stop really paying attention to it. And then as time went on from then, as I got older, it started to just become annoying. It's like just spamming the same joke over and over again effectively, and the joke wasn't really that funny to begin with. Um, so I decided I didn't really want that. That's not the type of culture I wanted here. I didn't want just edgy for the sake of being edgy, inflammatory for the sake of being inflammatory. You know, it's just not funny to me and hasn't been funny in years. It's just low quality posting. Like, let's be real. Um, so I decided to try and moderate some of that a little bit, and try and moderate people posting off topic for certain boards, this sort of thing. And initially, I got some pushback and some spam for this. And the thing I was really worried about, and I continue to be fairly worried about it, is the idea of like banning or pissing off the wrong guy, and then they get a bunch of their friends together on Discord and come raid me. I could deal with that. Like, it wouldn't be that bad. It would just be really fucking annoying, right? Like, it would just suck to have to deal with. Um, so I have the moderation tools to deal with that. I just don't. It's just effort that I don't want to have to do. So I tried to be like. I didn't really like. I was worried about that happening, but also like it's more important to keep the board being like in a usable state than it is to worry about that sort of shit. That's my job, is to fix it when that sort of shit happens, which thankfully it never did. Although we did have spammers. We had spammers of many varieties. There were schizo spammers, there were edgy spammers, and there were even spam bots, spamming links to malicious websites or whatever. All of them were dealt with. A lot of them went away. In fact, all of them went. In the end, what I did to deal with spam is I banned Ukraine because I noticed that all of the spam was coming from Ukraine. And I'm not making a political statement here, okay? I've got nothing to say about that. I've got nothing deeper to say about that. You can make your own inferences if you want to make any inferences at all. But all of the spam was coming from Ukraine, and it all went away when I banned Ukraine. So I just range banned Ukraine, and we've been fine ever since then. Um, so that was weird. That is a weird thing to happen. Uh, I the other event that took place was I decided to ban politics about halfway through Denpa-chan's life cycle, or this first year. I decided to ban any talk about politics because there's just no fucking point. Like, every website on the internet, like, if you want to argue about politics with people, go literally anywhere that has a text box on the internet. That's all the internet fucking is now. You don't have to bring it here. You like just go, if that's what you find entertaining, find any other text box to type in your bullshit. I don't care what political argument you're making, whether I agree with it or not. If you're making an explicitly political statement, like, it's just not worth it, man. It's just gonna turn into an argument, and like, I don't want to have to fucking moderate that. It's just stupid. So banned. I banned that, and that was a great decision, frankly. Um, I've been fairly, I would say, relatively trigger happy on the closing threads and auto saging threads and stuff. I've tried wherever possible to use. I have three different levels of moderation, right? I can auto sage threads, which means that you can still post in them, but they don't get bumped anymore. I can close a thread, which means you can still read the thread, but you can't reply to it. And then I can delete a thread, so it's just completely vanished from the website. And it just, if you go to the link, it will just say a mysterious thread, and it will give you a 404 if you click on it. So it's like I have 3 different levels of moderation. I've tried to use, permasage, uh, as like my unless something like super requires that I don't do that, because uh, text boards are different from image boards, right? Like if I go on Lounge, right, for example, like it's very easy to just look through every single thread that's ever been here, like it's super fucking easy to do this. And Denpachan isn't like this because most of the people who use Denpachan aren't like people who've been in the text board space and the BBS space for a while. But the idea of like necro bumping, this isn't a thing in like text boards. Like in image boards, it's kind of a weird, almost a faux pas, or at least like kind of weird behavior to go and bump threads that are about to fall off the end. But because in text boards the threads stay around forever, you can like it's pretty normal to just go back and bump really old threads. Um, it's more like a forum, right? Like the idea would be if you wanted to make a thread, like you should first check through the board, check through the list, and see if anyone's made that thread before, and just bump that if you think that that's what's needed. So because all the threads just stay around forever, and you can respond to them whenever you want, and all of that sort of thing. Permasaging like isn't that big of a deal. Like it is very like there is a politics containment thread, right? And it's somewhere, and I'm not going to bother to find it. But if you wanted to, you could go and reply to the politics containment thread, um, and fucking do that. So that's a fucking thing, I guess. It's just like the idea of permasaging is more like once it actually goes off of the front page, it turns into like it's there, but only if you actively seek it out. And I think that's pretty good for most instances. Um, yeah. But learning how to moderate this site has been a bit of a journey. Trying to find a good mixture of like keeping it keeping it relatively open while not letting it just devolve into bullshit. Um, the rules, if you look at the rules, they developed pretty fucking quickly. Like keep it comfy was the first rule, and remain on topic per respective board. Like this was the big thing. Um, like if I were to make Denpachan from scratch right now, it wouldn't have Lounge. Like Lounge just wouldn't exist. It might have a different, more specific board, but the idea of having general like B style boards, I think is bad. I think those like generals, like the random boards, they never turn out well. And Lounge is definitely the worst board on the site. Um, so you know, uh, I only made that because I wanted these are like copied from my Discord to make it easy for people who were on the Discord and hadn't used the text board before to like transition to using Denpachan instead. But generally speaking, I'm of the opinion that like the best way to keep an anonymous image board like reasonable and usable is to just be really autistic about keeping posts on topic per respective board. So like on 4chan, for example, the reason why A is the only usable popular board is because they have really strict rules about on topic posting. Like if you go on A and you start posting some bullshit that isn't related to anime and manga, you would just get your post will get deleted. Whereas on like V, for example, you can they don't give a shit. They don't moderate that at all, and so all of the threads just evolve into like political bullshit and arguing, and it's stupid. Um, so because of that experience and stuff I've seen on other boards and stuff, I decided I wanted to be really clear that you should stay on topic. And I have deleted posts and deleted threads that weren't on topic. This is obviously don't post anything illegal by US. People were complaining about this UK law thing. What the fuck do you want me to do, brother? I live in the UK. And the site is hosted in the US, and I live in the UK, so it has to abide by both of those laws. No spam. Uh, that's pretty clear. Input this one, and then this had to be implemented because people were impersonating me. Um, I should have expected that. You must be 18. Someone suggested that rule. Honestly, there's no real reason why. Like, I guess there are a couple of NSFW type threads, so this is probably a good idea. But there's no images or anything. But I guess someone could theoretically link to an image. So I think this is a pretty reasonable rule. Also, why would I want like fucking underage retards shitting up my website? I think it's a pretty reasonable rule. And then obviously, yeah, I added the politics considered uncomfy rule. If you look at the about page, this has gone through a number of changes, but I'm trying to make it real fucking clear that Danpachan is not 4chan. Anyway, I think at this point the site has. I'm amazed that it still gets posts. I thought it would live for 2 weeks and die. I never expected it to still get posts a year later, even if it's pretty damn slow. You know, completely went against my expectations. I honestly thought, this will be a fun experiment for a couple of weeks, and then I'm free. No one will ever use Denpachan again. I don't have to pay for hosting costs again. I don't have to and I don't have to worry about like managing an online community, which is not like a fun thing for me. It's a way for me to get rid of my Discord server without having to, and then like, look, I've given you a replacement. No one uses the replacement, and then I can just relax. And the fact that it's still alive after a year is pretty surprising and pretty cool. I like that. Also, a lot of people have found this place. Um, I don't know how, but people are. I mean, I guess a lot of people came from the Lane Chan thread, because this site is a member of the Lane Chan web ring, which I did post in it. I thought long and hard because I don't want to shell it, right? I didn't want to shell it, but at the same time, I was aware that if it was just my audience, first of all, this place would turn into a circle jerk, which is just talking about me, and that made me uncomfortable. I didn't want that. I didn't want it to be too insular. I didn't want it to turn into a circle jerk. So I knew I wanted to get people in who weren't just people from my audience. And I thought, where has an actual decent quality of posters who will be interested in something kind of weird like this? I obviously told a few of my friends who don't like watch my YouTube videos, and then I did end up sharing it in a couple of places, obscure internet places, and presumably, obviously I can't see people's. I don't know where people are coming from, but presumably when there have been a bunch of new users who don't know like who I am, which I see, like, uh, I'm assuming they came from the Lane Chan thread. Um, yeah. Uh, I knew that we needed new users. We're gonna need new users continually because old users are gonna leave. Basically, have the aging population problem. But frankly, there was a real time period where I just did not want to run this place anymore. I was sick of having to moderate it. People were spamming too much and ban evading. There was this one fucking guy. This is why I ended up banning Ukraine in the end. It was this one fucking guy who just kept ban evading for like 2 days, just schizo posting and fucking ban evading. And I did eventually get him by just range banning Ukraine. But this guy was just resetting his router constantly or something. Uh, yeah, my moderation techniques aren't particularly advanced. Um, there's no capture on this site. It's really honestly, if I were to make Danpachan again today, it would probably as much as I like the anonymous image board format, honestly, I'd probably make it as a forum, where you have to actually sign into an account, just because it makes moderation so much easier. I know it's annoying. Like, I personally don't like having to make an account on every website. But there's some pretty cool forum software out there that's very, I'm aware of some useful forums. So I know exactly what software I would use if I were going to set up a forum, basically. It's very, very, very minimal, easy to run, and that sort of thing. And text only, which is what I wanted it to be, because I don't want to be responsible for moderating images. But I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine the way it is. Um, Honestly, since that one really, really annoying spammer is gone, the site's been pretty much fine. I have done a little bit of cleanup from here and there, but mostly, um, I think has been pretty good. Uh, which I am absolutely shocked at. I did not expect Dan4chan to be this much of a successful experiment. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Did I learn any lessons? I think the lessons I learned are you're probably going to be, if you're moderating an online community, you're likely going to be in the same position as me, where you really want to take a hands off approach and not be too aggressive with your moderation. And that is not correct. Unfortunately, people are fucking stupid and they will not just play nice. People don't play nice. If you want your website to be, or your community to be a certain way, you absolutely have to enforce it. You can't just ask politely. You have to stop people from breaking the rules, which sucks because I don't like being mean to people, but it's the only fucking way. You got to be fairly strong. You got to be a strong leader. Anyway, that's how it's been to run Dan4chan. People have been asking for features since the beginning. I don't know how the code base works. I can't add features. You think I know PHP? Fuck no. I don't fucking know PHP. Um, Sorry about that. Anyway, Dan4chan.org. I just can't describe how much better my life is because when I wake up, instead of doing some fucking bullshit like opening social media or going to the desktop to immediately load into TF2 or, any of these things. The first thing I do when I wake up is generally check check the news, which is probably not that good, but it's just been so entertaining recently. Um, so I check the news. Normally, my news sites of choice, very British. I either use the BBC or the Financial Times. You might think the Financial Times. Listen, the Financial Times. The capitalists, they need to actually know what the fuck's going on. The Financial Times is firstly written for like people with brains. Like they actually go somewhat in depth in their articles. Obviously, I don't share the perspective of the Financial Times politically, but they do like tell you what the fuck is going on in real terms, and they don't baby you about it. So it's like if the Financial Times is good, okay. I don't want to I don't want to hear shit about it, but I might check the news. I might also check YouTube. Okay, I'm not completely innocent. Today I woke up, I watched where was it? I watched this Atriok video. I watched this one. Big A. Opinions are changing, which is also basically checking the news. Um Atriok still hasn't quite figured out how the economy works. That's fine. But then I open up Newsboat and I go reading the new blog posts. I go reading blog posts, and my life is so much better because I then spend the next, like, I don't know, it depends on how many people have posted that day, but I then just spend the next chunk of time reading through all the new blog posts that are in my RSS feed. And it's so nice and relaxing. And I get such a variety it tends to be people who are nerdier, right? Like specifically, like it's pretty programming and computer science biased, just because those are the sorts of people who host the sorts of blogs that I are designed in a way that I like. But it's not. It's definitely not entirely that. Um, this is just a random ass blog. Bear blog. But just reading people's blog posts, and then oftentimes I just get inspired, and this is all before breakfast. I read through whatever blog posts I haven't read yet. Newsboat is an incredible piece of software. Um, and yeah, it's just very very comfy, and it feels like reading a bunch in the morning, like reading the news and then reading blog posts. I feel like it gets my brain like active instead of just scrolling something or watching YouTube. It's like having to actually open my fucking eyes and read words. I feel like it kind of activates my almonds just a tiny bit, just a little bit. And sometimes people blog. I mean, normally it's fairly mundane stuff, which is what I like. I like the fairly mundane stuff. Famously, I'm a slice of life enjoyer in every aspect. But sometimes you see some fairly profound stuff, and it's like, okay, I woke up, now I'm thinking about some philosophically complex issue. That's cool. That's nice, you know? But most of the time it's just comfy. Like the you can bring up all sorts of ethical issues and whatever with social media. And I do very regularly. They hate you. They are trying to squeeze you for money. I can complain about social media for days. They track you, they spy on you, they force you to do labor without compensation in order to add value to their companies. I could go on. You're making money for billionaires that don't need the money, who are themselves pretty fucking evil. Social media itself is like full of stupid stuff, that bad, design decisions that are skinner boxed and stuff like that. It formalizes and quantifies social interactions in a way that ruins. Uh, I mean, look, we could go on about that for years, but fundamentally, you know, there's another thing going on here, which is just that it's so much nicer not to be involved. Like, it's just a more pleasant experience. It's not, it's like using Linux for me, you know. Like, yeah, there are plenty of ethical issues with proprietary operating systems. For sure, there are ethical issues with proprietary operating systems. But also the fact that I have this Artix install that is all my keybinds and everything set up exactly how I like it, it's just so damn comfy. It's so fucking comfy, and it's not possible to do on Windows. It's not possible to do on Mac OS. Same. It's like, yeah, blogs are better ethically. They're better for all of these other reasons. But also, it's just so damn comfy. It's such a nicer experience. It's just better. It's just more pleasurable. It's more enjoyable. It's a better way to live your life. At least when you're me, I'm sure your personal mileage may vary. The experience of stumbling across something cool on the internet, like I like stumbling across a random ass fucking blog, like you don't even remember how you found it, and it's like looking at the design of the website and being like, oh, that's a nice decision in terms of the design choice. Finding some guy, like talking about something you would never have any other reason to know about. It's good shit. It's just simply good shit. The experience of going through web rings and blog rolls and clicking links and trying to find some. Ooh, what's this? Exploring, surfing the web, like actually exploring and surfing the web like you're supposed to. It's it's really fun, and I feel like everyone's forgotten it because no one uses the internet anymore. People just use apps, you know, and like people have forgotten the joy of doing that. It's all very nice. It's just very nice, and I just wanted to talk about that. I'm feeling very very happy about that right now. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I thought I'd give you a couple of shouts outs of YouTubers that I like that have less than 100K subscribers, with no real rhyme or reason behind them, and absolutely no thought put into their relevance to anyone who isn't me. We're starting off with Carter Amelia Davis. I'm honestly amazed that she has less subscribers. This few subscribers, only 20K. Um, she makes these sort of horror videos, kind of body horror focused almost, but they're not all body horror. Um, they're kind of animations, but they're kind of like collage style, very unique art style, unique sensibilities in terms of aesthetics and horror. I'm not normally someone who gives a fuck about like YouTube horror channels or whatever. Most of them I find very cheesy, like Five Nights at Freddy's tier. Um, but you know, with people like Enna, you know that series, very surreal kind of aesthetic is very popular. I'm honestly surprised that this person isn't more well known. Um, yeah, they're kind of like darkly comedic as well, like kind of horror comedy almost, I would say. Um, most of them are pretty short. As you can see, like a minute, 25 seconds, like short horror videos. Yeah, good shit. Artsy, cool. Next up is Network Nathan. Uh, no one other than me is gonna give a fuck about Network Nathan. This is just a guy. He really likes the public transport in London, and he makes videos about the buses and trains, and it's fucking great. I love how passionate he is about it. He's 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 very excited oftentimes, and it rubs off on me. He's a great presenter. His passion for the subject genuinely comes through in the videos, and as someone who lives in London, the information is actually pretty useful oftentimes. Sometimes it's not useful. Sometimes it's just completely random stuff, and it's cool. Uh, yeah, I think his videos are just good. He's clearly passionate. It's comfy. Definitely kind of autism core. I like it. Um, Next up is Essential Salts. Uh, this guy mostly makes videos about Nietzsche. Um, if you're interested in Nietzsche and you want to find YouTube videos about him, I'd say this is the place to go. Definitely do not ever watch those garbage fucking philosophy tube videos about Nietzsche. They're so bad. I'm sorry for going. I know this is. I'm gonna have to fucking wrench myself back from the void because God, those videos are bad. I feel like they're like libelous. They're like slanderous. It's insane that you're allowed to say stuff like this, man. It's like I hate those videos. Like I'm not the biggest fan of Philosophy Tube to begin with. That YouTuber, like I think she's made some decent videos in the past, but after those two Nietzsche videos, I really got a bit of a wake up call to just unsubscribe and ignore everything this person does from now until forever because like come on man, read a book. Anyway, but this person, Essential Salts, knows way more about Nietzsche than me, and is an excellent scholar of Nietzsche. I find has very interesting, nuanced um, reading of Nietzsche. Um, Obviously, he talks about other philosophers as well, Kierkegaard, you know, whatever. But yeah, uh, very in depth, very long. You know, these videos are all well over an hour long. Uh, but yeah, if you want to learn something, Essential Salts, pretty good. Next is Indie. There's another channel called Indie. You're looking for the one with the femboy profile picture. This is just a really good TF2 YouTuber. Um, his videos are really well edited and very well presented. Um, I think he's somewhat underrated as a TF2 YouTuber. I was surprised that these videos have such few views when they are easily high enough in terms of production quality to match the more successful, more popular TF2 YouTubers. I think this guy's probably gonna, if he just posted more frequently, I think he'd blow up. But obviously, editing videos like this is probably, it's definitely very hard. I've tried it before. Um, so but yeah, this guy, very good TF2 YouTuber. Um, Megapig 9001. Uh, Toho YouTuber. I don't really give a fuck about Toho. But I like this guy's videos. I'll be honest, I don't watch all of them. But they're very comfy. He has an excellent like comfy autism voice. This is something that's gonna come back. Uh, I like I like just watching YouTubers who are just autists ranting about their passions. I find like the autism voice to be like very comfy. In fact, I might do a list of like YouTubers with the best autism voice because like autism voice, not all like there are some popular like for example, there's a TF2 YouTuber called The What Show. I guess he doesn't just do TF2, but predominantly TF2 called The What Show. Like that guy has an excellent autism voice. I find that extremely comfy for some reason. I think Megapig has a great autism voice, very comfy, and yeah, get to learn stuff about Toho, which is always interesting. Uh, Next is Super Angie or Ange. I don't know, Angie VNs. Mostly this guy talks about visual novels, as you'd expect. He does a visual novel news show every month. He does a recap of visual novel news from that month, um, which is just useful for keeping up with whatever's going on in visual novels. And then in between that, he makes sort of shorter reviews and retrospectives and that sort of thing. Generally nothing too crazy in depth, but that's kind of nice. I don't want every single video to be a 5 hour long video essay. It's kind of nice just having like someone to go to who just makes overviews on stuff. I think within the visual novel community, this guy's pretty well known. But yeah, if you're looking to get into visual novels, he has a lot of guides about all sorts of different stuff. Yeah, just a good visual novel channel. Next is Bird. Um, one bird underscore D. This guy makes videos about Counter Strike. I don't even play Counter Strike anymore. I haven't played Counter Strike in like well over a year. Um, but he makes super in-depth videos about Counter Strike, like to the point where he's like analyzing, like he's like some of these videos, you know, uh, he goes just like super in depth into the technical side of the game, the mechanics of how the netcode actually works, and you know these sorts of things. Sorry, excuse me, but there we go. Um, and yeah, if I just find it really interesting, just going like super in depth, and also talking about pro play, analyzing techniques that pros use and why they work. You know, like oftentimes pro Counter Strike players like they do stuff in a certain way because it works, but they don't necessarily know why it works for them, right? And they won't necessarily talk about it because it's just stuff they've picked up from playing so much. And so this guy will actually take stuff like that, for example, like this video or this video. Like he'll take stuff that these pros do sort of subconsciously and he'll break down what they're doing and why it works. And it's normally like super subtle stuff, but it's really interesting. His videos remind me of like Golden Age 3 Clicks Philip, who's another YouTuber with a great autism voice. If you ever watched 3 Clicks Philip back in the day when I don't know what the guy does these days. He barely makes fucking videos. But his videos where he'd go a bit more into the technical side of Counter Strike, you know, I was missing him, and this guy definitely fills that scratches that itch for me. But unlike 3 Clicks Philip, this guy's actually fucking cracked. He's top 1,000 FACEIT player. He's like, if you look at the like, he's sixth place on the leaderboards in Counter Strike. Like this guy's just fucking insane at the game. Like so, it's like getting super technical about the game from someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. Even though I don't play Counter Strike, I just find it interesting. I'm amazed that he has like as few subscribers as he does. Like, he made a video a while ago, like this video, which kind of blew up, I guess, actually got like, he identified a very specific, very, very small thing in the game about like why spraying feels different in Counter-Strike 2 compared to CS:GO, and it actually resulted in it being changed. Like, Valve listened to him basically. Anyway, not to rant too long, but this guy's good. Especially if you play Counter-Strike, you should definitely watch his videos. Next is Carefree Wondering. That's an interesting thumbnail to land on. But yeah, this guy's a philosophy professor who just makes YouTube videos about philosophy from time to time. He's definitely, how do I put this? When you get into the sort of the beginner tier philosophy YouTubers, right? They're like baby bitch, theater kids, like Philosophy Tube or ContraPoints or whatever. Like they generally just try to sort of present information because you've never heard of what a philosopher is before, right? Once you get into like listening to lectures from and not just like first year lectures, you're going to be expected that whoever's teaching you has a certain perspective. They have a certain point of view that you're just going to have that it's taken for granted that you can understand where they're coming from. This guy definitely has that, right? Like, he's coming from a certain milieu. He's coming from a certain place. Explaining it would be too long, but he doesn't make it. He's not trying to give anyone an objective perspective on the facts of the history of philosophy. He is just doing philosophy, which is rare on YouTube. You don't really find that. I find his videos kind of hit or miss personally, but he definitely has read some books and knows what he's talking about. He's probably read more books than I have, for sure. Actually, that guy's, I don't know why I said probably. He's definitely read more books than I have. He definitely knows his shit. I don't agree with everything he says, but I find it interesting most of the time. Carefree Wondering. Next is By Default. This guy came out, made 3 videos, and then fucking dipped. Like, this guy came from nowhere, put out 3 fucking bangers, and then just dipped. Especially this one. This, it might seem absurd. This video that is just about him looking for a notes taking app. That's all he wants. He's looking through, trying to find a notes taking app. Is like legitimately one of my favorite videos on YouTube of all time. I've watched it like 20 times. It's one of my favorite YouTube videos. Um, this guy just has he has the same sort of approach to tech as I do, where he's like not a programmer, but he also doesn't want tech that babies you. And he like, you know, wants stuff that is simple, non-commercial, and open source, just like I do. Like he's the only guy. He has a similar use case for technology that I do, and he has a similar outlook on technology that I do. You know, I love these videos. All 3 of them are good. I wish he'd make more, but this video especially is really good. Next is Scary Broccoli, another TF2 YouTuber. I am shocked that he has under 10,000 subscribers, because like all of his videos, they seem to get like 20k, 10k views. But this guy is really good in terms of giving practical advice. Most TF2 YouTubers are focused on like doing fun stuff in the game, I guess. Like, well, that's a bit. They tend to have some sort of I don't know, how do I put this? Like, let's take just a couple of popular TF2 YouTube series, right? Like, you might have something like, uh, hey, we're gonna focus on a particular weapon. Like, here's a weapon review. Here's a review of this particular item in TF2, right? Like Bad Weapon Academy or Man's Guide, or a lot of TF2 YouTubers focus on this. And they tend to be, you know, exploring a weapon stats and how it's used and that sort of thing. Then you have like, you know, clip dumps and funny moments montages. But it's surprising how little of TF2 YouTubers is dedicated to like actually how to play the fucking game well. This guy is like the only guy that does that. Uncle Dane kind of does it for Engineer, but Scary Broccoli focuses mostly on like um, Demo and Soldier, and then he's made a few videos about Heavy as well. But this guy's cracked. First of all, this guy's really good at. He's like a Sixes demo main. He's really good. I've watched a couple of his Sixes games, I think, or at least I've seen one Sixes game with him playing in it, and he was good. He's a really good demo. You can tell he's a really good demo just from watching him play. But he has some really good guides, you know, on how to get better at demo, how to get better at soldier. Um, he just his guides are very well presented, very informative, very dense in terms of information. You know, when I write, I tend to have a I tend to kind of repeat myself. Like oftentimes I'll write a sentence and then I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna rephrase that just in case anyone misunderstood me. You know, like I go over it again just to make absolutely sure. I have this sort of tendency to do that. This guy never does that. Like his videos of the scripts are very well presented, very clear, very densely packed with information, very efficient transfer of information. Um, and he just talks about stuff that's interesting and useful. He actually gives like his tips are good. Like if I was a new player to TF2, if I wanted to get into TF2, if you watching this video right now are thinking, I kind of want to play TF2, watch this fucking video. Watch this one. Don't watch any other ones. Watch this guy's whole channel. In fact, like if you're thinking I want to start playing demo, watch this one. If you're like I want to start playing soldier, watch his videos about soldier. Like he has the best guides that I found on YouTube for TF2. And finally, uh, Amelie Doré. Um, uh, she makes video essays about visual novels. Honestly, her taste in visual novels is pretty different from mine. You know, I tend to like Moege. Her videos are exclusively about plot gay, almost exclusively about plot gay. Um, but the videos are pretty damn good. They're very in depth. Also, she knows her shit. She speaks Japanese, so she can read the untranslated shit. Um, she has some, you know, they're video essays that are not just plot recaps. Um, you know, they're good. They're good videos. They are like actually way better than you would expect. Like if she was making these videos or like this quality of videos about any other medium, she would have 1 million subscribers. It's like the fact that visual novels, which are a niche within a niche, you know, have a YouTuber making this quality of video essay, um, even for like a fairly small audience as far as, you know, YouTube is concerned, uh, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Um, you know, again, my taste in visual novels might be a bit different from hers, but I definitely appreciate uh, that she does what she does. Um, very in depth. You know, she does a lot of stuff that a lot of like video essay about media people can't quite figure out. Like for example, grasping subtext. You know, like a lot of these YouTubers, they make video essays about media. This is like, there we go, we did it. Video essays about media, and it's just a plot recap and describing what happens on the screen. Um, anyway, I find them to be fairly high quality. Okay, those are some YouTubers with under 100,000 subscribers that I like watching. I actually have two more. I was going to say this guy, Chris Spargo, but since I made a list of YouTube channels I like that are under 100K like a while ago, and I've actually gotten to recording this, he's surpassed 100K, and it absolutely doesn't surprise me because both of the channels I'm about to say, I am pretty certain are like about to blow up or in the process of blowing up. So like this guy for sure, he's gonna have 1 million subs by the end of the year. Uh, Basically Tom Scott again. If you miss Tom Scott, which I know I do, man, I miss Tom Scott videos. This guy kind of similar to the older school Tom Scott videos, the earlier, shorter, lower budget Tom Scott videos, which are some of the better ones. Really good channel, but also definitely over 100K subscribers, so it doesn't count. But this one, uh, Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities. I'm gonna be honest, okay? Uh, I saw which video did I see? Hold on a second. Hold on. This one. I saw this video. Was the founder of the Nation of Islam a white guy from Oregon? I saw this video and I thought that was kind of cool, I guess. But then I kind of just moved on with my life. Don't Smite was then like, oh, you should watch the rest of this guy's videos. They're really fucking good. So I tried. I watched a couple of his other videos, and frankly, I didn't get it. I didn't like it. Oh, by the way, this channel is Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities. I didn't like it. I didn't get it. Didn't do anything for me. They were too long. They were on and like a lot of them, they were on subjects where I felt like, oh, I already know all of this, right? Like, for example, this one, the Slow Train to China. Like this one is about Chinese steam engines, and it's like I already know about Chinese steam locomotives because I'm a fucking nerd, right? Uh, there was some stuff like that, like this one. I already know about this fucking thing, kind of. Um, so I kind of watched a couple of these, watched like a bit of them. I liked this one, but then I just didn't pay any attention. But it stuck in my mind, something about his presentation style, and I revisited his channel, and I have discovered that it's actually really fucking good. Uh, it took a minute to grow on me, his particular writing style. Um, it did take a sec. It took a bit, but now big fan of Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities. I'm fairly certain this guy's channel is gonna blow up sometime soon because his output is fucking crazy. Like you can see, look at the length of these, and these aren't just like him sitting, talking to a. I mean, they are. These aren't just him making shit up. Like these are long, like 30 minutes to an hour long videos that are fully scripted, fully researched, um, about like super in-depth videos about particular topics, and he's putting them out within days of each other, like multiple times a week. Um, like his output is just fucking insane. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna keep it up, but as I understand it, he used to run a student radio show. Um, at uni or whatever, and he's sort of adapting some of those shows into YouTube videos, which is why he's got a high output. Um, but yeah, this guy's fucking great. Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities. Strongly recommend. Various curiosities, various random ass things, the exact sort of stuff that I fuck with. Um, yeah, I think that's I think that's all the low. I could there's a bunch of other like small TF2 channels that just post clip dumps or comp focused stuff, like sexist focused stuff that I could share, but I feel like no one other than me is gonna give a shit about that, so I'm not gonna bother because there's too many of like I'm subscribed to a bunch of them and they're all fucking garbage. Anyway, what I'm doing right now is I specifically okay, here we go. This. So I specifically stayed subscribed to PhilosophyTube after her most recent Nietzsche video because I knew she always does these post-mortem streams, and I wanted to be notified for it because I want to get into the stream. So I'm waiting. That's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm waiting for this stream to start, and I've got like this is like 7 hours. I didn't see. Okay, fuck. I don't know. Okay, well I got to make sure to be awake, be around for this. But I have got 5 YouTube channels. I'm ready to get banned. you know, and I'm gonna be sitting in that stream chat, shit talking philosophy tube, and it's gonna be great. I'm gonna have a great fucking time doing it. I'm very excited for 7 hours from now when I get to just absolute. I mean, I'm just gonna be banned immediately. I'm 100% certain I'm just gonna be banned immediately because these people can't take criticism. Um, but I'm gonna do it anyway, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time, and then I'm gonna hit the fucking unsubscribe button and never see another philosophy tube video in my life because this motherfucker can't read. I'm quite literally in a personal hell right now. I don't know why I thought this would be funny. I can't bring myself to be like mean enough in the chat to actually get myself banned. Like there is no one else, not a single other person is critiquing the video in the chat. It's just me. It's exclusively me. There's 741 people watching, and I'm the only one that's shitting on the video. Everyone else is just completely. They're just saying, "Oh my God, Abigail, you're so beautiful." That's what they're all saying, right? Which is like, it's fine if you want to be nice in someone's YouTube chat. I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, you're not allowed to be fucking nice." Hold on, let me mute this because I can't pay attention while I'm hearing voices. I'm not gonna. Yeah, of course, you're showing up to a YouTube live stream of someone. Presumably, you like that YouTuber. I'm the only one hate watching, presumably, and that's fine. I'm not annoyed at that. But the fact that it's just me, the fact that I'm the only one trying to say, like, can we get on topic of the video and can you address the fact that you just lied about Nietzsche repeatedly, like it's misleading and you should probably take the video down because it constitutes misinformation. Like, I'm not just gonna spam that in the chat alone. I can't bring myself to do it. I just can't. I don't want to be like, I don't know. I don't know if I just don't want to be mean or what. It just feels like I'm taking it too far. The fact that not a single, like, if there was other people, if I could get together with a gang of people to be like, the video's not so good. Video's got some serious problems, right? Like then I would join in and it'd be nice. But if it's just me, if it's just, and I'm serious about how it's just me. I've been reading the chat. Okay, it's just me. It's tough. It's gonna be tough, especially because she isn't even talking about the video. She's just talking about other shit. Like the live stream is called a post mortem stream on the video. Like this video is really fucking bad. Okay, like I don't know. I just can't do it. I can't manage it. I can't bring myself to do it. And also, other people in the chat clearly know what they're talking about. Most of them don't. Okay, most people are just like, "Hey, your video was my first introduction to Nietzsche," or just posting some other stuff. But I've seen people referencing other philosophers. Like there are clearly some other people in the chat who have read books. Um, I don't know. They're just not. It's just like I just feel like I'm too alone. And then, so at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about it. I did say like a couple of things about. I was posting in the chat like, "Hey, like this video is misinformation. How do you feel about that?" Right? Um, and then Philosophy Tube just really took me by surprise by shouting out shitty kickflips. If you're watching, shout out to shitty kickflips. Um, I know shitty kickflips. Yeah, like that was kind of a weird thing to happen. Uh, I don't listen. I don't want to claim too much responsibility or whatever. I don't want to swing my dick around or anything. But I'm pretty sure shitty kickflips was partially inspired by my YouTube videos, um, to some extent. Um, so I don't know what relevancy that has, but that was just weird to hear. I just wasn't expecting that. Because like, hey, that's a person I know. Shouts out to shitty kickflips. But anyway, and then I posted in the chat. I said, okay, so what Philosophy Tube was doing, what she was doing is she was going through her criteria. She was like, I have 3 criteria when I make a video that I look back to see if it's a good video, and it was some fucking bullshit. Like, do I feel like this is honestly myself? Have I been honest with myself? Is this like represent a true artistic expression? And it was three criteria that had nothing to do with the content of the video itself, like what she has to say about the philosophy or the philosophers in question. Um, and I said like, so I said in chat, because that's just comedic, right? That's just funny. I said like, it's like, so none of the criteria have anything to do with the accuracy of the video. And then she called me out by name and was like, no, thank you. Yeah, that's true. That's on purpose. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I just do this as like an art project. It's like, okay, I didn't want to start. I didn't want to do a fucking argument. I did respond to this, which she ignored. But like, that would be fine if you were me. Okay, if you're me, you're allowed to do that. If you're me, you can make a dumbass video with a really weird, like, unorthodox reading of a philosopher and make it very clear, as I always do when I do this, okay, because I've done a couple of videos where I have like pretty unorthodox readings of certain people. And I always make it very clear that, like, this is my weird reading. This is not the standard reading of this philosopher. This is a particularly heterodox, you know, reading or whatever. I make that clear, and also I have like 2,000 subscribers. No one is gonna find out about who the fuck Karl Marx is for the first time from my video, right? That's just not gonna happen. When fucking Philosophy Tube makes a video about Nietzsche, that is going to be thousands of people's first and only exposure to Nietzsche. So if you're going to do that and not say, like, hey, there are loads of really well respected thinkers who completely disagree with me on my takes about Nietzsche, like, lots of people, uh, the idea that Nietzsche is like a, a, is a conservative or completely, unrecoverably MAGA, specifically. You know, um, there are there are numerous philosophers who think the exact opposite. Um, at least in part. Uh, So it's like, if to not even bring that up at all in your video and not make any attempt to say like, hey, this is my like kind of weird idiosyncratic and selective reading of Nietzsche. Now look, there's nothing wrong with doing a selective reading of Nietzsche. All readings of Nietzsche are selective, and that's good and fine. You should be selective with your reading of Nietzsche. I agree with that. You should also be clear about your methodology. You should be clear about why and how you're being selective, to what end, and these sorts of things. Like, that's just being diligent. That's just like standard practice. Doing a kind of idiosyncratic selective reading of Nietzsche is like the bread and butter for a number of philosophers. Lots of people do it. um, Doing a particularly bad one is not even that outlandish. But to not even pretend that that's what you're doing, to pretend that you're doing an actual overview of Nietzsche himself, and what you're actually doing is a particularly bad, particularly weird, particularly selective reading, is like just irresponsible when you know that you have a large audience who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, what, this should be self-evident. I shouldn't have to explain this. I can't explain this in the YouTube chat because she just is going to ignore me, obviously. And look, I'm not owed attention, okay? I'm not owed attention by this person. But I do think Nietzsche is owed an apology. I wish I could sue. You know what? I'm going to say that in the chat. I wish I could sue you for defamation, uh, on behalf of Nietzsche. That's what I wish. That's what I wish I could do. But I can't. I don't think that's how laws work. But I wish I could. It's become so difficult for me to just find generically good anime. And what I mean by that is, I already know the great shows that I haven't seen yet. I already know that when I sit down to watch Ojamajo Doremi, it's gonna be great. I already know that when I sit down to watch Kobato, it's gonna be great. I already know that when I get around to the Tamayura movies, they're gonna be great. I already know that, the irresponsible Captain Tyler is really good, etc., etc. I already know all of the really good anime, all of the great anime. I know it all. it's pretty impossible. I mean, at least I know a lot of them, right? I also it's very easy to find not so good anime, right? Like I can go on AniList and be like, I want to watch a harem show from the early 2000s, which is what I was doing today. For some reason I was like, I want to watch a harem show from the early 2000s. You could just scroll down, find the ones with like a 50% score, and watch them, and you're gonna have no fun there because they're gonna be boring. They're just gonna be really badly paced, and it's just gonna be uninteresting. It's not difficult to find bad anime, you know. Every season is full of bad anime. Uh, Sometimes I'm in the mood to watch bad anime, you know, and I've been known to be the guy who talks about watching bad anime. Oftentimes I'm in the mood to watch bad anime, but I watch too much bad anime. I watch too much. I just want to watch some generically good anime. Because I don't want to watch the Tamayota movies right now, which I suspect might end up being some of my favorite things ever made. Because I'm like, I need to be prepared psychologically to watch something that good, you know? I don't want to watch a masterpiece. I'm not in a psychological place where I'm ready right now to give myself over to a piece of art. Okay? I'm not ready for that kind of dedication right now. I don't want to do that right now. In the future, I will want to do that, but right now, I don't want to do that. But I also don't have the patience right now to watch something bad and use my mental capacities try and find something interesting in it that will keep me watching, or not find that at all and then just be bored. I don't really want to do that. What I want is a nice, generically good anime. I have a few examples of generically good anime. One example is uh, Netoke no Yome wa Onna no Ko Janai desu ka. This is like my perfect epitome of a like bad but good anime. Like no one would say this anime is great. This is no one's favorite anime. It doesn't look good. It has a stupid premise. It's not particularly outstanding in any area, but it's kind of funny. The pacing is fine. The characters are fine. It's got, it just is, it's just fine. It's fine, and that's what I want to watch right now, you know? Or, as another example, Dokujoma no Shinyakusha, Invaders of the Dokujoma. That's another show. It's like kind of ecchi, kind of harem kind of shows, right? This is what I'm talking about. Kind of harem, kind of mediocre anime that's just not insulting. It's not good. At no point would you say that show changed my life. You're not expecting, you know, you're not expecting The Godfather, but just something that you can watch and just be like, yeah, that was an anime. And then, yeah, I had a time watching that. I didn't have to stick with it. Like at no point was I actively bored, but at no point was I super engaged either. Just to kind of show that you just watch because it's generically good. Your sixes, your low sevens. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, your sixes to low sevens of anime. That kind of situation. Something that's just like, there we go. I'm watching anime right now. It's become, this is the bread and butter of anime. This is the bread and butter of your anime list. Is mostly shows like this, right? And I've just watched all of them because they're shows that you can never not be in the mood for, right? Like to watch something bad, you have to be in the mood to like stick with it, even when it's boring. To watch something that's really good, you have to be in the mood to give yourself over to something, right? To be like, I don't want to just sit back and watch this. I want to like actually have an emotional connection to this piece of art right now. Right? Like you have to pay attention. You have to put in the emotional effort, you know? These and they're also hard to make. It's hard to make a really good anime. So there's not that many of them. And the best kind of show is when you think you're going to watch something that's generically good and it turns out to be a masterpiece. That's the best kind of anime. Or when you think you're going to watch something that's generically bad and it turns out to be a masterpiece. That's the best, those pleasant surprises. That's what I live for. Um, and I'm still searching all the time, but it's just hard. It's harder to find shit to watch that is just like not insultingly bad. Like most of these shows that you go around trying to find are just like, no man, I don't want to be bored right now. I want to be mildly entertained. It took me literally an hour to find something because I really wanted to watch an early 2000s harem show, and none of them none of them were working for me. I tried multiples, none of them were working for me. In the end, I wanted to watch. I've been watching Sister Princess a bit for a while, but like very slowly making my way through it because that show has terrible pacing. Um, but I have it summoned, but I have it summoned on my desktop, and I don't want to get out of bed and walk over there. That's annoying. I don't want to get out of bed and walk over there, wait for my desktop to turn on, and then do what? Watch it on there or transfer it over to my like, bro. It's just I can't fucking bother to do that. And then all the streaming sites just don't have it, or they only have the dub for some reason, or the subs. Like I found one streaming site that had it with subs, and I was so happy to finally find it. And then the audio was out of sync. The audio was completely out of sync for the entire time, so it was unwatchable. So annoying. Um, I do want to get like Sis Putty was the exact show I wanted to watch, and I can't fucking watch it. I can't watch it because I'd have to get out of bed, and I can't do that right now. But I did eventually find something to watch. And then the thing is, when you find something to watch, it's always something you already knew about. It's always something where it's like, oh yeah, that fucking show. I forgot about that. I should watch that. It's never like, oh, brand new shiny thing. It's just getting harder and harder to find these shows that are like, okay, I can actually just have a good time watching this in an afternoon, and it's just like, okay, I'll watch this. It'll be a strong 6 to a light 7, like, and then I could just forget about it and go to sleep. You know, well, can I have that, please? Can I just please have that? I also think anime shit now. Like, I'm kind of an anime shit now guy. Like, I honestly think just the I used to be a guy who said like the animation quality of TV anime hasn't really changed. If you compare, like the reason people think that the anime looked so much better like in the 80s and 90s than it does now, and just in terms of objective or like pseudo objective animation quality stuff, not in terms of like art style or whatever, is mostly because they're comparing like OVAs and movies to TV anime. But if you actually compare TV anime, the shit looks pretty similar in terms of like animation quality. But this is no longer the case. Like watching, like compare the quality of I don't know what's like a somewhat recent cute girls focused show. Uh, uh, fucking Hana Yome. It's quintessential quintuplets, whatever the fuck that shit's called in Japanese. Compare the way that the quintessential quintuplets looks. Garbage show, by the way. But incredibly fucking ugly show. The show itself is actually not like terrible, but it's incredibly ugly. But like, look at that show, and compare it to like not even long ago, like which I guess it actually kind of is long ago, which I'm just getting old. But like, compare 2024 or whatever to like 2017. Like, look at a random fucking cute girls focused show from like that era. Like, I don't know, uh, Slow Start or I don't know, Sancha Sanyo. Since we were talking about that, like you'll just notice immediately that Sancha Sanyo looks better. It has not just in terms of art style, but like the animation is more fluid. The characters move more. They're more dynamic. The background art is more detailed. These sorts of things. Like just you don't even have to be. You don't have to care. I don't know, man. The ugliness of modern anime is crazy, and it's because of a lot of reasons. Like it's not lazy animators. Like let's be clear about that. It's not lazy studios. What it is um that it's mostly head counts. It's mostly stuff. There's just not enough animators to meet the demand for anime. And the way that the anime industry is set up, it's a debt-based industry. Um, it's very hard to um, like no one. How do I put this? It's set up in such a way that it's better to diversify than to consolidate, right? It's better for investors. It's better for production companies basically to spread their budget over a number of small studios making garbage than it is to put all of their eggs in one basket and bet it all on a particularly high quality show being really successful. Um, they do it from time to time, and it also goes really wrong from time to time, and they lose all their money. But most of the time, you just have like a million tiny studios popping up making garbage um, on a shoestring. It's not budget. It's animators, right? So like this idea that like the anime industry instead of consolidating, it becomes ever more spread out, right? More and more studios pop up. But the number of animators hasn't really increased in Japan over the past like 10 years. Like the number of people graduating from animation school and going into the anime industry to become animators has pretty much stayed the same. And what's worse is that anime studios, because they're famously terrible places to work, right, have really high turnover rates. People just leave. Animators just leave because it sucks. It fucking sucks, right? And so they just don't have the staff. That's the fundamental reason. They don't have the staff, and it sucks to work at anime studios because they don't have the staff, and so each individual has to be pushed super hard to meet. But like, it's so obvious from the outside that what they need to do is, consolidate, fuse the studios together to produce fewer but higher quality anime per season, right? Like it's been obvious that that's what it needs to do for 10 years, for 20 years. It's been obvious that that's why the industry that like this is unsustainable. And it's just continued to get worse because of a number of reasons. But it's silly. It's fucking silly. And honestly, watching like currently airing anime, it's just crazy how ugly a lot of these shows look. Like it's insane that they're allowed to get away with this. Um, yeah, it's it's silly. I think something's got to give at some point, man. Something's got to give. I'm also just kind of sick of fantasy, man. Like I'm just sick of it. I'm getting bored of fantasy, like generic isekai setting, Dragon Quest setting fantasy. It's too much for me. Anyway, we've gone really off topic here. The point was, I've watched a lot of shows at this point, and I don't know how these motherfuckers who have watched like twice as many anime as I have, because I know you're out there. I see you all the time. Like, how are you finding shit to watch, man? How the fuck are you finding anything worth watching? I don't understand. very clearly the house of a mental case. You walk into my room, you got this fucking PC just open, it doesn't even work. You got a bunch of guitar pedals on the floor, just fucking chilling there. Guitar pedals on the floor. This thing, which is an old CD player / radio, but it does have an aux input, so that's why I plug my bass into, because I don't have an amp. Speaking of my bass, that just hangs out on my bed. I just sleep with it alongside the cables, my headphones. Got random fucking boxes. You got my 303 down there. And then you got all the fucking Sagiri wool. And then you got this shit. And this is all a fucking mess. There's clothes everywhere. Fucking Georges Bataille, fucking Deleuze books. You got fucking Deleuze, you got fucking Bataille books just sitting there. And ThinkPad. This fucking umbrella over here. It's fucking crazy, man. Definitely, and then the Mylar sheet just hanging out behind Chino and Kuroneko, just fucking sitting there, because I took it down from my window because it kept rustling. It's a very rustly thing. Listen, you touch it even a little bit, it makes a lot of noise. So even my window has tiny gaps, so a little tiny bit of wind would come in and just constantly rustle it a tiny bit, and it just got so annoying that I had to take it down. But yeah, you got another ThinkPad over here, you got this thing, you got just a randomly volume 2 of Nichijou. Clearly a nutter lives here. There's no question. Empty bottle of Henny, fucking whiskey over there, empty whiskey book glasses, empty everything. Clearly, shit's just hanging on the wall, like a fucking keyboard just hanging on the wall. You know what I'm saying? There's not a normal person. If you walk in here, you instantly understand. There's something deeply wrong with the person who lives here, which is an accurate assessment of the situation. Well, boys, I just woke up. My voice sounds like this for some reason. This is amazing. This is incredible. Hey, man, hey. Why does my voice sound like this? This is amazing. I smoked a lot of cigarettes yesterday. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I hope this stays like this forever. But probably won't. Last night I decided to migrate to Invidious, which I used to use Invidious. My voice sounds so fucking sick. I really hope this is permanent, but I doubt it. But yeah, I migrated to Invidious last night. And it works again. For a while it wasn't working, but this particular instance is very good. They've made, I don't really understand it, but they've managed to get around YouTube's throttling and stuff. So let's see how long this lasts. Anyway, that's not what this segment is about. This segment is about intellectual property abolition. I have a strong feeling that back in the early days of the internet, in the 2000s and coming up to maybe the early 2010s, the sort of pro-piracy, almost pirate party, if you guys know about pirate parties, like political parties, or I don't know, that sort of thing. The atmosphere of the early internet was like very anti-copyright, like pretty much saying with these technologies, copyright just doesn't make sense. Like it's enforcing something for no reason. It used to make sense with physical goods, but it doesn't make sense anymore. It's an outdated concept, you know. Anti-copyright, anti-intellectual property as a concept, right? As a legal concept. And I grew up in that internet, and I feel like I'm the last bastion. I was watching a video by Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities, which is a great channel. And that guy, he once mentioned that he was anti-copyright, and he said he's like the last Japanese soldier on that Pacific island fighting the war against IP, and I agree with that. I'm also that guy. But it's been hard. The milieu has shifted
the zeitgeist has shifted away, and now um Zoomers and whatever are really, really pro copyright for some reason, which is bizarre. They don't, and they only actually specifically they don't really care about any concepts of like digital ownership. They specifically only care about IP law. They don't like it's very strange. Anyway, um, so they love IP, and then just very recently, I believe Jack Dorsey, I think, and Elon Musk both tweeted that IP shouldn't exist, or maybe it was Sam Altman. I don't remember. Some tech billionaire and Elon both tweeted that they don't like copyright or intellectual property or something. I just vaguely heard about this. So again, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see another like it's pretty much over for anyone. You never want to be agreeing with Elon Musk, and I think that's if you just disagree with Elon Musk on everything, you're probably gonna end up with a decent political system. But in this particular instance, I hate to say it, although he's doing it for the wrong reasons, Elon is right. Now you have to remember when it comes to like people like Elon, um, they'll say one thing, but what they actually mean is you know, the law should apply to everyone else, but not to me. Basically, that's what these billionaires mean whenever they say something like that, right? Uh, so like Elon doesn't want his code to be stolen or his IP to be stolen. Stolen might be the wrong word, but copied. But he wants to be able to copy everyone else. Like that's how billionaires think about the world, and it works for them. Like that because they have that much power, they can do that. So when they tweet something like this, or when they make a statement about something like this, you know, what they mean is like get the people in power to rearrange society so that I benefit even more. But anyway, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna drive, uh, you know, it's driving more and more people to the other side, to the wrong side of history, to believe in this bullshit of IP. Um, you got all these leftists just defending the concept of private property. It's like absolutely fucking bizarre. Um, but that aside, let me just give you a really good example of why intellectual property is bad. I think a lot of people they think it's just bullshit. It's just internet bullshit that doesn't matter. Like literally World War III might start because of intellectual property. I don't think people understand this. Because of this bullshit about trade secrets and IP and copyright, we're likely to this is probably what's going to cause World War III. Because if you think about it, you know, China is going to invade Taiwan at some point, right? China is going to invade Taiwan, and the US in particular and the rest of the world don't want China to invade Taiwan, specifically because TSMC is in Taiwan and they're the only guys that know how to make the really small chips, right? Um, but if they were just forced to tell everyone how their chips are made, if it was just open source hardware, then it wouldn't fucking matter, and none of this would happen, and it would all be great, and we wouldn't have World War III. If this one particular company was just forced to have to open source their hardware, then anyone would know how to make these chips, and you could have them manufactured fucking anywhere in the world instead of just in Taiwan to the benefit of one fucking company, to the political detriment of the rest of the entire world. You know, then everything would be great. Everything would be great, and we wouldn't have World War III. You ever think about that? Because yeah, maybe China would still invade Taiwan, but it wouldn't spiral into a world war, right? That's what I'm saying. Um, and that's probably not good for the Taiwanese people. I'm not saying that, but but I think we can all agree that a localized war in Taiwan is better than World War Three. I should say less bad. It's less bad than World War Three, and we could avoid that if TSMC open sourced their hardware, open sourced how they fucking make their chips. But they'll never do it because it's the only thing that gives them a leg up over their competition, right? And because IP law protects them. So, functionally, it's not even like capitalism is properly working, right? If you think about it from maybe a capitalist perspective, it's not, it's actually stopping competition. It's anti-competitive. They don't have to compete on quality because they can just keep it a secret. They can just keep it a secret, and then no one can compete with them, right? Um, if they had to share it, they wouldn't have a monopoly. So it'd be good. It would be better for consumers. It'd be better for consumers. It'd be better for the world because you wouldn't have World War III. And World War III is bad. That's a bad outcome. You don't want to. That's the outcome you don't want. But it won't happen because of this concept of intellectual property. That's like people don't understand that it's serious business. It's not just about fucking copy pasting an artist's work on Twitter or whatever. Like it's the same thing that protects them. It's the same fucking shit. Also hate artists. Let me make that clear, okay? Artists are landlords. Like I think people don't understand this. They're so used to thinking artists are like these nice, fluffy, lovely people. They don't understand that they're landlords, right? They don't understand that artists are like literally petty bourgeois. Like think about it. They make their money by owning property. They own property. Their property is their intellectual property over their artworks. That's how they make their money. They don't work for a wage. They're not proletariat. Like by Marxist standards or whatever the fuck. Like when artists come out and they're like, "Oh, poor little me, someone right click saved my fucking drawing and reposted it. Oh no, I can't make money. I can't charge rent. I can't charge rent for my property anymore. Isn't this so evil?" Yeah, that's fucking landlordism, okay? Kill yourself. Let's be real, kill yourself. Me? Oh, but no thank you, you're an artist. Yeah, but all my shit is fucking Creative Commons. All my shit is Creative Commons, so I'm not living like that. You can take it for free. You can do whatever you want with it. You know, if you want to take my music or whatever the fuck I made and twist it around, remix it, share it, do whatever the fuck you want, you can fucking do that, and I'm not gonna have a problem with it. I've never had a problem with it. And there's lots of artists who are chill like this, by the way. Like, let's not forget, for example, um, the person who made Ultra Kill, the video game. Like, they've said that they're super chill with piracy. I mean, it would be better if the game was open source, but like, that's what can you expect, really? Like, if we if we take compromise in the real world into account, that's okay, I guess. That's the best we can hope for. And everyone celebrates that. It's this bizarre like double think. People have this bizarre double think when it comes to stuff like this, where a lot of people are still pro piracy, but just specifically when it comes to games mostly. Everyone hates it when there's a piracy of artists, especially visual artists, like these fucking retards, these fucking capitalist landlord petty bourgeois bastards. Um, it's like, oh, you're not letting me charge rent for my property. How dare you? Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, stupid bitch. And fuck TSMC. Okay, who needs 7 nanometer chips or whatever? It's not necessary. Or four. What are we down to now? 4 nanometer? I don't remember. Shit's not necessary. All you need is a Core 2 Duo. Okay, you never need anything more than a Core 2 Duo. Anything that demands more of you than a Core 2 Duo is bad software, and you shouldn't be using it. Okay, that's just a fact of life. So fuck TSMC, fuck TSMC, fuck all of them, fuck intellectual property for causing World War III, fuck artists, and fuck the whole world, fuck everyone, kill everyone now, advocate first-degree murder. There you go. That's there. Oh, I apologize. I said 7 nanometers. Turns out we're actually down to 2 nanometers now. That's just fucking stupid. It's just ridiculous. No one needs that. It's just the most incredible waste of human resources and fucking technology and everything. It's so fucking stupid. 2 fucking nanometers. Fuck you. Fuck. I'm boycotting TSMC. I don't know how. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm a manager somehow. But what the fuck do we need these chips for? What do we need these high-powered, ridiculous chips for? For fucking AI? For AI? What does AI fucking do? It doesn't do anything. It doesn't fucking do anything, motherfucker. You ask it like if you want AI to do something for you, you have to wrangle it like a fucking toddler. You can't just like there's this old
thing I wrote about this in a blog post, but there's this ancient fucking quote from some computer science student back in like the 60s or something, which was like, I hate this machine because it does exactly what I tell it to do and not what I want it to do. Okay, well with AI, now it doesn't even do what you tell it to do. It's just fucking stupid. Like LLMs don't work. Their image generating models, they don't fucking do anything. They make terrible. They're terrible. You can't get them to do what you want them to do. You can't get the text models to do what you want them to do. Like the AI sucks. It's just bad technology. Like ethical concerns aside, it's not useful. For the cost benefit analysis is not worth it. It's just like there's no. It's such a high cost for such a shit outcome. I don't think. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Um. So AI is stupid. What else for gaming? If you're playing AAA games, you're doing that. You got caught. If you got caught playing AAA games on this channel by my audience, you're gonna get roughed up. Okay, you're gonna get jumped. If I catch you playing a game made after 2020, it's over for you. If I catch you playing a game made after 2015, it's over for you. It's over for you. Okay, go fucking play Final Fantasy VI. Go play Final Fantasy VI, motherfucker. Go play Final Fantasy VI, motherfucker. Okay, you don't need this shit. You don't. They made Final Fantasy VI on a fucking SNES. Okay, you don't need this shit. You don't fucking need this shit. It's ridiculous. Go play Team Fortress 2. Okay, that game is from 2007. Go play fucking anything. Go. Oh my god, the world is gonna explode because motherfuckers wanna play fucking. I don't know what GTA 6. People want to play GTA 6. People want to play fucking Cyberpunk 2077 because these fucking people. The world is gonna explode because of these fucking people that can't live without their AAA slop. I don't even know what AAA games have come out. I'm guessing because I don't pay attention because it's all bad. It's all bad. Don't play them, man. You're killing us. You're killing us. You're killing us all. What is the point of any of this? It's so stupid. It's the dumbest thing humanity's ever done. What is going on? I don't know why, but I'm going to talk to you about normie YouTube for a second. I don't watch that much normie YouTube, okay? I probably watch more than is reasonable. There are some normie YouTube channels that I will defend to the death, okay? There are some normie YouTube channels. Like, you know what I'll defend to the death? I will defend Camman18 to the death. That guy makes Minecraft YouTube shorts. You're thinking to yourself, this can't possibly be good. I will defend Camman18 to the death, okay? That guy, I swear he's actually funny. I promise you he's actually funny. I watched like a VOD of him or whatever, fuck it. This is not about Camman18. Um uh he was like I don't want to say this because I feel like the way I retell it is gonna not be funny. But there was a clip that I saw of him reacting to a video that was about him, and he was like, I would pull up on you, and he grabbed a fucking Minecraft diamond sword, like prop, and he was like, I got the diamond sword. It's got sharpness 4, but I got an anvil, so it's gonna be sharpness 5 soon. I thought it was pretty clever. He was able to think of that super fast. That joke about not quite having sharpness 5, that was funny. Um. Anyway, but one of the normal YouTube channels I do watch is Ludwig. Although I feel like he fell off. I think Ludwig fell off, in my opinion. Ludwig fell off. This is Ludwig, by the way. This guy. He fell off. He's like a normie Twitch streamer slash YouTuber. Um, he definitely fell off. Um, he made somewhat recently a video series of like daily vlogs motorcycling across all of Japan with Michael Reeves, and everyone seemed to love that series. I really did not understand what the appeal was. It did nothing for me. It did absolutely nothing for me. I didn't. I don't. It was kind of boring, to be honest with you. Um, Maybe just the idea of being in Japan is novel. I don't know. There were a couple of funny moments. he speaks a little bit of Japanese, but not much. And there were some funny moments of like him trying to interact with Japanese people with his very bad Japanese. Like for example, um, I think at one point he asks someone, he goes up to this old man, and he says something like, sumimasen, kono machi, kami ga iru desu ka? Which it means like, uh, is there a god in this town? Which I thought was very funny. But that was pretty. I don't know. The rest of it was kind of boring. I don't know. Uh, anyway, damn, I rambled a little bit there. One thing I do watch is The Yard, which is his podcast. Um, I know this is crazy normie level shit. Uh, I would say historically I've actually preferred The Yard podcast over his main channel. Um, I think it's pretty funny. It's him and three of his friends who all met from being involved in the Super Smash Bros. Melee scene. Uh, and so, yeah, I found out about the yard and I quite liked it. I quite liked it. Um, but to be honest, these days, I honestly wouldn't even say I like it that much anymore. Uh, there were a couple of real highlights. There were a couple of moments from the yard podcast that I think are some of the funniest shit ever. Some really funny shit. Um, uh, just as the, we'll put that aside for now. Um, but recently I feel like I've been growing more and more annoyed with everyone on this fucking podcast. Ludwig is actually the least annoying member because he's just kind of generic YouTuber guy. The other guys, so I know this is gonna be this. We're just going too in depth, but I gotta tell this to someone because it's been bugging me. I watched the podcast out of habit, even though I don't really like it anymore because I've been growing more and more annoyed with each of the members. Um, so for example, this guy's called Aiden, aka Eamon. Um, and he's pretty chill most of the time. I feel like, but he's recently. I know this is just so cringe to even bring this up, but recently he's joined another podcast as well as this one. He's on another podcast that just started up recently, which is him, Atrioc, and Doug, who are all two other streamers. And it's about like politics and economics, I guess, or finance maybe. Not finance, but like geopolitics. I guess geopolitics would be the phrase. And he doesn't have good opinions. It was known that he didn't have good opinions. Some people called him CIA man. After there was an incident where he was live streaming, and he was pretty much just shitting on Venezuela for not making good use of their oil reserves. And like denying any involvement from the US in the state of Venezuela's economy. And from that stream, he gained the nickname CIA man. But watching him on, I mean, I watched the first episode of that podcast and I couldn't watch any more of it because they're all three of them are just like ultra libs, fucking, it's annoying. But this guy's a giga lib is basically my situation. And ever since that, it's like I kind of find him annoying. I kind of find him annoying because he's such a lib. He's so yeah. So that's annoying. Um, and then Nick's fine. No one's got a problem with Nick. But Slime is the other guy, and Slime, I would say out of the members of the podcast, Slime has maybe the boldest personality. Um, he's he has this particular thing, right? And I think all of the members of this podcast have this particular thing, which has just become more apparent the longer I've watched it. uh, that has just been more and more off-putting over time, which is this mindset where like anyone who's into hobbies that are less like slightly less nerdy than mine is a giga normie, and anyone who's into hobby who are like slightly more nerdy than mine is like a fucking degenerate, you know, disgusting freak. Is a fucking weirdo. Um, like that mindset, I feel like is pretty common. Um, I try to avoid it. I'm okay with calling normies normies, but if I see someone who's like a, you know, I don't know, what even is more degenerate than what I'm into? I mean, League is more degenerate, but that's a different thing. If you're into League, that's just a mental health problem. That's a different thing. I'm talking about like maybe furries or something. Like I don't have a fucking problem with it. In fact, I think it's based, and I'm never gonna call them like, oh, the disgusting degenerate freak weirdos or whatever. But these guys will do that, especially Slime will do that. And it's like I think it's part of this whole thing with the Melee scene. Like Melee used to have this reputation for being particularly degenerate, right? Um, but it kind of there was a few cases where the degeneracy stopped being funny and was just like, you know, actual uh sexual weird stuff had happened. I don't really know any of the details. I don't play Melee. I'm not really like that involved, but as far as I remember, there were a couple of pretty bad you know, Discord type shit going on. And I think after that, they tried to really clean up their act. But the thing is, and I'm sure anyone who watches this channel and knows about Melee will probably be able to say more about this than I can. But it's very obvious that it's still there. All of the degenerate, you know, no showering, fucking all of that shit is still in it's still in the Melee scene. It's just hidden underneath the surface, right? But they really try and distance themselves from anything like that. Like at the same time, they very much wanna have their cake and eat it too. And there's a lot of people like this on the internet, I find. In particular, but this is the mindset. I've come up with a phrase. This is exactly what it is. Uh, I'm normal, but I'm not a normie. That's what they want to feel like. They want to feel like I'm a normal guy, but I'm not a normie. Like no one wants to be a normie, but they don't want to be like, oh, I'm weird. You know, like I'm not weird. I'm not a weirdo. Like I'm a normal guy, but I'm not a normie. It's like you can't. They mean the same thing. They mean you can't have both. You got to choose a side. You're either an autistic freak or you're a normie. Like that, you got to pick a side. So like that attitude, which just comes through from time to time, has just become more and more obvious and off-putting to me. Um, and then the other thing about Slime in particular is he's pretty funny. I think he's pretty funny, but I think he has this particular attitude, which at the same time I appreciate, but I don't appreciate. Um, he's very much anti-parasocial, which is good. I think that's good to be anti-parasocial. But I think it can go in a particular direction where it's sort of like I'm a special boy and you people are beneath me because I'm on a podcast. Do you know what I mean? I feel like he kind of has this attitude. Like he's very heavy-handed in this sort of thing. Um and I find that to be pretty you know, he rules with an iron fist over anything he moderates. And I appreciate that on the one hand, you know, as someone who's had to moderate an online community with Denpachan, I appreciate that you gotta lay down the law, okay? Otherwise people will take advantage of it. I get that. But also he's very, very willing to just humiliate people who are just trying to make him laugh. Like that's pretty much it. Because he's kind of a funny guy, people want to make him laugh. He's on a podcast, you know, people want to send him funny stuff. He's very, very just like willing to just be like, no, no, that's not funny. Like, what do you like in the most humiliating way possible? Um, like in as public a forum as possible. He'll be like, "Did you really think that was funny, bro?" Or like some shit like this on whatever retarded social media platform or whatever, or stream or chat or whatever the fuck. Like he will always do that, and it's like, look, I get it. It's probably annoying for you, but also
Like, clearly this was just some guy trying to make you laugh, you know? Like, if someone's socially awkward around him, he will just rip into them. If someone makes a joke that doesn't land, he will just rip into them, but not even in a funny way, just in a pure malice. And I find that to be kind of mm, off-putting. And also that's another thing that's become more clear as time's gone on. And then finally, Slime was definitely a hacks hater. He was very anti-hacks. And if you don't know, Hacks was a Melee player who was very involved in the Melee scene, who was pretty much ostracized from the entire Melee scene for being mentally ill during this period of like purging any of the degenerate aspects out of the Melee scene. And Hacks and then he died recently. I made a whole video about this. Um, I found it to be a very sad situation. Slime was very much a Hacks hater, and I also find that to be pretty fucked up. In fact, Slime organized the tournament, and it was one of the tournaments that banned hacks. So that's pretty fucked up in my opinion. That he was involved in that. I've definitely looked at him different ever since I found out about that. So it's like, and Ludwig's kind of he's whatever. He's kind of a theater kid, which is already going to be kind of annoying as a type of guy. But he's also, I don't know, he doesn't talk that much on the podcast, honestly. He's kind of just is mostly the other people. Um, he's fine. He's just kind of whatever. And as far as I can tell, or whatever, it doesn't really matter. But the point is, kind of find all of these people a little bit annoying. As time's gone on, I found them more and more annoying. But just out of habit, I keep watching this fucking podcast. You know what I mean? Uh, Even though yeah, I don't fucking know. I also watch like I mentioned that Aiden is on a different podcast which is called Lemonade Stand, which is the one about geopolitics and economics and whatever. Which they have very very lib takes, but they don't even have like none of them have economics degrees. They're just YouTubers. Like I don't know. I think I don't fucking know what their qualifications are or whatever. Um, it's terrible. That podcast sucks. Don't watch it. But one of the guys on that podcast, Atriok, I actually do watch his videos. I do watch Atriok's videos. Atriok has become my source of like default normie news, right? Because he has very normie economic takes, right? Like he has very much the exact standard econ takes that you would have. Um, he doesn't believe in like MMT or anything. He doesn't he goes on and on about like the debt to GDP ratio in a way that I strongly disagree with his opinions about public spending and stuff. I think he's completely wrong about that. He will go on about how sorry, not to make this political or anything, but he will go when making it political. Um, even and this isn't like my radical lefty fucking communist shit. Okay, this is like pretty fucking basic, very much mainstream economics that I'm talking about here. You know, like he'll go on about the deficit and how they need to cut public spending. Public spending is out of control, but then he'll go on to talk about how like the Trump administration is putting on this idea that they're cutting public spending, but they're actually not. If you look at what they're doing, they've actually increased spending. And that's whatever the fuck. I don't care about the facts are the facts, right? Like whatever he says is true. That's why I watch him because he talks about that stuff. But um, he says at the end of the day, like it's that's bad because they ultimately should be cutting spending, right? Um, but like if you look at my country right now, if you look at the UK, so we've tried to do this. The UK is basically in an austerity death spiral. Like every few years, they just do more and more austerity, more and more cutting public spending and public services, welfare services, or social services or cut everything year over year.
And what happens is nothing. It just doesn't work because that's not how things work. That's not how governments work. It's not how money works. It's not how spending works. It's not how economies work. You can't just cut public spending because when you cut public spending, now you fuck over the next generation. It's like or the you fuck yourself in it's a short-term plan that makes things worse in the long term. You save money in the short term, but in the long term, your economy is weaker because people tend to contribute more to the economy when they are well housed, well fed, and have good healthcare. Which this is very, very, very mainstream economics. Okay, this is like Keynesian like this is not fucking crazy lefty shit. Okay, like this is very, very well known. I'm not even going into my MMT shit about the deficit, like not even really mattering. Okay, uh, like the idea that you can just cut social spending and it will have no impacts other than like, oh well, now we spend less money and we have less debt. That's great. Yeah, but the fucking problem is that then in like 10 years, when because all of these social spending cuts, they're always supposed to be temporary and always become permanent. um so then what happens is, now everyone's spending all their money on housing, everyone's spending all their money on healthcare, and basic survival stuff. And, to put it pretty simply, homeless people don't tend to spend a lot of money. And that's, when everyone doesn't spend money, that's bad for the economy. You want people to be spending lots of money. That's good. Very basic economics. It's good when everyone spends money because that money goes to businesses and those businesses can then use that money to do things, like make products and shit. When everyone saves their money because they have no money and they have to spend it on essentials, then everyone goes, all the businesses don't get money and they go bankrupt. And then, in addition to that, when no one has money for things like education, for example, when you cut education, then the people in the future get worse jobs because they're not educated. So they get shittier jobs, which means they have less money to spend. And in addition to that, you get less money in taxes because they have shittier jobs that are lower paying. So it's like cutting public spending is just a bad idea because it is always just saving money in the short term, but losing out on money in the long term. Uh, if you look at, and I'll give you some hard data, this isn't just theoretical, okay? If you look at following World War II, all of Europe was pretty much in massive debt and fucked, obviously, because they just had World War II. And the UK was in huge debt, right? And they'd had a lot of their productive capacities reduced. Actually, no, that's not true. The rest of Europe did. The UK also obviously had the Blitz, right? A lot of the factories had been bombed and this sort of shit. So they were pretty much fucked, right? And what they did after World War II is the UK had a debt to GDP ratio of something insane like 240%, right? Like they were 240%, like a fucking crazy amount of debt compared to their GDP. So what they did was they set up the fucking NHS and they built insane quantities of public housing. They right, that's what they did. They built loads and loads of social housing and they set up the NHS, right? And then what happened afterwards was the post-war economic boom, and all of a sudden the UK became one of the strongest economies in the world, bounced right back again, and has pretty much been coasting on that ever since. Because that's how you get out of a debt crisis. That's how you do it. You need to set it up so that in the future you'll be able to make more money. Sorry, I just ended up ranting about economics this whole time. I apologize. But you can do that. And Atriarch doesn't believe this at all. Atriarch is completely opposed to this. So he has like, it's not even normie economic opinions. He just has wrong economic opinions. And I find that pretty annoying every time I watch him. But I do still watch him because, I don't know, he's kind of entertaining and he does talk about facts which I can draw my own conclusions from. I don't just exist in a filter bubble of exclusively paying attention to communists. Okay, I absorb mainstream economic advice as well. Um, apparently there's like a new Doctor Who episode. I don't know. I don't really have any reason. I'm trying to do a segue into this topic, but I was just sort of randomly thinking about this. Doctor Who is an interesting thing. It's an interesting TV show. Uh, because it made sense until it didn't, and then it never recovered from not making sense. Does this make do you, maybe I'm being too vague. Doctor Who, right, is a all ages prime time family adventure procedural serial show, right? Which used to be the default modality of TV. There were loads of shows like this. And it was cool. You know, pre reboot, I wasn't around. I wasn't alive at the time. Um, but as I understand it, most of the audience was children and families, alongside a few nerds, a few sci-fi nerds, right? Uh, Post reboot, you know, the reboot of Doctor Who, I think that was 2007, right? Was it? Was it earlier than that? Let me go check. 2005. It was 2005. Okay, so yeah, that's when I started watching Doctor Who as a kid, and I watched Doctor Who as a kid all the way up until, let's see, maybe like the second half of Matt Smith's run. I think I watched a few episodes. No. I've stopped watching Doctor Who pretty much when Peter Capaldi took over as the Doctor. Um, it's a very interesting thing. I find it so fascinating because the like you watch the post reboot Doctor Who stuff, right? So Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, the first two new Doctors, right? And there's it's a bit, you know, it's somewhat serious. Like it does deal with serious topics, but it's very episodic. It's very adventure themed. Um, and I think the key change, I'm not the first person to notice this, you know, I think this is pretty widely understood. There's a big change, you know. I think that I haven't watched any pre-reboot Doctor Who. I haven't watched any of the older Doctors before Christopher Eccleston. Um, but there's a big shift between Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, going into Matt Smith. There's a big change. And that Matt Smith thing, it doesn't happen immediately. Something happens immediately. Something changes immediately. But the consequences of that change don't matter until like they become more and more severe as Matt Smith's run goes on. And it's pretty much the change between um, going on a romp through the universe towards like being the most important guy ever. That's the big shift, right? That's the big change. The change is between, you know, uh, there were some moments in the David Tennant season. In fact, there are moments in every season post reboot, right? There's these sort of big season long arcs, right? But it, I don't really know how to describe it, but it's different. It's less arcy. The through line is less through liney. Um, where like, yeah, sure, you have the Bad Wolf arc, right? And it does have some through line with the rest of the season. But really, you know, it's like you have a season of TV that's episodic and it ends with a big two-parter. very, very typical TV stuff of that era. The shift was when Stephen Moffat became the writer, the showrunner, that it turned into, as it went on, more and more season long arcs, right? Instead of being mainly episodic. That's definitely a big shift, right? That's a big shift. Um, like if you look at the first season of Stephen Moffat writing is more episodic, but then from the second season onwards, it just becomes all of these season long arcs. Like the stuff with the stuff with the silence. Okay, and none of this is gonna make sense if you haven't watched Doctor Who. The silence is a really cool concept, but basically, Doctor Who had just been like it was airing in America, and so they did a big arc where it all takes place in the US, and it's all continuous, um, and you can't really just watch one random episode and understand what's going on. Like it's very, very much connected. And at the time, I feel like this was basically peak Doctor Who hype. Um, this, even though pretty much everyone agrees, all of every like Doctor Who fan agrees, right? That like the David Tennant and Christopher Eccleston periods were the best, and that Matt Smith's Doctor was pretty good, but not as good, right? I feel like just being around, especially in the UK, the hype, the public hype around Doctor Who, and the internet hype around Doctor Who was at its peak during the Matt Smith period, the Matt Smith Doctor period. Um, and they made a change that they could never go back from, which was they turned the Doctor as a character into the most important character, the most important guy. He's not just a traveler, which is what he used to be. He used to be, from the beginning of the show, a traveler, an explorer, you know, and he became a superhero. Very big shift. If you compare it to another show I grew up watching, Star Trek: The Next Generation. The crew of the Starship Enterprise aren't the main characters of the universe. They are just explorers. They're explorers of the universe, and they go on all sorts of adventures, and they have all sorts of stakes, and they explore all sorts of sci-fi concepts, and and all of that sort of stuff, while never being the center of the universe, while never being superheroes. That's how it used to be until it wasn't like that anymore. Until Stephen Moffat turned it into the Doctor is actually a superhero. Uh, and it was cool for a bit, and then it stopped being cool. And the other thing he did was regarding the companions. This had already started. This had happened a little bit, and it was cool when they started doing it. And there was clearly a balance they could have struck. It started with the Bad Wolf arc, which is in, I believe, the first season of the reboot with Christopher Eccleston and Billie Piper. And it continued where the companions have something special going on. But it wasn't until Stephen Moffat took over that you couldn't just have a normal guy being the companion anymore. The companions couldn't just be normal people anymore. Suddenly, Amy Pond isn't just Amy Pond, audience surrogate, everyman type of person. She is now super special, super special person who couldn't have possibly been anyone else. And then it reached a peak with Clara, the worst. This is why I fell off Doctor Who. Clara Oswald, who is like the opposite of this, right? Like she is absolutely not just an everyman type of character. She is special. And now all of a sudden there is no audience surrogate, right? And it sucks. What Doctor Who has is the exact same problem that the Pirates of the Caribbean movies had. which is the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie is a great fucking movie. I think everyone agrees. They stumbled ass backwards into a brilliant movie, right? Um, and the thing about that movie is it's a movie about the two other characters who aren't Jack Sparrow. Those are the main characters of the story. I don't remember their names. One of them's Orlando Bloom. The other one, I do not remember her name. But Keira Knightley? Is it Keira Knightley? I don't remember. Sorry, I'm bad with names. But they're the main characters. They're the main characters of that movie. Jack Sparrow is a side character. He's a side character. He is not the main character of the first Pirates movie. He's a guide for the audience. He's a comic relief, and he exists to move the plot forwards. But he is not where the emotional stakes come from. The emotional stakes come from the two main characters' relationship. And the thing is, he also has a very big personality, and everyone loves Jack Sparrow. And so they turned him into the main character of all the movies going forwards, which sucks because he's not a good main character. The same thing happened with Doctor Who. In Doctor Who, the Doctor is not the main character. The companion is the main character. Okay? But when it came to the Matt Smith era, now he's the main character, and he's also a superhero, and it just sucks. It just flipped it on its head. And the thing is, I say it sucks, but it was cool for a while. It was cool for a while until it became obvious that they were doing a Lost mystery box style thing and not a arc with the beginning, middle, and end, which is what they'd always previously been. You know, previously you had arcs that ended. And yeah, you had repeated villains. You had the Cybermen, you had the Daleks, whatever. They'd come back. They'd always find a way to come back. And that's fun because it's like a Saturday morning cartoon. You know, that's just what it is. And there's not a problem. That's not an issue. But that's not the same thing. There's not the same thing as a constant mystery box narrative where nothing ever really gets resolved because it just turns into more and more mystery box bullshit. So it's like, there's a bunch of cool set pieces, but I can point to you exactly the moment. I can actually pinpoint the exact frame in Doctor Who where it becomes irredeemable bullshit, even though I actually love that season. You know what? I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna pull it up. I bet it's on YouTube. Okay, I hope I don't get copyright striked for this. I don't know how I'm gonna avoid that. But okay. This is what happens. So he's in the Oval Office. He snuck into the Oval Office, but then he's got caught. Okay, all of the Secret Service they tackle him to the ground. Okay, they tackle him to the ground, but then the TARDIS like decloaks, right? And they all look up and they're like, "Oh fuck, it's the TARDIS has gone in here somehow. What's going on here?" So they all look up, and then Richard Nixon, he's like, what the hell? What the hell is going on with the blue box in here by my office, right? And then, okay, hold on. I'm gonna keep pausing. It's probably annoying, but I'm trying to, and I'm gonna shake the camera around. We're gonna make sure to avoid getting copyright strikes. Okay. Then, cut to the Doctor sitting at the Oval Office. Now, what's happened here? Presumably, a time skip, right? It's the only thing that makes sense because this is discontinuous. He was on the ground. All of a sudden, he's in a different place. So a time skip has happened, and then. Okay, I don't know why this is bugging out. This is bugging. This just ruined my entire analysis because that exact shot is the one I was trying to say is bullshit. What is happening here? This. Do you see this? So, and then they all suddenly raise their guns at him like they only just saw him. But it doesn't make any sense because he would have had to get up and walk over there, which they would have had to allow to happen. This shot has bugged me ever since I watched it on TV when it aired. This, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Think about what happened here. They tackled him to the ground. They saw the TARDIS. They were like, what's going on? Then they presumably got distracted by the TARDIS. let him just stand up, walk over to the desk, put his feet up, pick something up, start talking, and then rearrange themselves in a half circle around the desk, right? Because they weren't standing like that before, but not raise their guns. Then they all suddenly decide to point their guns. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's just there for the sake of being a cool shot, which I guess is fine, but it demonstrates basically exactly what's going to happen for the rest of this season, which I want to emphasize. I kind of like this season of Doctor Who. I kind of like it a lot, but it's very much just like things that seem cool as long as you don't think about them. But the second you think about them for 2 seconds, they completely fall apart. None of them make sense. There's another scene in this season which is very similar, where they capture the Doctor and everyone. They capture everyone. They build a special box out of some sort of special material that nothing can get in or out of. It's the densest material in the universe, right? They capture the Doctor, and then they lock him in there, and he's like, "You're building me a prison that's inescapable. What's going on here?" Right? And then they finish the prison, and then the American guy comes in and is like, "This is the most secure place in the universe. Nothing can possibly get in or get out." Which means I guess they can't hear us then. Oh shit, I was on your side the entire time. And then they drag Amy and Rory into the. They fucked up the time. Before that happens, they've dragged. This is a cold open, by the way. This is a cold open to an episode, I believe, or something like this, where Amy and Rory, it looks like they got shot, but they didn't actually shoot them. But it looks like they got shot, and they're dragging him in to this prison in body bags. The thing is, none of this makes any fucking sense if you think about it for 2 seconds. Because why would they, like, if everyone else in the Secret Service doesn't know that this one guy is actually on the Doctor's side, why would they drag the body bags into the prison with them? If it's insane, it makes no sense. Secondly, he has a time machine. He doesn't need to do that, right? That's unnecessary. He could just go pick them up whenever because he has a time machine. Third, you didn't need to do all that. You didn't need to build an inescapable prison. You could have just been in a different room where they couldn't hear him. Like, that's all that they had to do. There was no reason to build a prison out of the densest material in the universe that not a single particle can get through. In fact, if not a single particle can get through it, doesn't that mean they're just gonna die because they're just gonna die of like carbon dioxide poisoning or whatever? If no oxygen can get in, that prison is not really a prison. It's a gas chamber. It's just a really slow gas chamber. None of it makes any fucking sense. And then it turns out the TARDIS was in there the whole time but invisible. And it's like, well, like, why do any of this? Why do any of this? Like, that never pays off really. That never like pays off into anything really. Like, it pays off a little bit. Something happens regarding that, which is just a like played for comedy, but it doesn't like actually make any sense if you think about it. The whole like everything just it becomes like this, where it's like thing that seems cool on the surface but doesn't make any sense if you think about it. And it makes a lot of sense that it was written by the same guy that wrote Sherlock, right? Because Matt Smith's Doctor, just like Sherlock in the series Sherlock, is also a dumb person's idea of what a smart person is like. Um, there is one cool thing about the Matt Smith era of Doctor Who, which is, for some reason, no one thought of this until Stephen Moffat. The guy has a time machine. You can do, like, time machine plots. This never happens in Doctor Who. Almost all of Doctor Who is just they land in a place, in a time, and then they just stay in that time to do an episodic adventure in that time and place, right? We're on an alien planet for this episode. We're in Victorian England for this episode. You know, like that's that's how it's always been used. It's just like the TARDIS is just a framing device to have an adventure in a place or a time, right? It wasn't until Stephen Moffat got involved, that they really started like actually playing with time travel as a narrative device, which is fun. It's super fun. I like it when they do that. It's good. It's cool. Um, yeah, I don't know. And then it just went completely off the fucking rails. Okay, it went completely off the fucking rails after like the Peter Capaldi stuff is garbage. People say there's some good episodes. I've never seen them. I've never seen any of the good episodes. There's one where he gets like he punches a wall for 1 billion years. People say that episode's good. I didn't like that episode. I don't know. I did that, but the episode sucked. And none of the other episodes are good. So that sucks. And then they made the Doctor a woman, and they got someone else involved. Someone else was writing it, and is no. I think this happened during Capaldi's run. I don't remember. I stopped following Doctor Who at this point. But there's a guy called Chris Chibnall who became showrunner for Doctor who uh, actively hates Doctor Who and has said so in the past. And somehow he became in charge of Doctor Who, which is just a bizarre turn of events. But that guy can't write a script or direct a show, and it's terrible. And the other thing you'll notice as you go on watching Doctor Who is like it becomes more cinematic. Like the newer seasons, at least what's her name? Is her name something Jodie something? I need to look this up. Jodie Whittaker. Okay, so Jodie Whittaker became the Doctor, and it's like we made the Doctor a woman. Isn't that different? And it's like, I guess, but they forgot to write anything. They forgot to do any writing. So everyone hated this. Everyone hated these seasons. With Jodie, I didn't watch them, but I did watch a YouTube video about how bad they are, and they are extremely bad. And what's interesting is that people. It's one of these situations where the anti-wokes, the anti-wokes show up and they're like, they made Doctor Who a woman and now it's bad. But there's kind of just a coincidence. They kind of just happened to both make Doctor Who a woman and also bad at the same time. Um, I don't really know what's going on with that, but it was bad. And then it was extremely bad. Like I haven't watched any of it, but it's extremely terrible. Uh, and it also has a bigger budget than ever while being worse than ever. Uh, which is kind of a shame because people in the UK we pay our TV licenses, our TV tax, and it goes to this. Come on now, you actually owe it to the public to make good Doctor Who because we paid for it. I don't actually have to pay a TV license because I don't own a TV, but other people do. Um, so that was a thing. And then in 2023, they did like specials, and I actually watched these because David Tennant was coming back, and that's like, oh, hey, remember this guy when the show was good? And I was like, fuck it, you can bait me with nostalgia. It's only like 4 episodes or like 3 episodes. I'll get baited with nostalgia for 3 episodes, fine. So I did. I got baited with nostalgia, and it was some of the worst dog shit I've ever seen, especially that first episode. The first episode of that, it's actually garbage, and it's a situation where I'm gonna have to, you know, it's so bad that I'm actually gonna agree with the anti-wokes. Okay, they fucked up being woke so bad that it like it's terrible. I already rambled about this when this happened. When these episodes came out, I made a video about it. Okay, um, fucking there's a plot point. I'm not gonna go into it. It's just so bad. It's so bad, and they try and like throw in like gender politics into it and like LGBTQ stuff into it, but like clearly they don't know what they're doing. Like they don't really know they don't really know why they're doing it. They just want it to be there for some reason. Um, without like they're not really commenting on anything though. Like they're not commenting on any real like it's just bizarre. It's bizarre. It's like, well, you're supposed to. It's like someone thought, well, you're supposed to write stories about LGBT issues, so we'll write a story about LGBT issues. but they don't know quite what those issues are, so they just kind of made some up. They just kind of made some up, and we'll put aliens in there too, because I guess it's Doctor Who. Like it just didn't make any. It was very dumb. It was really, really bad. It was like extremely bad. And then they got this new guy. I guess his name is Nkuti Gatwa. Now this guy, I'm just gonna put it out there, okay? He might be the most attractive man in the world. He might be the hottest guy of all time. I'm just putting it out there. They put this guy in some incredible fits. This guy's outfits are insane. Look at this guy. He's like a model. I don't know. I don't know what he is, but he's insanely hot. Um, I don't know anything about it. I haven't watched any of the new seasons with him as the Doctor. I don't know how many seasons there are, if they've aired yet. I think the second season with him as the Doctor is airing. I haven't heard a single thing about it. And up until now, I've been perfectly happy with not even thinking about it. For some reason, I randomly remember that Doctor Who exists, and I'm kind of curious, but I don't think I'm curious enough to actually check it out, because the thing is, if Doctor Who was actually good again, I would have heard people talking about it. I would have heard someone at some point mention, "Hey, Doctor Who is actually kind of good again." It does look neat. I'll tell you I watched the trailer for the new season, which I guess episode 1 just aired. Has an aesthetic now. It has like a 60s retro future aesthetic, and I appreciate that. They actually put like some aesthetic cohesion into it. You know what else had aesthetic cohesion? Like the first few seasons of the reboot. You know, if you want to talk about a unique aesthetic, go look at the TARDIS interior, like during Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant's run, before they revamped it, because they revamped the way the TARDIS looks from time to time, right? Like I'm not sure what aesthetic this is, but it's fucking cool. It's like actually original. It's a completely unique aesthetic that I've never seen anywhere else. It's like almost steampunk, but it's not really steampunk. It's got like it's almost like organic. It's completely original aesthetic that the show had, and it's kind of 2000s. It's almost industrial. It's just cool. It's cool. It wasn't, it's innovative. And the show never looked like this again. By the way, they just did this once for some reason, and it was awesome. And then they never did it again. The 60s retro future thing is like kind of the most boring possible thing you could do, because it's like, hey, it's a show that's been going for a long time, since like the 60s. What if we did it like the 60s? I guess, cool, sure, whatever, fine. But like you have to remember, Doctor Who used to be bad. Like before the reboot, as I said, only children and massive nerds gave a shit about Doctor Who, because it was campy, low budget sci-fi, kind of like most sci-fi TV shows until fairly recently. It was like Star Trek the original series. It's campy, low budget sci-fi. And then even in the 2000s after the reboot, it was still campy, low budget sci-fi. It just had better writing. But now it exists in a world of prestige TV. And it's like, oh, we can't just be campy, low budget sci fi anymore. We have to be prestige TV. It's fuck you, man. I want to see campy, low budget sci fi. One of my favorite albums of all time. One of my favorite albums of all time. I'm gonna show you now. Damn, I've been talking about Doctor Who for half an hour. This album, it's called Space Museum by Solid Space. Really, really good album. As you can see, Doctor Who themed album. This is basically a Doctor Who Doujin album. Like this is Doctor Who Doujin music. This is like fan music for Doctor Who from the 80s when the show was bad, and it's fucking sick. And like, look at the way the Cybermen looked back then. Like this shit was campy. Right? No one can just do campy, low budget, fucking shit for nerds anymore outside of Japan. Only Japan is making it. That's why Japan has a monopoly. That's why it's all this shit. It's all anime. It's all anime, but I grew up watching campy, nerdy shit for nerds that was low budget and kind of sucked, but in a fun way, you know? Now, it doesn't exist. There is no campy, low budget shit for nerds that isn't anime. Bring it back. Bring back campy, low budget shit for nerds that isn't anime. I want to see it. It now only exists on YouTube. There's no one's making this TV anymore. I would buy a TV and license it if it existed. You know, I think Doctor Who continuing to fail, which I believe it is. I hope it does continue to fail. No one watching it. You know, the more no one watches it, the lower the budget can hopefully become, and eventually we can go back to the golden age of Doctor Who being campy, low-budget schlock for nerds, which is what it's supposed to be, which is what we need more of in this world. Damn, I went on for way too long to reach that conclusion. I apologize for rambling. I've been watching Sentou no Nayami. I gotta say, it's a pretty good show. It's been on my plan to watch for a long time. I'm finally getting around to it. Um, it's good. I don't know what to say about it. I just kind of started hitting record because I thought I have barely talked. I don't know if I've talked about anime at all. I've been finding it hard in this video, and this is the anime year after all. I've been finding it hard to focus on anything these past few days, including anime. So I'm being real slow, super slow, making my way through the shows that I'm watching. But that's fine from time to time. Although it would be nice if I could manage to focus and not keep being all weird and ADHD about it. But anyway, Sentou no Nayami. What do I have to say about this show? It's got some Yuri elements that I quite like. I think it does the Yuri elements quite well. Obviously, the notable thing about the show is that they're all animal girls or beast girls or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of really good world building based around that, which is just always fun. You can tell that the author had fun thinking of all of the ways that this world would work to accommodate all of these different races with their different body types and needs and stuff. And that's always super fun. It's nice when you get to see someone who put a little extra thought into that. Sometimes they just look for excuses to just talk about the way the world works, and that's fun. I like that. The main cast, the main three girls, are they're quite how do I put it? They're well-rounded characters. They've got great chemistry with each other. They make a believable friend group. But at the same time, each of them also has their own like their own aspects, their own flaws and plans and so on. You know, they're just well written. They're just well written characters. They've got a good mix of tropiness combined with originality. I'd say it hits a pretty good sweet spot. You know, the girls, they are kind of tropey, right? But also they're not just the tropes. They're their own characters. I know. I just think it's really good. I just think it's very well done. Very good character writing. The show also is kind of a little bit of a mix in terms of tone, where sometimes it bounces between like pretty absurdist humor or setups towards very grounded slice of life normalcy, um, in a way that really fits the tone and of the world, uh, and I think that's gives the show a unique vibe. Uh, I think this is like exactly the type of show that I want, which is it's in a genre I like, slice of life, cute girls doing cute things, and it's it's perfect in the sense that it has the exact sweet spot between tropes, a comforting familiarity with the genre, while also being original and innovative. And oh yeah, you could argue gimmicky to some extent, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong with a gimmick. I like the gimmick. Um, yeah, it gets a bit silly in some episodes. It gets a bit fan servicey sometimes. Not even fan servicey, just like uh, the plot conspires to um there's an episode where they all just look at each other's pussies for some reason, and that's weird. Like that kind of comes out of nowhere. It's funny when it happens, but I don't know if it's supposed to be funny. Um, it also just sort of happens and then never gets mentioned again. Like it's a weird thing that happens in this show. It is funny though. Um, yeah, there's a few things like that that are kind of like there were boobs in this show. Not in every episode or anything like that. There's like a scene, there's like a bath scene at one point which just has boobs with nipples. Uh, like, but it's not a fan service show. Like it's kind of actually, now I think about it, it's kind of weird because normally you don't see that sort of thing outside of like an ecchi type of show. But this really is not an ecchi show. It's absolutely not. Um, It's yeah, I mean it's got the Yuri stuff going on, but it also never goes too far into that. Or maybe it will. I don't know. I'm only halfway through. I kind of hope it does. I think the Yuri stuff so far has been really good. Um, yeah, I'd say this is pretty much hitting my personal sweet spot for exactly what I want out of anime. It's like got, as I said, a good balance between tropes and novelty. It's got a gimmick but it plays to the gimmick. It plays to the gimmick strengths and uses it to explore interesting ideas. And it's also like I want to point out that it's somewhat philosophical. Like the show has things to say. The show does have things to say about how different groups of people can get along with each other, how to build an inclusive world and these sorts of things. And it's not just the sort of obviously if you're doing fantasy races living together in the modern world, you're going to end up doing a bit of the racism allegory thing. You're going to end up you just kind of have to, right? It's never too, a lot of times it's super fucking heavy handed when they do that. um you know the thing is, when you're doing like a western TV show or whatever. It doesn't have to be a TV show, but and you're doing fantasy races as a racism allegory. I feel like it can work because there are shows that are about real racism, but like I can think of a couple of anime that actually tackle racism with real life human races. Um, but there's really way more that are like, hey, this is a racism allegory, and I don't know. That seems a little strange to me. Um, but I mean, they do go into that a little bit in the show, but it's not. I would not say that's the primary, uh, you know, conflict by any means. There's not much conflict in the show to begin with. It is a very laid back kind of slice of life anime. Um, it gets brought up sometimes, but it's not, distracting or ham-fisted or it's not the focus of the show basically. It comes up from time to time, but it's not the focus of the show, and I think that's good. Uh, it's a show that plays to its strengths, and I think I appreciate that. It looks nice as well. I like the character designs. I like the art style. I like the music. I like the voice acting. Overall, this has been a very good time watching it. Watching Sento no Nayami. Definitely gets a recommendation from me, and I'm only halfway through, so maybe it turns to shit. I don't know, but so far it's been pretty good. Here's an example of the little bits of world building in this show. They never even mention this. Like, they never say anything about this out loud. But, like, if you have animal ears instead of regular ears, you need special things for your glasses that hook over the top of your ears like that. So he has that, to keep them on. Like, they never mention it. They never say anything about it. It's just built into the character design. That's what I mean when I say, like, all of the little tiny bits of, like if they didn't do this, if he just looked like this, no one would give a shit, right? It would just be like, you wouldn't even notice it. You'd just be like, oh yeah, he wears glasses. Just like the tiny little unnecessary details like that, where you're like, they put a little extra thought into it, and I appreciate that. There's loads of stuff like this. There's like throughout the whole show, just a little bit of extra thought into like, how would that work if your body looked like XYZ, you know? I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. You know what I respect? I'm not a gamer. Listen to me right now and listen to me loud and clear, okay? I'm not a gamer. I kind of wish I was a gamer. You remember earlier in this video, I was like, go play Final Fantasy VI. I never fucking touched Final Fantasy VI. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy VI. I haven't played Final Fantasy VII. I haven't played a single Final Fantasy game. I'm not a gamer. I don't really play many games. And honestly, I'm starting to think maybe I should change that about myself. Maybe I should try playing more games. But the thing about video games is they're very long and kind of, I don't know. I'm not into them that much. I feel like, is this crazy? Does this make any sense to you? I don't know if I'm that into video games. I liked. I don't know if I still like. I'm autistically obsessed with. I'm autistically what do they call it? Fixated on Team Fortress 2. But you know, when it comes to real video games, multiplayer FPS games aren't real video games. I think we all know this by now. Multiplayer FPS games aren't real video games. Real video games are single player games. Um, Ideally from sort of before the year, whatever the fuck, arbitrary date when things got bad. You know, like uh my go-to, it's just like my go-to example of like generic high budget anime is Jujutsu Kaisen. My generic example of high budget video game is Horizon Forbidden Dawn or Horizon Forbidden something. I don't know why they just both like just sticks in my head. I'm sure Jujutsu Kaisen is fine. I have no interest in watching it, but I'm sure it's fine, and I'm sure Horizon Forbidden West is actually, that game looks kind of bad, to be honest with you. Jujutsu Kaisen also looks kind of bad. I don't know what I'm talking about. Um, but even when I see a video game and I'm like, oh, that game probably looks kind of good, I still don't really like it. When I actually go out of my way and I buy it and I play it, or I don't buy it and I play it, and I'm like, that was pretty good. But normally, you know, they're too damn long. These video games, they're too damn long. Uh, I don't know. I had a little bit of fun playing Etrian Odyssey, but I haven't played that game in a while now, and I don't really have that much of a drive to keep playing it. So I don't know what's going on with that. I have other games as well. I have a bunch of other games. I have like a bunch of SNES games on this very computer that I haven't played, including Final Fantasy VI, actually. I don't know. I There was one day where I thought to, if at some point, like, what if like there's a big storm and I'm without internet for a couple of days or some bullshit like that. I should make sure to, like, if I suddenly get cut off from the internet for some reason, I should make sure to have a bunch of shit to entertain myself. So I downloaded a bunch of SNES games on this computer. Um, just completely at random, pretty much. Uh, so I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy VI is probably really long. So I think that would probably keep me entertained for like a good week of doing nothing but playing that game. If all else goes, if I have no choice but to do that, but I can't. I don't know, man. Right now, I'm unable to focus on anything for very long. So yeah, this is not the tangent I went meant to go on. So I'm not a gamer. I'm sitting here. I've been contemplating. Maybe I should try and become a bit more of a gamer. Maybe I should try and get into video games because I don't know. I need some time to entertain myself. Uh, I'm 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 pretty content with watching YouTube videos about video games. I think I enjoy it more than playing video games, frankly. Even TF2. Uh, but right, this is the point that the subject of this aspect of this particular recording of this video. You know, when they keep making new fucking consoles and they keep making new GPUs and all of this shit, right? You noticed how they keep doing that? And every time they do that, the video games, they're like, oh, we're gonna be shinier. Oh, we're gonna have higher resolution textures. Oh, we're gonna have higher poly counts. And none of it fucking makes the games good. You know what game franchise I fucking respect the hell out of, even though I have no intention of ever playing one of these games, is Earth Defense Force. The Earth Defense Force games, they look exactly the same. They haven't changed their graphics. I don't know when the first game came out, but I'm presuming it was a long fucking time ago. I'm assuming it was like PS2 game or something. Uh, the graphics look exactly the same as they always have, but they just use the extra processing power to add more explosions, pretty much. They just use the extra processing power to add even more and even bigger enemies and even more and even bigger explosions. And that I fucking respect. Okay, that is the correct usage of increased processing power on newer hardware. Fuck the graphics, okay, they look fine. No one gives a shit. Give me more and bigger explosions. This is a good use of GPUs. This is what every game should have done. Just look like this. Okay, just look like a fucking Wii game. Look like a Wii game, but with 20 million enemies on screen at all times. That's what I want to see. Isn't that cool? Isn't that what everyone wants? I think that's what everyone wants. There's an important distinction that I think about a lot, and it comes down to the difference between wanting something versus wanting to want something. Um, or oftentimes this manifests as specifically the distinction between wanting something versus wanting to have done, or like
wanting to do something versus wanting to have done something. Basically, either enjoying the process or desiring the process versus desiring the outcome. Let me give you an example of of and these two things that it's not actually a clear distinction, a matter of A versus B. It's a there's a gray zone in the middle. There's the ability for something to transition between the two. Um, like oftentimes you start doing something because you want the outcome, but in pursuing that outcome, you discover that you enjoy the process, right? Or you desire the outcome so much that you experiment with processes until you find something that works for you, right? Um, and it's hard to know ahead of time uh, what's going on with that. It's hard to know ahead of time what's going on with that. Like if I pick something, some outcome that I want, some arbitrary outcome, it's hard to know whether in pursuing that outcome, will I come to enjoy the process or will I not come to enjoy the process? Do you know what I mean? And this is particularly muddled by the fact that oftentimes enjoying the process itself is kind of a strange um it's kind of uh a loose idea. There are some times when in pursuing some particular process, in the moment I wouldn't say I'm having fun, I'm enjoying this. But when looking back, I would say that that's a positive memory for me. You know what I mean? Um, as an example, when I first switched from playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive to playing Team Fortress 2 as my primary video game of choice, uh, I quit TF2 after the first week because I was very used to Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike was really the only game I had put significant time into up until that point. And so I had I had become very used to the ideas behind Counter-Strike, the philosophy of Counter-Strike's gameplay. And when I started playing TF2, I became turned off from the game for the following reason, because I felt like, in comparison to Counter-Strike, my actions didn't matter. There wasn't as much weight to my decision-making process because Counter-Strike is a very low time to kill game, and TF2 is a fairly high time to kill game. And what that means is, in Counter-Strike, every decision you make, every micro decision you make, is life or death. In TF2, you can fuck up and get out. You can make a mistake and not die, and then go heal up. This is not a thing in Counter-Strike. You can't regain health in Counter-Strike. In TF2, you can regain health. You can survive an attack that you were at a disadvantage because you messed. Do you know what I mean? And on the flip side to that, in Counter-Strike, when you successfully outplay someone, that's pretty much the interaction over with. Like as my aim has never been very good. My ability to aim in a first person shooter has never been very good. But through tactics and positioning and strategy and all of these other things, you can make that not matter because all it takes is one bullet to win an interaction. In TF2, most of the time, the game always gives you the ability to fight back even when you were caught off guard. Because
it normally takes a minimum of, let's say, 2 projectiles to kill you, like 2 soldier rockets from super close range, 2 pipes, like just getting the drop on someone and hitting one shot is almost never enough to win an interaction, unless you're playing sniper, pretty much, or spy. It's almost always the case that you have to you can give yourself an advantage in a fight by getting the drop on someone or whatever. But at the end of the day, you have to follow through because the time to kill is higher, right? And so I felt like when I was moving from Counter Strike to TF2 that my uh, my mistakes weren't being punished very hardly or very harshly, and on the flip side, my successes weren't being rewarded very well because because of this high time to kill, and that turned me off from the game. Um, and I have a very strong memory of after playing TF2 for a little bit longer, for maybe a month, I decided to play Counter Strike again. And I went into a game on Nuke, and I have a very strong memory of winning a clutch. I This was probably the last time I played Counter Strike. No, it wasn't actually. I have played CS since then, but I have a very strong memory of loading into Nuke, and then it was a 1v3. I was outside. I don't remember if I was T or CT, but I was outside with an AK in a 1v3 situation, and I clutched up and won that round. And the adrenaline that was coursing through my veins, that is not a feeling you can ever have in TF2. Because even if you die, it doesn't matter, you respawn. It doesn't even matter if, you can hit some hype shit, but it's not the same thing. The enjoyment of TF2 comes from a very, very different place than the enjoyment of Counter-Strike. I feel like I rambled a little too long about game mechanics there, that we've kind of missed the point. But at that point, when I had understood the core gameplay loop of TF2 and decided I like this adrenaline fueled, like every micro interaction is life or death thing from Counter Strike, and this way it works in TF2 where it's more about being consistent. This had put me off of the game, and I'd stopped playing. If at that point I had just stopped playing TF2, then thousands of hours of my life would have been different. But instead, I took a break and then I decided to give it one more chance. And in giving it one more chance, I, became autistically obsessed with the game. And that locked me into my Team Fortress 2 addiction, even though I haven't played the game in like a week at this point. But, generally speaking, Team Fortress 2 addiction, or Team Fortress 2 obsession. Oftentimes, I'm presented with these sorts of conundrums where it's like, something about this is putting me off. Something about X, Y, new thing I'm trying, is putting up some sort of barrier. It's not what I'm used to. It's not what I thought this was, and I'm not immediately enjoying it. Do I want to push through that barrier to discover, do I want to push through that barrier or just cut my losses, basically? Now, in the case of TF2, it was, putting aside whether playing a lot of TF2 is actually like a good life decision. Let's just talk in terms of like enjoyment and fun. Pushing through that barrier was definitely a good thing. But in other cases, I've tried to apply the same mindset and just been left never really getting past that initial barrier. I think a good example of that would be exercise. I'm very unfit, and I ideally don't want to be unfit because it would be nice if my heart doesn't explode when I'm like 35. That would be nice. It would be nice if I have some sort of cardiovascular health so that I don't have a heart attack and die. However, I really don't like exercising. I won't go into all of the reasons. Um, it's not as simple as it's a lot of effort and it's annoying, although that is definitely a big part of it. As also, I have some like stupid fucking mental health problems that prevent me from exercising. Uh, I'm not making excuses for myself. A big part of it is I'm lazy and exercising is difficult and annoying. Um, you know what? I will go into it. This is my video. I said I'm making a long ass video. Let's go into detail. So the reason I don't like exercising, there's a few. Number one, it's effort. You're kind of locked in. You can't really do anything while you're exercising. Like interesting. It's boring. It's boring and painful, and you know, blah 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 blah. It's exercise. No one. Yeah, it's that right. That's number one. Reason number two, is I have a bizarre I have health anxiety, aka hypochondria, specifically around my heart. Um, I get very, very worried about my heart. I don't know why I'm saying it with a hard T there, but yeah, I get very, very worried about my heart, very, very anxious about it. And so oftentimes when I exercise and my heart rate gets up, I start freaking out. I'm like, oh fuck, my heart's gonna explode. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Oh god, and I start freaking out. I get very, very anxious. Um, and I don't like that, right? And then the third thing is, um, uh, a lot of people when they exercise they say they feel like invigorated, but I've never had that ever in my life. When I exercise I'm just fucked for the day. Like if I decide to go for a cycle, and push myself even somewhat hard at all, I'm just going to be exhausted for the rest of the day. And I've heard that if you stick with it that goes away after a while. But also I used to do more exercise as a kid and that was never the case for me. So I don't know. Um, but and um, in combination with that, I also I am autistic, and the sensation of being sweaty and having like sweaty clothes is really sensorily overwhelming. I really really don't like that feeling of like being in sweaty clothes. It's fucking sensory overload. I really really don't like that. Um, Most of my sensory issues come down to touch. Um, a lot of other autistic people they have a lot of sensory issues with sound and light, and I have some of that, but for me it's mostly touch, and a lot of it is to do with wet fabrics. Like this is another, uh, for example, um, like washing your clothes, doing the laundry, right? I really don't like doing the laundry, specifically because I hate when the laundry's done and you have to pick up the pile of wet clothes and then go hang it up to dry. I hate touching the wet clothes. It's really, really unpleasant feeling to me. Um, so like wet clothes is just a big sensory issue for me, and obviously when you exercise and work up a sweat, and then yeah, so those are the reasons why I don't like exercising. Some of those, presumably, I could overcome, I think. The idea that like exercising is boring and painful and whatever, because I don't get to do things I like. At least from what I can gather from people who enjoy exercising, people who like it, they end up enjoying a sort of meditative state, where you're forced to just sort of be in your own head for a bit. And I like that. When I do go outside from time to time and I go on the train or whatever, sometimes I read manga on my phone, but oftentimes I just stare out the window and think about shit. I like to just be in my own head and think about stuff. That's fun. So I could see myself coming to appreciate, you know, that day's exercise as a nice little meditative thing where I get to just sort of be in my head and think about stuff for a bit. Um, I could also see myself figuring out a way to actually, because it should be theoretically possible to watch something while you're cycling or whatever, or listen to a podcast. For me, I've always found that the exercise is too distracting and I can't enjoy
the podcast or whatever the fuck while I'm exercising. Um, I don't know. Listen to some music. I've always thought that I felt that it's too distracting. I can't enjoy the music. I can't enjoy whatever I'm doing. But maybe that's something I would get over. There's a lot of stuff that theoretically I could push through. Maybe if I kept exercising every day, I would through basically exposure therapy come to realize that just because my heart rate is getting up doesn't mean I should be having a panic attack over it. Which is something that happens. I have had panic attacks because I've um tried doing a bunch of exercise and my heart rate is up and my heart's pounding and then I start freaking out. Which is really stupid. It's really embarrassing, frankly. It's embarrassing that that I'm like this, but panic attacks are very unpleasant. I don't know if you ever had one, but I don't know why I turned the computer back on as if like the fucking Northern Lion is gonna make this video way more visually appealing. But yeah, it's panic attacks are very unpleasant, and so having gone through that definitely discourages me from exercising more. But obviously, I just like everyone, I feel like. I want to be the sort of guy. I want to have exercised. I want to be fit. It's probably, presumably, really nice to be strong and be have good stamina, you know? That's probably really nice, I imagine. It's also probably really nice to like have good cardiovascular health, right? Uh, just in general, for not dying purposes. Uh, so you know, there's benefits at the end, but I feel like that gap between and there's also some stuff that I feel like I'm never gonna get over. I don't think I'm ever gonna get over my sensory stuff with wet clothes. I just don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know that I'll ever get over my anxiety because I've had this heart related health anxiety since I was a teenager. For it's been serious enough for me to have panic attacks over, especially when I'm trying to fall asleep. Um, for like over a decade, and it hasn't shown any signs of really improving. So the idea that that's going to improve is kind of maybe it would improve, maybe these things would improve, maybe I'd learn to enjoy um doing cardio or whatever, but maybe I just wouldn't. And the only way to find out would be to do something really, really unpleasant constantly for years. And it's like right now, I can't convince myself to do that. Right now, I can't. I've done some good things. Right, I lost like 10 kilos from diet. Right, from changing my diet, from eating healthier, eating smaller portions, and these sorts of things. I lost 10 kilos. I'm proud of myself for doing that. I can do stuff like this. In the end, the way I lost weight was just by experimenting, trying everything I possibly could until I eventually, just through brute force, discovered particular techniques that mean I can eat less food and still feel satiated. Uh, you know, discovering what works for me in terms of being able to have a consistent diet, right? Um, presumably that's the sort of thing that's doable in every area of life, including in exercise, for example. But the process is very unpleasant. And so I don't know, I may end up just being just being very unhealthy and living sedentarily forever, which is probably not good. Probably not good. Definitely something that weighs on my mind. But I have nothing but time to figure this stuff out. So maybe at some point I work something out. I think the same is true. Same is true for like learning Japanese. Or let's pick something less serious. Let's pick something like that no one would say is like the same is true for getting into JRPGs. There's a bunch of JRPGs out there. I've played a few JRPGs. I've not really enjoyed them. You know, even the good ones. I don't know. Turn-based turn-based battle systems, eh, you know, don't really do that much for me. Like a lot of stuff about JRPGs doesn't really appeal to me in a lot of ways. I've tried a few of the ones that everyone says is good. You know, I kind of get I'm like But I'm sure if I stuck with it and just kept playing JRPGs, I would eventually find like a subgenre within a subgenre that I like, or eventually I would come to appreciate parts of the mechanics that I didn't previously appreciate. In the same way that I appreciate the parts of TF2's design that I didn't like when I was initially starting to play TF2. Um, you know, do I want to do that? I don't know. I don't know right now if I want to put in the effort to get really into JRPGs because it would require forcing myself to do something for a while, and the outcome is unknown. Will I just be someone who doesn't particularly like JRPGs forever, or at least would it take me years of effort to get into it? Versus, you know, maybe I just eventually find, maybe I play, I don't know, fucking Dragon Quest 4, and I'm like, okay, this is the best game ever. Okay, I just had to find the right game. It's like all of a sudden, oh, it clicks for me. You know, like that happens to people. That happens to people. Um, I don't know. It's a strange situation. I don't have a solution. Holy shit, guys. It's fucking happening. It's fucking real. New Tim Rogers video. I was just. It's fucking real. It's fucking happening. It's actually happening. The LA Noir video is real. Holy shit. I think this is about to be 10 hours long. Like, actually 10 hours long. Which, I don't know. I don't know if I could just sit down and watch this for 10 hours right now, but uh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna fucking try. It's real. It's happening. I was here for the premiere. This is not a drill. It is real. Man, Tim Rogers, that guy knows how to make a fucking YouTube video. I'm gonna full screen this because I gotta have the best possible experience. Um, I just rewatched the Cyberpunk review recently, and then I rewatched the Tokimeki Memorial review, but I didn't finish it. No, I did finish it. What am I talking about? But I was watching that on a. I wasn't really paying attention to it when I rewatched the Toki Memo video. I'm gonna, I'm gonna be real. My mind was wandering elsewhere because I've already seen that video twice, and I was just thinking, man, I can't wait till there's a new Tim Rogers video. Here we go. A new one. Every single time, he's like, no, don't worry. The next one, I swear, it's not going to be as in depth as this one. It's not going to be as crazy. He then spends like 2 years just being disappeared off the universe and comes back with a 10-hour feature-length movie about LA Noir. Real ones knew it was going to be LA Noir because he mentioned it like 5 times in previous videos. Hell yeah. I'm just extremely hyped right now. My guy's got a fucking set and everything. He's got a set and everything. You know what? I might have to turn my Mac on. I might have to turn my Mac on just or maybe go to the front room. I need to watch this on a bigger screen, a better screen. You know, as much as I love ThinkPads. As much as I love ThinkPads, screen, it's good. It's definitely good enough 99.9% of the time. But the best way to watch a Tim Rogers video would be at a cinema. The best way to watch this video would undoubtedly be at a cinema. An IMAX, ideally, with only me in the theater. But I can't. Oh no. Oh no. This is ADR'd. Oh, that's very distracting. This is all ADR'd. I find ADR extremely distracting.
I don't know what to do about this. Hopefully it's okay. Is he gonna do this voice the entire time? It's crazy. This might be the craziest YouTube video of all time. I mean, that's not surprising. Of course it is. It's him. I'm still mad about this Philosophy Tube Nietzsche videos. I'm still mad about it. I've come to realize it's the worst possible way to do philosophy. Man, I wish I were more qualified, because there's a video out there for someone on the commodification of philosophy, which would be really fucking good, but you'd have to know way more than I do. Like, I'm pretty sure Carefree Wandering has made a couple of videos about this kind of topic, and they're good. Carefree Wandering's generally pretty good. He's an actual philosophy professor, so he knows his shit. He's also talked about Philosophy Tube being bad before. I think he made a video about her video on Kant, if I remember correctly, and that's a good video. So Philosophy Tube has fucked up badly enough to alert people who know about philosophy before. But the thing about Carefree Wandering is he's a fucking middle-aged philosophy professor from, I don't know, he sounds German. I'm going to assume he's German. I don't know. Maybe he's Dutch. No, I'm going to guess German. Anyway, he's not a YouTuber. He doesn't know how to play the YouTube game and make a well-edited YouTube video essay or whatever. Which is fine. I like his videos, but they're never going to have, like, what you need is some big YouTuber or a small YouTuber, but someone with good editing and a good thumbnail. Because the title's easy. The title is Abigail Thorne and the Worst Possible Way to Do Philosophy. That's the title. It's easy. But the thumbnail, yeah, and whatever. And what the video is about is this is the theoretical video. Hey, if anyone's watching who wants to do this, I can't be bothered. But if so, I mean, I don't think I'm qualified. But like, you'd make the video like this. It would be a look at these two Nietzsche. I mean, it would be a look at factual errors and just like bad readings that she's made in the past. Focusing, if I were making it, on these Nietzsche videos, right? That's just because I know more about Nietzsche than I know about like Kant or whatever the fuck. But I think Nietzsche is a particularly good example because Nietzsche forces you to read philosophy in a particular way, or to do philosophy in a particular way. And what I mean by that is, if you just read Nietzsche, if you just like go into it asking the question, what does Nietzsche say? You're gonna come away with kind of a muddled mess, kind of a useless, self-contradictory, I don't know, vibe. You might get a vibe from it, but if you're not doing vibes, if you just do it like, you're just gonna be like, okay, well, in the Genealogy of Moles, Nietzsche tells this whole story about the slave revolt, but like that never really happened. There's no evidence that actually happened. You're gonna be doing the nerd emoji type of analysis. Like, that's what you're gonna come away from it with. You're gonna be like, this guy's just saying things, basically. This is the complete wrong attitude, right? You're like, doing this, you can do that, you won't get anything out of it, right? The way to get something out of Nietzsche, which I think is probably intentional, is that you have to ask the question, okay, now I'm looking at this idea, what can this idea do? What can this idea I mean, actually, that's pretty much it. What can this idea do, right? Not what does it say, what is the idea, but what can it do, right? How can I make use of this, right? What use does this idea have? And if you can't find any use for a particular idea, then just feel free to discard it. If the use that you find for the idea is to look at its opposite, then that's great. That's great, right? If the use that you find for the idea is, you think, maybe very you've had to read between the lines a little bit, you've had to do a bit of a creative reading, then that's fine. Because the point, like, who fucking gives a shit about anything else other than that? Who gives a like, what's the point of doing philosophy if you're not getting something out of it, right? uh and I think Philosophy Tube does a very bad job of this. um I mean, she doesn't even get what Nietzsche says right. She's doing she's approaching it wrong, and she's still doing that badly. Uh, but yeah, I think you could so you'd go into that, and you could there's a lot of people you could use for that, right? It's another good reason to pick the Nietzsche videos, because like Deleuze's book on Nietzsche is exactly this, pretty much. And also Bataille has spoken about Nietzsche in this manner before. Obviously influential on Nietzsche's reading. I'm sorry, on Deleuze's reading. Um, and all the subsequent readings in France. But you can look at Deleuze on Nietzsche as a good demonstration of this sort of thing. Um, but I think then what you want to do is you want to turn the video into a more broad analysis of what are the incentive structures that have produced Philosophy Tube as a YouTube channel. Like, how did we get here? How did we end up with a situation where there's a person just going on YouTube doing this, right? Uh, and what's like, who is this? Who is this motherfucker? And why are you doing this, right? And the answer, obviously, because it's a YouTube video essay, is capitalism is bad, right? But obviously, you want to go into a bit more of a, the lazy thing to do is to just say that, right? Is to just be like, uh, you know, well, people just want to make money, and that's why it sucks. But you have to be clear. We're past that, right? With this is no longer like 2018 YouTube video essay land, right? You gotta be a bit more detailed. You can't just say capitalism is bad because people want to make money. You have to point out, what is it about that? What is it like? Is it not possible that people could make like why in particular is it that it's not possible, or I don't know what the best way to phrase this would be, but like, what is it about in particular, specifically? Why can't it be the case that people can make money and also make good YouTube videos about philosophy? Because some people do. There are lots of good philosophy YouTubers. Um, I think you could get into a bunch of media analysis here. I forget, what's that guy's name. Is it Gramsci that I'm thinking of? Is it Gramsci that I'm thinking of? It must be. I'm thinking of an Italian Marxist. It must be Gramsci, right? The culture industry. Who's that? Who's the culture industry? Well, Wikipedia is telling me this is Adorno and Horkheimer, which, I'm going to be real, Adorno and Horkheimer, massive gap in my theoretical knowledge. I have never touched Adorno and Horkheimer. So once again, I am unqualified, which is why I'm not making the video. Someone who knows about Adorno and Horkheimer, and hey, I guess Marcuse maybe. Also, well, yeah. Uh, I feel like, does Gramsci not talk about this? What am I thinking about here? I mean, look, I'm not. Don't think of this as something silly, right? I'm just being. Or rather, think of this as something silly. Think of this as me being silly right now. But I'm just gonna read you a bit of the first paragraph of this Wikipedia article, and you could tell me what you like. I mean, look, look at this. Look at this. Blah 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 blah. Dialectic of enlightenment. Blah blah blah. They propose that popular culture is akin to a factory producing standardized cultural goods, films, radio programs, magazines, YouTube video essays, etc., that are used to manipulate mass society into passivity. Consumption of the easy pleasures of popular culture, made available by mass communications media, renders people docile and content, no matter how difficult their economic circumstances are. The inherent danger of the culture industry is the cultivation of false psychological needs that can only be met by the that can only be met and satisfied by the products of capitalism. Thus, Adorno and Horkheimer perceived mass-produced culture as especially dangerous compared to the more technically and intellectually difficult high arts. In contrast, true psychological needs are freedom, creativity, and genuine happiness, which refer to an earlier demarcation of human needs established by Herbert Marcuse. Okay, I mean that's a Wikipedia summary, but are you telling me that Philosophy Tube, who every single episode shills Nebula and shills her stupid fucking theater plays, I don't know, movies and whatever, who's in fucking Star Wars, okay, let's not forget that. Let's not forget that Philosophy Tube is in Star Wars, okay? Let's not forget that she is actively a person who has been in the employ of the Disney Corporation, right? Like, let's not forget any of this, okay? I mean, it's very relevant. That's all I'm saying. You're shilling whatever your stupid fucking movie or play. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, and I'm not interested. Um, it's disgusting. Frankly, I find it disgusting. But you're telling me that you can't work this into a thing? You can work this into a thing, and it's very relevant, right? Tell me that this isn't very relevant to my theoretical YouTube video. It would be a good video. It would be a really good video. You talk about Adorno, you talk about dialectic of enlightenment, you talk about Marx, you talk about what is this, Habermas? Maybe he's here for some reason. I don't know. He's here. Whatever. You do that. You got your Nietzsche, you got your Deleuze, maybe a little bit of Bataille, right? For the first part. Then you get your Marx, your Adorno, your Horkheimer in the second part. You know, so you're doing some good philosophy, but then you're also talking about what is the culture industry? What role does someone like Philosophy Tube play? You know, who is this motherfucker? Right? Like, who is this motherfucker? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, who the fuck is that motherfucker? Right? Oh, it turns out she's actually doing this, blah blah blah. It would be great. It would be an incredible critique. It would be if someone who knew their shit. Because look, I know a little bit about Nietzsche. I know a little bit about Deleuze. Maybe I could cobble together something for that first part. But as I said, I know fucking nothing, and I know a little bit about Marx, right? So like, there's some stuff I could cobble together, but deep diving, I wouldn't trust myself even with that section. But I know fucking nothing about Adorno and Horkheimer. I've never read Dialectic of Enlightenment or anything else by them. There's definitely someone who knows their shit could do this, is what I'm saying, and it would be great, and it would be good. It would be good for everyone. And you would also work in the meta element, right? About hey, this very video is also participating in that, and I'm sure there's more modern theorists that have talked about this with regards to social media and so on, right? I don't know what they are. This would be a multi-month-long project for anyone who wanted to do it, possibly a year-long project, right? Like, this would be a serious research endeavor. But you would ultimately go on to talk about the commodification of philosophy under capitalism, right? And what these YouTube channels' roles are, and how one might do it responsibly and how one might do it irresponsibly, right? There were examples of people who do it responsibly. It would look. All I'm saying is you can picture the entire video in your head right now, right? You don't need to know what the fuck any of this is. You can picture the entire video in your head. I can picture the entire video in your head. And you can picture it being a damn good video. And I can picture, how do I put this? Philosophy Tube, right? She's very, I don't want to psychoanalyze too deeply, but I got to do a little bit, right? Just from what we know about her. If you've been on certain boards, you know too much. Let's just say that. But if she's someone who's very influenceable, very susceptible to to a sort of idea of being in a milieu, being in a group, being in a specific member of a specific movement. Do you know what I mean? Um, it's very strange. It's a very strange situation. I personally, if I was making this video, I would not comment on the ContraPoints thing because I think ContraPoints is also a part of this whole situation. You know, whether or not her videos are better produced doesn't matter to me. I don't particularly. I haven't found the content of a ContraPoints video to be very entertaining, or very interesting. Um, regardless of the presentation. I think you got to talk about the presentation, right? You got to talk about the, why is an actor telling me this? Do you know what I mean? Like that's really the fundamental core of all of this is like why am I trusting? Why are we as a society, like how have we set up? How have we established society in such a way that the proliferation of these ideas is taking place through some random actor and not, random fucking theater kids instead of fucking books, motherfucker, read a book. That's the end. The final thesis of the video is don't do this to yourself. Read the book. The most radical fucking thing you can do in this situation is to actually read the text firsthand and come to your own fucking conclusions about it and talk to your friends about it. That's the most radical thing you can do. If you want to make use of these technologies, these connecting information technologies, right, that we have, if you the radical use of these technologies is to download a fucking PDF. Download a PDF and read it, not to offshore the intellectual labor to some theater kid. That's what you don't want to do. Like you could talk about the failure of these technologies to do what they were supposed to do, right? That like the failure of the internet, where rather than becoming a vector for spreading the text, spreading these ideas among people who wouldn't have otherwise had access to it, which it does do to some extent. Instead, it's become another vehicle for mass media, mass culture to commodify, more aspects of human activity. There you go. I mean, that would be the end. That would be the final conclusion of the video, I guess, right? And that, like, hey, if you don't want that to happen, read the book yourself, pretty much. Yeah. The new action button review video. What's going on there? What's going on with that? That's the question on all of our minds. What the hell is going on there? Here's what happens. When you see it, you're going to be like, whoa, a new action button video. That's your first thought. Your second thought is going to be, wow, this intro is really cool. Then your third thought is going to be, damn, is he going to do this voice the whole time? And the answer to your third thought is yes, he does do the voice the whole time, and it never stops being grating. So for those of you who haven't watched the almost 10-hour long action button review video of LA Noire, I'm also in the same boat because I've only watched 8 hours of it. Sorry, 5 hours of it. I haven't finished it yet. I will finish it at some point. But I think I've got the gist. What's going on there? It's quite different from his previous videos. Previous Action Bound videos tend to be analytical and autobiographical, as well as maximalist. These are, I would say, the three cornerstones of what makes an Action Button review unique, why he stands out among other YouTube video makers about video games. His reviews are full of astute analysis, the type that a lesser reviewer might miss. They are autobiographical. They bring in concepts from his life. They involve storytelling. They involve memory, playing on his particular form of memory, relationship to memory as a concept. You want to know more? Read his short text story, whatever, called Just Like Hamburger, Exactly Like Hamburger, which you can find on the internet somewhere. And then finally, they're maximalist. They're particularly long and particularly detailed. They involve, normally towards the beginning of the video, he will say, like, I played this game 7 times, and I also played this, and this game, and I read this, and this book, and I watched this, and this movie, and, all of this research, and so on. This particular Action Button video differs in that it only contains the third aspect. It is only maximalist. It is not autobiographical. He's playing a character the whole time. And it is not particularly analytical. There are some moments of analysis, but the majority of this video, the vast majority, 98% of the video, is purely a retelling of the plot of L.A. Noire in as much detail as you could, save just literally playing the game on camera. It's a bizarre situation. It's a strange situation. Now, I would say it gets a little tiring after a while. Different people are going to have different levels of tolerance towards this style of video. I spent a lot of time scrolling through that comment section to try and get a gist of what people were saying, because I thought, this guy shows up on YouTube, drops like a bunch of amazing, innovative video essays, then disappears for 3 years and comes back with this out of nowhere, right? And this out of nowhere is very different from everything else he's made. People are going to have reactions, right? Now, it only came out yesterday, and it's a long-ass video, and most people don't have my lifestyle where they can just spend 2 days watching a YouTube video, and even I haven't been able to get through it yet. So, I'm not expecting the majority of the comments to be about the video itself or about the content of the video. I'm expecting the majority of the comments to be about the video as an object, the video as an event, right? Which is what they are. Most of the comments are like, oh my god, he made another video. Wow. I did this, and this in between the time of your last videos. This was a common comment. I got married in the time between these 2 videos. I had a kid. These sorts of things. And that's cool or whatever, but that's not helpful for me. Trying to find people's actual reactions to the video. There are plenty of people who are just saying the video is great, and I believe that they believe that. There are also people who are like, I'm not sure about this, and there are a solid number of people who are actively disliking the video. There is a genuine, I don't know whether to call it backlash, but there is a notable section of the comments who don't like this video, as well as my friends who I've talked to, who are all big fans of this guy's previous videos, have also echoed this sentiment to me that they don't like this. I've not talked to anyone so far who likes this video. And there was one YouTube comment that particularly, there was a few actually, but there's one that I remember, which is that like a lot of the video, a lot of the just to describe what's going on here in the video for a second. A lot of it is dedicated to, it's not just describing the plot of the game. What it is it's a metafiction describing the theoretical actions taken by the main character as if they were a real person from the perspective of a private investigator who has been sent out to investigate this real person who is actually the main character of a video game. And in the meta context, that real person is the main character of LA Noire during a particular playthrough, okay? Undertaken by Tim Rogers of Action Button Reviews. And so pretty much it's retelling this guy's life story, i.e. a retelling of this particular playthrough. And a thing that comes up again and again is taking special note of activities that seem bizarre once you treat a video game protagonist as a real person. You know, the mechanics of the video game seem odd when you remove them from their mechanical context and look at them as if they were the behaviors of a real person. So, like, breaking traffic laws constantly. You know, LA Noire doesn't really punish you very harshly for running over pedestrians, and I have never played the game, but I've heard that the driving controls kind of suck. And I think these two things compound to mean that this guy runs over pedestrians from time to time, right? And crashes his car. And it's like, you know, in the real world, that would be really notable. You wouldn't be able to keep being a cop if you constantly killed people and crashed your car, causing hundreds of dollars of damage in the 1940s, which is a lot of money. You know, like, that's odd in the real world, but in the context of a video game, that's just video games. Or, you know, the mechanic of investigating a crime scene in LA Noire requires you to go over to various objects and pick up the object and rotate it in your hand and just sort of stare at it until the game tells you you have discovered enough clues in this area, basically. But taken out of context, you know, as if this was a real person, what it looks like is a guy who just goes up to things, just starts picking them up and just staring at them for a minute on end, not just silently, just rotating them in his hand, just doing this, right? Before putting it down and going on to another object, which is obviously not how you would actually investigate a crime scene, because that doesn't make any sense. Or something as simple as, you know, there's a moment towards the beginning of the video. There's a couple of moments like this where Tim Rogers just sort of walks into geometry because it's funny, because it's a video game, right? So like, or not geometry, but like props. So like a chair. You know how you can, like, in a game, the chair is like a physics object. You can like walk into it and push it around, and that's funny. Or a bucket on the side, on like by some train tracks, just walking around, pushing a bucket around, right? It's kind of funny if you're in a video game. But if a real person did it, it would be very bizarre, unless they were imitating a video game. So oftentimes, these peculiarities are drawn attention to by the narration of the video. The narration of the video draws specific attention to the oddness of the main character's personality, in that he does these things. He's different from a regular detective because instead of investigating crime scenes, he just picks up random objects, and that's weird, right? Or he you know, the you know, he rolls up to a crime scene and he just starts wandering into chairs and pushing them around the room for a bit, while the like coroner is just standing there, you know, doing nothing. You know, like that's unusual behavior for a human, normal behavior for a video game protagonist. Um, And secondly, even more to the mechanics of the game, while you're driving around from point A to point B, you roll up to the crime scene, you find a clue at the crime scene, it tells you to go to a different place, right? So that's how video games work. While you're in the car driving to the crime scene, you might get a call on the radio that says, "There's a robbery in progress, come help us out." And then you can detour to do a side quest, help, shoot some bad guys. And the quantity of murder is much higher in this video game than it makes sense for anything to be in real life, right? Like this guy rolls up to a crime scene, kicks a chair into a wall for 2 minutes, talks to the guy, picks some objects up, stares at them weirdly, then decides he's found enough evidence, starts driving off to the other place to find the suspect, but gets distracted 3 times by just going on a murder spree. You're like, this is bizarre. This is kind of funny. This is the sort of joke about how those videos, those like, I think they used to do them on Vine. This is how old this trope is, of like Oblivion NPC in real life, where it's like, have you heard of the High Elves? Oh, whatever the fuck, right? Those like, this is that level of joke, but that is the main premise of the video, is just repeating this joke in a stupid voice for 9 hours, is just that. It's just video game characters that act weird if you treat them like you would a normal person. Because video games aren't real life, they have mechanical constraints. After you point that out a couple of times as a joke, I'm like, okay, it's kind of an overdone joke. We've kind of heard this a million times, but sure, if that's the main premise of a 9-hour video with no further commentary on that fact, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This particular comment that I was talking about under that video had said something like, yes, video game characters act weirdly if you treat them like real people. We all know this. I don't need a 9-hour long video about it. It was something like that, you know. It's just a bit much, a majority of the complaints are going to be about Tim Rogers putting on a voice for the entire time. He puts on a very vocal fry, like I'm a detective in a noir movie type of voice for the entire almost 10-hour runtime of this video, right? He just talks like this. Now, whether or not Tim Rogers' particular vocal cords are well suited for this kind of imitation, I won't comment. I would argue not particularly. But regardless, that's a very bold choice for a particularly long video which is entirely you talking. If you're doing a video which is entirely narration, doing the entire video in a funny voice is a very bold choice. Even a voice that would be fine for 10 minutes is gonna become draining after 9 hours. And it does. That does happen. It does become draining after 9 hours. It becomes draining after 1 hour. It's a lot. And that's going to be a lot of people's primary complaint with the video, is I clicked off because all he did, this vocal fry voice was just too annoying. And that's, reasonable. I would say he knew he was making a choice there. He knew he was making a choice that was going to alienate a lot of people. He shouldn't be surprised if it alienates a lot of people. He knew what he was doing. This is the intended effect of doing that. Fine, whatever. It's a bizarre choice because presumably he knows he doesn't actually sound like a 1940s noir voiceover doing it, because he just doesn't have the right kind of... He hasn't smoked enough cigarettes and drank enough whiskey to have that kind of voice, right? You have to do that to get the gruff noir detective voice, which he hasn't done. And presumably, him being Tim Rogers, he's seen a bunch of noir movies. He knows what that sort of voice is supposed to sound like. He's presumably also seen a bunch of noir parodies because he's been alive in culture. So he must know he doesn't have that kind of voice. He also knows that he could have hired a voice actor to narrate the video for him who could have done that voice. Instead of picking one or the other, not do the voice or hire a voice actor, He decided to do a bad impression for 10 hours. And that's a very bold decision. It's a very bold decision. Does it take away from the video? I'd say yes, because oftentimes Tim Rogers has a very animated vocal performance in his videos. He brings emotion and variation to the long runtime of these videos through modulating his vocal performance. In this particular video, the entire time is almost a monotone, which makes the long runtime drag on. It makes it less engaging. So I do feel like we lost out on, you know, a depth of emotional communication through modulation of vocal performance that we would normally get. And I also feel like we lost out in just interest, just keeping things fresh, given that the entire video is told in one silly voice. And then on top of that, the voice itself, from reading comments and from personal experience, is kind of grating. And for some people, that is just a turn off of the video on its own. And I don't blame them. It's a long ass video, you know? For me, it's just a little annoying constantly, but whatever. For some people, that's going to be too much, and I get it. So that's an odd decision. It's a very strange decision. And then, you know, unlike Tim Rogers' other videos, there's no real analysis of the text here, beyond that one joke repeated about how video game characters behave differently than real people when you remove all the context of the mechanical limitations of video games. Like, besides that one observational comedy bit, there's not really any analysis of the text. There is some plot analysis. There is some, you know, theorizing about particular crimes, particular investigations, and particular characters, and so on. But that's not the same as textual analysis. That is, you know, theorizing about the plot or whatever. It's a different thing. You know, a textual analysis generally includes some commentary on the themes of a particular text. You know, something a little deeper, right? Some commentary on not just the content, but the consequences of a particular text. If you look at Tim Rogers' review of Cyberpunk 2077, in one particular part, he goes on to talk about how various different mechanics in the game end up producing a particular play style, which I think he calls like Goblin or something, which is maximally effective while being minimally fun. And this serves as a good critique of the systems design of the video game, you know, while also being entertaining and so on. He has taken something which is in the game, he's taken the multitude of combat systems that are in the game. He's noticed that particular interactions of these systems make combat not fun. And in doing so, he's pointed out that the overall design of the game has been flawed in this way, in that there are all these systems that don't seem to have been balanced against each other, and most importantly, that systems seem to have been put in the game without much regard to whether they'd actually be fun. You know, normally when you're designing a game, you want to design it so that the most effective tactic is also the most fun tactic. Because there's an old saying, which is that players will optimize the fun out of your game, right? So you always want to design it so that whatever is most fun is also the most effective. Because if the most effective thing to do is to sit in a corner spamming, you know, psychic attacks without ever engaging in direct combat and win every fight easily without ever coming up against even a single enemy who could possibly injure you, you know, that isn't a very fun combat encounter for the majority of players. So if that is the best thing you can do, if you can easily stumble across that tactic by accident and it's really effective, then players are just going to play like that. And, you know, why risk dying and losing all their progress in a direct combat encounter when it's so easy to build your character around this particular thing, and that that's bad game design. This is the sort of thing that you would typically expect from a Tim Rogers video. You don't see that here. You see some talk about how the game's mechanics differ from, how you would expect a real police investigation to go. And just from watching the gameplay and hearing the the events, the objective events in the game, I can, even as someone who hasn't played LA Noire, grasp some semblance of what the game might feel like to play, what the systems are, and how they may or may not be fun. I can theorize that I probably wouldn't enjoy this game because, the missions seem very repetitive, and the repetitive gameplay doesn't seem particularly engaging. To me, it looks like every single mission is you roll up to a crime scene, the guy in charge of the crime scene gives you some really obvious hint about what you're supposed to do. You go do that thing, it shows you a piece, you look at some stuff, right? And then it shows you a piece of evidence which tells you to go to a place. You go drive to that place. On the way there, you get distracted by shooting some guys. You shoot the guys with very generic looking gunplay that also looks trivially easy. Um, so that doesn't seem very fun. Uh, then you get to the place. You maybe interview someone, maybe investigate an apartment by picking stuff up, this sort of thing. You have a notebook that fills up with clues and information and whatever. You might get into a fist fight with someone. The fist fights, they don't look particularly mechanically interesting. There's no deep combo system or super in-depth melee combat system that would make it fun. It seems like your options are throw a punch or dodge, and that's kind of it. And the attack patterns are really easy to read. Like every attack from the other person is very telegraphed. So that doesn't look particularly challenging or fun. And then it's possible that you'll have to chase after someone. And the chasing is sort of like a 3D platforming kind of situation. But the platforming isn't very intensive. It's very, very minimal. You chase after someone until they eventually climb up onto a rooftop, and at best you have to sort of jump over a few gaps. We're not exactly talking Banjo Kazooie here. It's not particularly in-depth 3D platforming. Until eventually they go around a corner. You run through the corner, knowing full well as the player that you're about to get clotheslined, because that happens every single fight. Then you get clotheslined, then you do another hand-to-hand combat encounter with the exact same mechanics. And then you take them back to the police station and you interview them, and you have to guess whether they're lying or not. And if they're lying, you have to shout at them. But that aspect of the game, which was the primary gimmick of LA Noire when it came out, I remember when LA Noire came out. I remember that they had this new facial tracking software to track actors' performances, and that it was a game based around that technology, that you had to guess whether someone was lying or not based on their facial performance. But the facial performances, that's not a very fun mechanic. Especially for someone who's autistic like I am. I already have kind of trouble with that sort of thing. So sometimes it's super obvious, and I believe this was kind of memed on for a few years. After LA Noire came out, that oftentimes the performances are so exaggerated. Like when they're lying, the characters just make these absurd facial gestures that makes it trivial to guess. But then other times when they try to make the game more difficult, not being able to tell when someone's lying or not because their facial performance is somewhat subtle, that's not a very engaging gameplay mechanic. A lot of players seem to feel like that's very arbitrary, um, and they're not really being rewarded for any particular skill because they're just kind of guessing whether the developers think that, rather than is this person lying, it's more like, do the developers think that this is what a lying person looks like? And a lot of people find that gameplay mechanic not very engaging. Then you might go to another place and find another guy, and then you might interrogate them again and maybe chase them again and maybe get in a gunfight again. And none of it looks very interesting to me. Like, I can look at this gameplay and I can deduce my own critiques as a non-game reviewer, as someone who's never played LA Noire. I can tell you the stuff I've just told you about what I think looks interesting or uninteresting about the video game. Now, I'm not Tim Rogers. He would have, presumably, a much more nuanced, interesting, unique approach to the game design of LA Noire. Instead, we get none of that. We get nothing interesting. It's just retelling the plot of the game in excruciating detail. So you might be wondering, why even watch the whole video? Why are you saying you're going to finish the video if you don't like it? Well, that's the thing. Because it's Tim Rogers, it's extremely well written. There are a number of comedic beats that hit every single time. The script is extremely, you've got the sorts of flowery maximalist phrasings that Tim Rogers is known for, which is always just entertaining to listen to, even in a monotone voice that saps any emotion out of it. Um, the writing is obviously just good, just as a flat baseline. And in particular, I'd say out of all of his reviews, this is by far the funniest. There are a number of excellent one-liners in the script. There are a number of good visual gags with the editing. There are a number of solid running jokes throughout the whole thing. It's very funny. And it also does have some things to say about sort of the noir as a genre, or maybe the cop thing as a genre. Um, honestly, knowing knowing this guy's opinions on the police, he seems to let them off pretty light, frankly. Um, but there are some interesting critiques of uh, there is some level of social critique of the society that the game is portraying, but it doesn't really go further than noting the critiques that the game is making. An interesting review would come at it from an angle of like, well, what does the game think about this? Let's critique the game's perspective rather than just the already critiqued perspective of a 1940s detective. You can imagine their views on women being humans might not be so great. You can imagine there might be many issues with this. And the game draws plenty of attention to this. Okay, the game is constantly harping on about communists. It's very funny, presumably, to play through that game. Um, the social critique's there. You could talk about it. He doesn't really, not much. But he talks about the game's sort of nonchalant attitude towards murder, particularly by the police. This is a game where you spend a lot of the runtime tracking down murderers, but in the process, legally murdering hundreds of people. You know, that's an obvious bit of sort of dissonance there. And it's something that you could talk about. He sort of brings it up, but he talks about it more implicitly than explicitly. You know, you got to have a fairly high IQ to understand a Tim Rogers review. um, it's there implicitly. I feel like it's kind of the obvious critique to make of the game, and maybe that's why he doesn't explicitly go into that too much. But it's there. There is some commentary. I'm assuming at the end of the video there is some deeper analysis. Maybe, I don't know. There's been some stuff. There is some stuff, and overall, the way that the script is written, this guy has a way with words. He just is a good writer. Like whatever that means, whatever being a good writer means. He has a particular voice. He has a particular attitude. He has a particular way of writing in a way where you never quite know what word is going to come next in a way that keeps you engaged. Like he'll use words. One thing he loves doing is adverbing words, which is you can tell when someone is influenced by this guy's videos because they will do this at worse than he does. But he will just like take a random word and just adverb it. I can't think of an example right off the top of my head, but I can think of one that I used which was inspired after I rewatched his Cyberpunk review somewhat recently. And then I wrote a blog post after that, which obviously I ended up just copying his voice because I watched like 10 hours of his videos. It kind of got into my brain. I ended up saying something was fitting into round holes square peggedly, which is the exact sort of, I mean, mine's worse, but it's the sort of thing he does. Like he has these sorts of, uh, you know, idiosyncrasies that keep his writing entertaining, and that's what carries the video. There's nothing much there, right? There's nothing much there in terms of content. Let's be real. It's a plot recap. It's a plot recap with a gimmick. There's not much analysis. There's zero autobiographical storytelling. There's not much there. There's just not much there. All there is, there's no performance. The visuals, if you watch the movie, like obviously he's trying to emulate the style of noir movies, right? But if you watched a movie that was this visually repetitive, you would call it terribly directed. In fact, it would be borderline avant-garde. There's never been a movie made that was this visually repetitive. So the visuals aren't keeping you entertained aside from when they play into a gag. The only thing that the video has is the fact that this guy knows how to write well. Even if the subject about which he's writing isn't particularly interesting, even if the performance of reciting his words aren't particularly interesting or engaging or whatever, his writing itself, the prose is good. The prose, I'm not a fucking reviewer, okay? I'm not a literary critic. I don't know how to talk about this stuff well, but it has a rhythm to it, it has stylistic idiosyncrasies, and it's just entertaining. So it's like, is this video good or bad? I guess I should talk about this. I have kind of a schizophrenic theory about this video, which is that there, especially since Tim Rogers was making his videos, but even prior to that, very long YouTube video essays about video games were a thing, and they have continued to be a thing because they are successful while getting lazier and lazier until you get to a situation where you have Pyrocynical, who makes very, very long video essays about video games in which he simply recites the plot of the video game. His analysis is nothing more than describing what is happening on screen with no further commentary. Is it possible that Tim Rogers is trying to do the final form of this type of video? Like, I'm going to do a video essay that is just a plot recap, but in the most way possible. It is going to be a full role play. It's going to be fully produced with a set and costumes, and I'm doing a voice, and it's longer than any of them you've ever seen before. And it's not, because I have watched a lot of the Quentin Reviews Beverly Hillbillies video, which I believe is like well over 30 hours long. But regardless, it's just going to be more. It's going to be more than any of the ones you've seen before. Like maybe he's trying to do that. Maybe he's like, I'm going to outdo you, Pyrocynical, and all the other, YouTubers who do this. Maybe that's his goal. Maybe it's a sort of meta commentary on that style of YouTube video. But frankly, that seems beneath him. That he doesn't need to do that. He hasn't done that sort of thing before. It seems overly self-conscious. And it's also, if you're gonna do that, you need to work in some critique of that style of video, which is not hard to critique. So far, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any self-awareness about what he's making and why he's making it. I'm 5 hours in. I'm like a little more than halfway. So maybe there's a bunch left. But so far, I haven't seen any demonstration that he knows what he's doing and he's doing it for a reason. That there's some deeper meaning behind the gimmick of this video other than it's just the gimmick. Which is a little disappointing. I gotta be honest. If it continues this way, it's still a good video. It's still above average for YouTube slop essays, but it is the worst action button video by quite a meaningful distance. He tried something. Well, that's the thing. the style, the gimmicky style, the stylistic aspects, the silly voice, the silly costume, the silly framing device, the set and whatever, the editing style, all of that sort of thing is the gimmick, right? Like, hey, I'm not Tim Rogers right now. I'm playing a character who's the 1940s detective version of me. Like that's the gimmick, and that's whatever. That's not what I'm complaining about. If you're complaining about that, that's fine, especially the vocal performance. I get it, but like in content, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's just it's not it. It's not it. I'm gonna be real. It's not quite it. Maybe it will become it in the next 5 hours, for 4 and a bit hours. I do just want to clarify something, which is, you know, there's definitely an extent to which it's unfair comparing the LA Noire video to the other Action Button videos and judging them by the same criteria. Because the LA Noire video is not the same kind of video. It's the only, every other Action Button review says Action Button Reviews in the title. This one doesn't. Like, it's not a review. He wasn't trying to make a review. So saying it fails as a review is not really fair. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's not what I wanted. And I think it's not what a lot of people wanted. And that's fine. At the end of the day, what it really is a weird ass art project. And like, even though, I don't know that I'm gonna sit through and watch the whole thing. I tried to keep going after I finished recording that previous clip. I got through another hour of it, but it is really starting to become a bit grating and repetitive and hard to focus on, hard to keep going. Um, it's a little tough to get through. At the end of the day, I gotta respect a weird ass YouTube art project video. I gotta respect it, even though I think it's kind of dumb. I think it's kind of dumb. I don't really like it that much. I think it's kind of hard to watch. It's kind of unwatchable. It's kind of unwatchable. I respect it. I 100 like you could not possibly even imagine arguing that this is lazy. No one makes this by accident. No one makes this without putting years, literally years of work. Okay, a lot of effort went into this weird fucking YouTube video that is not what anyone really wanted and is barely watchable. And I kind of respect it. I might not personally like it that much. I like some things about it, but it might not be exactly what I want. But I gotta respect it, and I'm damn sure that it's what Tim Rogers wants, and that's what fucking matters. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. I gotta respect it. Okay, even though I spent a bunch of time just criticizing it and saying it was bad, which I still stand by everything I said. But at the end of the day, I gotta respect a weird ass art project. What would the world, the world would be a much worse place if it weren't for weird bad art. Weird bad art is the most important thing. I stand by that. Weird bad art is extremely important. It's very important that people make weird bad art. Okay, if you have the opportunity to make weird bad art, you should do it. So I fucking respect it. And calling it bad is like, not doing it. That's a bit mean. It's a bit mean to call it bad. I'm being hyperbolic here, but yeah. I just finished the Action Button video on LA Noire, and I gotta say, I've come around on it, but I wouldn't say I've done a full 180. I'd say I've come around on it more like maybe 100 or so degrees. So I'm kind of facing in its general direction now. The first thing to note is the stupid voice. The thing about the stupid voice is, for the first 15 minutes, it's kind of funny. For the next 4 hours, it's annoying. And then for the next 4 hours and 45 minutes, you're just kind of used to it and you forget about it. And that's a strange decision. As I said previously, you gotta respect it as a weird art project. And after watching those, I would say I kind of went in a this woods direction with it, where like a bell curve. At first I was all hype. Then once the gimmick started to wear thin, I became increasingly annoyed with the with the video up till about actually almost exactly halfway through, which was when I made my first the first half-hour long segment where I ranted about it. Then I stuck with it to the end, so it's taken me 3 days to get through. And my annoyance has slowly grown less and less, especially the climax being pretty cool. And more so, I've reached a level of trying to accept it for what it actually is. A lot of my complaints in my original criticism of the video were about what the video isn't. It isn't what I was expecting. It isn't what anyone was expecting, and it isn't what I wanted. It isn't what anyone wanted. No one knew that this was going to happen or wanted this to happen. No one asked for this, right? No one asked for this video. And I was annoyed at that because I am a big fan of those analysis videos or review videos, and I was expecting more of that. That's what I go to him for, and I was disappointed. But being able to accept this is not a review. What this video is it's a let's play. And when I say it's a let's play, it is maybe more specifically a let's play in the most original form possible. If you didn't know, let's plays are older than YouTube. Let's plays originated on the Something Awful forums. They were text. They were text documents recounting one's experience in a video game. And this is it's like kind of like that. It's got a little more of a literary style. Like when you think of a YouTube video let's play, you think of it being improvisational and real time. But the let's plays prior to video, prior to YouTube, that were retellings, they have more of an editorial literary style, right? And that's what this has. It's a revival of the original form of the let's play. And I gotta respect that. I gotta respect that. I think that's kind of a cool concept. In the video, towards the end, right at the end, pretty much, one thing he says something that kind of caught me off guard or seems a little strange. You see, the video itself is broken up into episodes. You can see it by chapter marker. It's broken up into episodes. And towards the end of the video, he says, in a sort of meta joke, release these episodes maybe once a month, right? Like, talking about sort of a hypothetical future self releasing this, right? Like, really, you could make it like this and then release the episodes once a month. But obviously, that's not how that happened. What happened is all the episodes got released at the same time as one big video. But in fiction, the metafiction, I don't know what to call it, but in fiction, the format is a TV show that airs once a month. So presumably, I can imagine that this might have been supposed to be kind of a YouTube Let's Play that came out once a month. And frankly, I think that would have been better. I think if you can watch this once a month, if you have been sitting here listening to my criticisms and thinking, I don't know if I want to sit down for 9 hours of this. If you watch each episode, watch through the beginning until you get to episode 1, right? then watch each episode as its own session. Just watch an episode, because otherwise it's too repetitive. That's the main problem with the video. Even accepting it as what it is, watching it in one sitting is just too repetitive, because it has a gameplay loop. It's a retelling of a video game with a very clear gameplay loop, as I said in the previous segment, which I described. It gets very repetitive, listening to kind of the same pattern of storytelling over and over again. Each mission in L.A. Noire is sort of the same kind of gameplay loop. So if you somehow could, if I wish the video had been released like that. That's a much better format for this video to be. For it to be videos, for it to be a series of videos that come out once a week, once a month, whatever. Right? That would have been way better. The fact that it's all one big video, I kind of don't like it, to be honest. I kind of think it takes away from what it's supposed to be. All that being said, positive, negative, at the end of the day, I respect it for being true to itself. I respect this video for being true to itself, and also, I liked it. I actually did like it towards the end. I not loved it, but I liked it for being what it is. It's the audiobook adaptation of the video game L.A. Noire. That's what it is, and that's why not make that? I guess that's cool. I guess the story of L.A. Noire is kind of cool towards the end, when the game actually decides to have a real story instead of just being like disparate events. There are some interesting plot twists in that video game, and now I know for sure that I'm never going to play L.A. Noire, because I've just experienced all of L.A. Noire. Yeah, I mean, I know that I spent a lot longer talking about my criticism of the video than I'm going to spend talking about my praise of the video. It's what can I say? What can I say about it? It pretty much is. If it's good for the reasons the video game LA, like what I would say is good would be the plot of the game, basically, right? And I wouldn't say that it's completely good. There's a lot of dumb stuff in that video game. Some of it for the sake of video gaminess, and some of it just bad writing. Or maybe not bad, but not for me writing, right? Stuff that's a little too on the nose, and stuff that Tim Rogers points out is a little very, very on the nose, very easy. I don't know. It was kind of neat. It's neat as an artifact. It's neat as a weird little artifact that no one else could have possibly made, and that's kind of cool. It's just a weird little object. That's kind of neat. I gotta say that's kind of neat. Did I love it? No. Is it as meaningful to me as any of the other reviews? Not even close. Is it even as enjoyable? No. All of those other reviews I watched in one sitting in one day and had a great time. They have a flow to the whole thing where it's never repetitive, it's never boring. It's consistently ever changing and morphing and engaging with storytelling and anecdotes and humor and blah 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 blah. Whereas this one is episodes of a TV show functionally. It's episodes that are fairly repetitive. It doesn't work as well as a totalized, whole, as a YouTube video whole. And it's also very different. It's not a review, unlike the other videos, which are reviews. This is the audiobook adaptation of L.A. Noire. Is that cool? I guess that's cool. Fine. You got me. That's kind of cool. You got me. It's kind of cool. Can we talk about Valve? I know we do it too much on this channel, but it's genuinely fascinating to me. Like, we're not talking about Team Fortress 2 right now. I'm going to talk about Counter-Strike 2, which is a game that just makes no sense to me. Because it must have taken a lot of effort, years of effort, to port CSGO into the Source 2 engine, which, creating Source 2, we know, took years. It took years, it took a lot of effort, and it wasn't, just making Source 2 first. It was released with Dota, and then it was released with Half-Life Alyx, and then finally Counter-Strike. And each of those formulations would have taken a lot of effort, right? Like remaking entire maps in higher fidelity from scratch, like the Inferno, the new Inferno, like that's the sort of thing that people's entire jobs, people's entire careers are just making Counter-Strike maps, like F and Pwn or whatever. And it takes a long time to make a Counter-Strike map, a modern, CS2 map that's that detailed and stuff. Like it's a lot of modeling, it's a lot of everything. I'm not a mapper, but even I understand it's a lot of effort. Plus, all of CS2 was clearly it's a whole game. It's making a whole game. Sure, you have the gameplay outlined, the fundamentals of the game design, but making a whole game is difficult, even for Valve, right? So they put a lot of effort into this thing. They put a lot of effort into it. And then they put a lot of systems into it that implied they were going to continue to put more effort into it. Two systems stand out in particular. The number one is it used to be in CSGO, everyone had a rank. And the rank went from like Silver 1 all the way up to Global Elite. And they were discrete ranks, just like most games have, right? Competitive ranks. In CS2, they got rid of this and they replaced it with a numbering system. So you just have a number, which like is your like elo basically, and everyone's like ranked on a big global leaderboard. And then at the very top of the leaderboard, it said like season 1, and then that lasted for like 2 years. And then they finally changed it to say season 2 and did nothing else. They didn't do anything else, right? But this system implies that there's going to be seasons. There's going to be like seasons with different map pools, maybe, and that the leaderboard is going to be something important because it's in the game. You like it's a button you click, to see the global leaderboard. That the global leaderboard is going to be something super important. The thing is, when you look at the global leaderboard, all of the top players are blatant cheaters, and they do it on purpose, right? They purposefully cheat to get to the top of the leaderboard to like say fuck you, Valve, basically, like fix your game, fix the anti-cheat, right? Um, so like it's very obvious, and everyone knows that all of the top players on the leaderboard are cheaters. And in addition to that, the seasons aren't real. Like normally, most games have fairly short seasons, not multi-year long seasons with no real indication of when they're going to start or end or whatever. So and then the seasons themselves don't mean anything. They don't they don't carry any meaning. In most games that have seasons, there's something to the season. The seasons are distinct from each other or whatever. So like there's a lot of stuff with that where it feels like there was a system that was built as a baseline scaffolding for stuff to be built on top of. And then they just never built any of the other stuff. They just never touched it again. It's bizarre. And then the other thing is another major difference between CS:GO and CS2 is the buy menu. It used to be that you could buy any weapon in the game at the start of each round. Now you select before the game. You select a limited number of weapons that you can choose from during the game, but you can't have every single weapon in your inventory available at all times. You have to select a subset, and most of the time this doesn't matter that much, but it can be particularly annoying, especially in the rifle category. They're split up into categories. It doesn't matter that much, but basically, it used to be you could buy any gun in the game. Now you have to choose between a limited subset of guns. Now, the theory behind why they did this, and I think Valve even talked about this vaguely at some point, and it seems very obvious, is that they did this because they plan to add new guns, right? And so just expanding the menu and having just more and more and more guns in the game would be overwhelming, and it would be OP because you could hyper specialize from round to round, right?
uh, with your loadout. It would be too OP to be able to choose any gun in the game, and it would be too confusing. It would be too overwhelming to have that much choice, right? Which I think is kind of a reasonable design decision. But then they just never added guns. They just never did it. They just never added new weapons. They just kept everything the exact same. Like what? It's so bizarre. They just so instead now, like the system doesn't make sense. The new system doesn't make sense with the way the game is designed. People were excited about it because they thought new guns is cool. Changing the meta of Counter Strike, which has been the same the entire time, is it would be nice to switch it up. People want it to be switched up. Um, people are excited for new guns. The fact that they just never added any of them is crazy. It's fucking bizarre. Because instead now you just have a worse system. With the system that they intended, presumably, with the system where you can develop a personal playstyle around particular weapons, and each person has a different customized idea of like what loadouts they want, which guns they prefer. Like that's an interesting system. Now, but without any of that stuff, it's just a worse version of what we already had. It's a bizarre decision. And then that's just the new stuff they added. Not to mention the stuff they just got rid of from Counter Strike, from CS:GO. They just got rid of half the fucking game. Like they just got rid of it. It's just not in the game anymore. Half the stuff that people enjoyed playing, retakes, gone. Danger Zone, gone. They just fucking got rid of it for no reason. But like, people were imagining, people were presuming, oh well, this is just the initial release. It's gonna get added over the coming year after the game was released. No, they just never brought it back. They never communicated. They never said like, hey, so here's the numbers. It turns out like no one plays Danger Zone, and it costs us a lot of money to keep those servers running. Plus, we had a bunch of technical issues porting it over to Source 2. Uh, it's just not worth it. And also, we're not very happy with the way Danger Zone turned out as a game mode. We think it has this, and this design problem. We're going to take it out of the game until we can figure out a way to do it right. That would have been a very, like, no one would have fucking complained about that. No one would have, okay, people would have complained because people complain about anything, but that's very reasonable to do if you just say that. If you just say, like, look, Danger Zone is a very niche game mode. Most players don't play Danger Zone. We're not happy with the way it works. We're not happy with the design. We had some technical issues. Presumably all of these things happened, right? Like, we're going to take it out of the game. It might come back in the future. It might not. We're going to be working on it. We're going to see what we can do. We'll keep in touch. That's the reasonable thing to do. Do that, right? The fact that it's just gone with no communication, no one says anything, is fucking bizarre. It's a bizarre decision. Like, they took out so much stuff like this. It's fucking weird, man. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. Like, I can't track the logic. I can't follow the logic of any of this. And then there's also the addition of, like, just fucking over community servers for no reason. We had a community server browser. It's been the same community server browser since Half-Life 1. Okay? It's been the exact same menu. It's like, in Windows, you can like dig through Windows deep into the fucking settings, and you can find a menu that's been the exact same since Windows 98. Like you ever heard about that? Let me find a video of that. Okay, I can't find a video of it, but I remember seeing that there was, maybe it was in like Windows 10 or something. If you dug super super deep into the menus, you could find some shit that hadn't changed. Whatever. It's like that for all the Valve games. Like the server browser has been the exact fucking same since Gold Source. They haven't touched it, and it was they did touch it a little bit. It's basically the same. It had some upgrades, and everyone liked it. It was good. They got rid of it and replaced it with a like generic Steam server browser. Like it's not a part of the game anymore. It's a part of Steam, and that server browser just doesn't work. Like it's full of bugs and exploits where people can like it's basically unusable. Um, so like you can exploit it to have your server show up multiple times. I don't know how the exploit works, but they just never fixed it. So all of the like if you open the server browser, it's just the same server over and over again advertising itself basically. It's just like people who are doing that, and it's impossible to find any real servers. And like even if you find like yeah. So that was stupid. Like why did they do that? And then there's more bizarre stuff. Like, you know, this might seem nitpicky, right? And I personally don't think it's that much of a big deal. But throughout all of CS:GO's life, there was a distinction between the Valve servers, which run on 64 tick, and then the competitive third-party matchmaking services and like the competitive scene, which ran 128 tick servers. And there was a couple of differences, mainly in the way grenades work. Like lineups that work on 64 tick don't necessarily work on 128 tick. And then there was also, but you know, a lot of people felt that 128 tick was more responsive and just felt better to play on. You know, when you actually do tests, it turns out that you know a lot of people can't actually tell the difference. Pros can tell the difference with above random accuracy, but average players couldn't really tell the difference between 128 tick and 64 tick. People did this test a number of times, but all of that being said, Valve is billions and billions of dollars companies. They can afford to host 128 tick servers, right? Like that's not that difficult for them. They can easily afford that. They refused to do it the entire CS:GO's lifetime, which was like what 2013 to I don't know, like a decade, let's say. Um, you know, they just refused. They just refused to do it. When CS2 came out, they made this bizarre decision to lock the game to 64 tick. So like Faceit and ESEA and whatever third party matchmaking services, they can't run to 100 instead of just upgrading to 128 tick, which would have been fine for everyone. They made this bizarre decision to just lock the game to 64 tick so now no one can have the better experience. Why? Like it's just like that's just stupid. I don't understand. Like I need to talk to a Valve employee and they need to explain this to me because that decision is baffling. Like it just doesn't make sense. If they, I can understand that they might see that like okay, well if there's a barrier of entry, if pros aren't playing the same game that casual players are playing, if there's not this, you know, if there's this like technical barrier, that's obtuse for the players. It's not what we want. We want everyone to be having the same experience. I can understand that. The obvious response to that is to upgrade to 128 tick servers yourself, right? Like there's no reason not to. It's a bizarre. And then there's this there's all sorts of problems with CS2, and a lot of it was is blamed on what's called the subtick system. The community blames this thing called subtick, which is a new part of the net code for CS2, and they blame subtick for a lot of the problems with CS2. The thing about subtick is it's actually pretty much fine. Most of the time, it's pretty much fine. It's like a trade off. Like uh, most of the time it's fine. For in rare circumstances, it's worse. That's pretty much the trade off between like subtick and regular tick, which is kind of strange. Um, but they tried to get too fancy with it, right? Like they thought for some reason that like the subtick would be a replacement for 128 tick. But it's not. That's not how things work, right? Like they should know this. They wrote the netcode. Like you can watch Bird's videos about this. You know, there's the tick rate still matters. Um, a lot of the community blames a lot of shit on subtick being bad. Subtick is fine. They're wrong. It's not the fault of subtick. Most of the stuff that feels bad about CS2 is it can be explained by a few things. It's a confluence of different factors why the game feels worse than CSGO. And it feels worse. I've played it. It feels significantly worse. Even as a rando guy who's not very good at Counter-Strike, I've played CS2. It feels worse than CSGO, and there's no question about it. Okay? There's a couple of reasons. Number one reason, I think above all other reasons, and it's discounted by so many people for some reason, despite it being the obvious thing that would make the biggest difference. CS2 is a newer game on a newer engine with more intensive graphics. It just runs slower on your PC. That's it. That's the difference. It feels worse because it's running slower on your PC.
you may still be getting over 100 FPS, but you can feel the difference between 100 FPS and 600 FPS, you know? CS:GO was famously lightweight. CS2 is still relatively lightweight compared to other games, but that performance hit, you are gonna feel it. And I'm like pretty sure that is most of what people are feeling when making the transition. Um, and I think, you know, that's not an unreasonable complaint. I'm not saying that that's an unreasonable complaint. It is annoying that the game is not as optimized as it could be. That is bad. Um, so that's number one. Number two is animations. People who've never made a game before or have never experienced game design. You know, acting as I made a fucking stupid fish game, but like, you know, I had to learn a bit about game design. People don't understand how much animations and sound design affect the feel of a game. Like most of the feel of a game is flourishy stuff. It's not like the mechanics themselves. It's all of the stuff around the mechanics that makes something feel good or bad. The recoil, the screen shake, you know, hit pause, you know, this you wouldn't have that in CS, but like in other games, uh, you know, there's all of these things regarding the animations and effects and all of these things that make a game feel responsive or impactful or whatever. And CS2 has fucked that up. But the biggest thing they fucked up is the character animations. When developing Half-Life Alyx, they developed a character um I don't know what the fucking game design term is it, but it's sort of a procedural animation technique for character walk cycles, right? Where the character's feet are like glued to the ground and it like dynamically adjusts. And it looks really, really good in Half-Life Alyx. If you look at the way the Combine move around in that game, it looks really, really good. And a lot of people said it looked really good. They shift their weight when they change directions in a very, very natural looking way. It looks good. Um, the thing about and when they first so they pretty much ported that kind of system to CS2, with a few differences. And when the game first came out, it was crazy overtuned. They've since lessened it, but CS is not designed around this sort of animation. Um, like the way that you play Counter Strike is that you keep your crosshair peeking around a corner at head height. So if a character takes a step, and when you normally take a step in real life, right, when you walk in real life, your head bobs up and down. But video game characters, their heads stay pretty much at the same height, you know? When you normally walk around, if you suddenly change direction, you need to shift your body weight to counteract the, you know, inertia. And that makes your head change height because you're now bending over a little bit, right? And so these small differences that come from making the player animation look more natural mean that hitboxes are less predictable. And so even though the walking looks more natural, it fucks it up. It fucks it up. Players peek around corners in weird ways because a lot of Counter Strike is based around suddenly changing direction, AD strafing, right? This is like the Counter Strike mechanic is like AD strafing, jiggle peeking, right? Which is not something you can do in real life. Like if you try and jiggle peek in real life, it doesn't really work. Not really, right? If you try it, what you'll end up doing is just wiggling your upper body around, because jiggle peeking in real life doesn't make any sense with the physical human body. But that's how Counter Strike works mechanically. So when you try and apply that process to a real model of a human, it's weird because humans can't shift their center of gravity that quickly. Humans can't move like that in a natural looking way. Uh, and so you need to have a sort of level of abstraction to make that mechanically function in a video game, which was fine when the realism of character animations was inherently abstracted due to technical limitations. But in Counter Strike 2, trying to bring that realism into character animations ruins this because these sorts of mechanics suddenly make bodies behave in unpredictable ways, which is the last thing you want in a game that is as precise and timings of milliseconds as Counter-Strike is. And so I think that's a big reason why Counter-Strike feels bad to people. Um, People say that Counter-Strike 2 has a significant peakers advantage. I think it probably does. But I also think a lot of this is based around the character animations. That the camera on your screen is not the same as where the enemy sees your head is. Um, like on your screen, your camera is always locked directly above your center of mass, right? Your middle line through your character, right? But on the enemy screen, your head moves to the left and to the right depending on the directions you're strafing as your character like shifts their body weight. And so what that means is that if you peek around a corner in a particular way, to the enemy, it's going to look like your head is still behind the wall, whereas on your screen, your center of mass is already past the wall, so you can see them. And so it feels like a really, really unfair interaction um, because you just physically couldn't get the shot off that you needed to get off, right? So I think a lot of this Peekers advantage stuff, it gets blamed on netcode, but I think a lot of it is based around character animations and that they need to chill the fuck out with these ridiculous character animations. Like Counter-Strike just doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work when you do that. You know, frankly, I think the best type of video game, everyone would be a snowman with green, like fucking bright green head hitbox that's slightly smaller, and then a big round body hitbox or square body hitbox, and a big square leg hitbox, and no arms. That would be the ideal character model for a video game. No animations, just completely static, floating around the map. That's the ideal. That's the ideal situation for a video game. That's how you get the best gameplay. Uh, but whatever. They're trying to overcomplicate things. So I think that's number two. I think number one, the game feels bad because it runs slower. I think number two, the game feels bad because the character animations are too fancy and they fuck up your muscle memory and they make peeking weird. And then I think number three is like something to do with the actual programming of the game. Like it feels worse because it is worse, right? Because the shooting is actually genuinely less responsive, and like even in an ideal environment, um, it's just gonna take a couple more frames for a hit to register. It's just gonna whatever the fuck. Uh, it's just the programming is worse basically. And I think that is real. I do think that is real. Um, there are kind of unfair tests that people make, right? People say, like, okay, if you want to see how bad, like, if you want to be reminded of how bad we have it, load up a local, like, you can still play CS:GO, right? You have to go into the betas branch or whatever of in Steam. Um, load up a local server and just kill some bots, and you'll see how fucking terrible we have it now. How much more responsive CS:GO was. Thing is, that's like the ideal scenario because killing bots, there's no lag, right? The real way to test it would be to open up CS:GO, load up on a server with bots, and then open up the console and type in like net_fake lag and then whatever the fuck, right? Whatever you normally get playing Counter Strike, and then shoot some bots, and then you'll see that it's probably still a little better than CS2, but like not that much better, right? Like this is an unfair test. You're like, well, the game feels better when you have zero ping. Yeah, no fucking shit. The game feels better when you have zero ping. Uh, so I think the Counter Strike community is just kind of retarded, and they don't really understand what they're talking about when they're complaining about the game. But the game does have a bunch of issues in terms of game feel, and I also think like the movement in CS2 feels so much worse in a way that I don't even know. Like I can't describe it. And some people have gotten used to it, and it also apparently it's better now than it was when it first launched. Is when I was playing it. Um, I don't know, but something about the character movement, the player controller is just worse. And it was worse for me it was one of the big reasons why I quit Counter Strike when CS2 came out. Like it just feels so sluggish and so unresponsive in comparison to CS:GO in a way. Like, and it's something where it's like I can't compare. It's like
the the difference between Half-Life 2, Half-Life 1 before and after the 25th anniversary update. Like the 25th anniversary update made Half-Life 1 so it feels so much better. Like I don't know what the fuck they did. I can't explain why it feels better, but the just moving around in that game feels so smooth now. Like it feels so good. And I don't know what they did. I don't know what the fuck the difference is, but it just feels amazing to move around in the 25th anniversary edition of Half-Life 1. And going back to the old previous version, you can feel the difference. You can feel how it's worse, even though I don't really know why. I can't really tell you why. Like you would need to do a bunch of tests to discover why, and I can't remember. Anyway, Valve is fucking weird. That's my point. My point with all of this is why do this? I'm not gonna play Counter Strike again. You're not gonna ever get me to play Counter Strike again. It's not gonna fucking happen, right? I'll load up CS Source to Surf and B-Hop, and that's it, right? I'm not gonna play Counter Strike again. The game's over. Like I'm done with that game. The bizarre thing is just like, why do any of this? Like I think that CS2 was a good idea. They should have made the new game. But why fuck it up intentionally? Why create a bunch of systems that imply you're going to do further work? Why set up, a lot of a huge reason for the move to Source 2. A huge reason, and it was something that Valve talked about. It was something that everyone talked about. Was that the biggest advantage of moving to Source 2 isn't the new graphics, isn't the new smokes, isn't the any of the whatever. The biggest advantage is that it will make working on the game easier for Valve. That Source 1 is a super slow, super outdated engine. The Hammer editor, the original Source 1, Source 1 Hammer editor it sucks. It's terrible to work with. It's super clunky and outdated. Like, moving to Source 2, which has all of these modern amenities, it's gonna make Valve way more able to keep up work on the game. That was the big thing that was pushed. This was such a big thing that was pushed. Why? Like they just didn't do it. It's so like it doesn't make any sense. I just can't wrap my head around it. It's like one of the most confusing things I've ever seen from a video game company. Like it's not like the game isn't. I mean, I don't know about the anti-cheat. Okay, I think the cheating problem is probably pretty fucking bad. It's pretty bad in TF2. It's probably pretty bad in Counter Strike as well. People complain about the cheaters. Maybe that makes the game unplayable. I don't know. I haven't played the game, right? But like aside from that, the game is playable. It's just stagnant. It's just like they just decided not to work on it anymore. It's bizarre. It's just doesn't. I just can't understand the decision making process. Like, I guess everyone at Valve is working on Half-Life 3, and so they just have no one to work on Counter Strike. That's the only thing I can imagine. Literally, because we know they're making Half-Life 3, right? It's been pretty much known for a while now. They've hired a bunch of people to work on Half-Life 3. Like, they're making Half-Life 3. So, like, maybe literally everyone at Valve is working on that, and they're too busy to do anything else. That's the only thing that's the only explanation I can give. Like Half-Life 3 and Deadlock. Because Deadlock is getting a bunch of updates still, right? Like, maybe between Half-Life 3, Deadlock, I think they're working on a new piece of hardware as well. I forgot what it is, but they're doing something hardware related. I think it's a new VR headset or something. I don't remember. But like maybe between, you know, upkeeping Steam, which is always their number one priority, right? Keep Steam working and good, because if they ever lose their monopoly on Steam, they're fucked as a company. So like they know this. They know that Steam is their number one thing. So you're always gonna have a lot of people. Like this is why Steam support is good, and everyone likes Steam support. So they constantly have like make sure Steam works good. That's my number one priority. Number two, let's make the Half-Life 3 and hardware and Deadlock. And then like they're like, well, the Counter-Strike people, they're gonna keep playing Counter-Strike no matter what. They like Counter-Strike, right? Maybe their idea is, let the kiddies play with their Valorant toys, right? Let them play with Valorant for a while, and you'll see how the constant updates, because Valorant constantly adds new characters, right? new like because it's like a hero shooter, right? So like Valorant is like Counter-Strike but with abilities and hero shooter characters, and they constantly add new ones. And as I understand it, the Valorant community is kind of pissed because every time they add a new guy, they have to think of some crazy new gimmick for him, and they have to make it worth it and hype for people to try learning this new character. So they like it kind of has power creep where the new characters are like ever so slightly better than the old characters, and over time that's compounded into like now they have to buff the older characters or no, and then a lot of things get strange, and the abilities just become overwhelming, and the game becomes more about using ults than it is about like the gunplay. Um, and so maybe Valve's idea is like we're just gonna not touch our game. We're just gonna do nothing and win, right? We're just not we know the game is Counter Strike. It's good already. Like even a bad version of Counter Strike is gonna be good. Let them see what happens when the devs are constantly fiddling with the game, and it turns out that Valorant kind of goes to shit. Counter Strike's still here, which is basically what they did with Overwatch, right? And TF2. Like, oh, okay, let the kiddies play with their Overwatch toys, and we'll just abandon TF2. And it turns out TF2 is still here, a decade after Overwatch dies. But I think since that worked for Valve, they might just keep doing it with Counter Strike, which is just a bizarre decision. It just doesn't make sense because, like, that's not going to happen. People will stop playing TF2. People will stop playing Counter Strike. Um, I don't understand. And even if people keep playing Counter Strike, like Valve doesn't need them. Like, yeah, Valve makes a lot of money from cases, right? They make millions and millions from cases. It's true. And people will open the cases whether or not the game sucks. That's also true. So, like financially, Valve doesn't really have that much of an incentive to make Counter Strike good. Like they don't really care if the game is good. They just want people to open cases, right? Financially, but like Valve, the people who work at Valve, they are veteran game designers who presumably care about making a good game. Like I know this is not a very materialist Marxist analysis of the situation, but like, you can watch a lot of interviews with Valve programmers on subjects other than Counter-Strike, and they're very, very passionate people. Like they basically see the reason why Valve is a dream job for so many people is that you get paid an insane amount of money to just do whatever you're passionate about, right? So like they have a reputation that they care about. Valve does actually deeply care about their reputation, but they also presumably just like making video games that are good. So like you would imagine that even without the financial incentive there to make the game better, um, like just out of the desire to make a good game, they would care about fixing this stuff. Like I would kind of imagine that, right? Like these guys are people who these are all people who've worked in the games industry for so long. They must be passionate about video games. They must care about making a good product. Like surely, but apparently not. Apparently the materialist analysis comes out on top, and they just care about making money. I guess, which is a bit weird. I guess, but again, if they just cared about making money, why are they making Half-Life 3? Half-Life 3 is going to be it's going to make money. People will buy it. It's going to suck, by the way. That's my prediction. My prediction is Half-Life 3 is going to people are going to play it, and the game itself is going to be it's pretty. I guess that was pretty good. This is my predictions of Half-Life 3. You're going to play through Half-Life 3. You're going to be like, yeah, that was pretty good, right? It wasn't nothing crazy. It was okay, right? Um, and then because it's just okay, it's gonna get shit on. Everyone's gonna Reddit is gonna really hate it. You're gonna see a lot of Reddit memes about how bad it is. Um, and it's gonna be absolutely fucking dogpiled. Like everyone's gonna talk about it like it's the worst thing ever invented. And that's what's gonna happen with Half-Life 3. Also, they're not gonna call it Half-Life 3. They're gonna call it something else. It's gonna be called like Half-Life something something. Obviously, that's my prediction for Half-Life 3. So yeah, that's pretty much what's going on there. There's Valve software for you. I'd like to ramble for a bit about moral philosophy, if that's okay with you. Ethics and meta-ethics. So I consider myself to be a moral emotivist. If
you don't know what that means, it means that moral statements are really statements about someone's internal emotional state. So if I say I disapprove of X thing morally, what I'm really saying is X thing makes me feel bad, basically. And this is a really useful um, meta ethical framework. It solves a lot of problems that other um, non objective meta ethical frameworks run into. Um, for example, under this framework, moral statement, it's not the same thing as moral nihilism, right? Because moral nihilism is the idea that moral statements have no truth value. Uh, but emotivism says they do have truth value. They do correspond to something. They correspond to someone's emotional state. So if I say, you know, murder is bad, I'm saying murder makes me feel bad, right? And that is a truthful statement. I don't like it when people murder people. So moral statements do actually have truth value, but it's a sort of subjective truth value. It like solves both problems, right? And theoretically, if you, it doesn't even have to be theoretically, but maybe hypothetically, you could put someone in an MRI machine and measure the correspondence, and prove the moral statements have truth value under this framework. But they don't come from some objective place, or they're not. Uh, they don't come from anywhere outside of the human mind. So it solves this nice problem, right? Where you get to say that moral statements they do have truth value and they do correspond to something in the real world, which is nice. That's useful. But at the same time, you don't have to concede stuff about like, well, where are they then? Like if you try and do uh, you know, other meta ethical frameworks where they say, morality is objective, right? Something like that's God told me about morality. Well, now you have to prove the existence of God, which is famously kind of a difficult problem to solve, right? Or there's lots of other ones, but whenever someone says like uh, morals are objective, um, the immediate answer or like the immediate follow-up question is, okay, where are they? Like, where are they in the world? Where can I find them? If they're objective and external. And that's a really hard question to answer, right? Like, we don't know where they are. Um, are there such things as moral objects? Can you find moralities just out there in the world if you look hard enough? This is a problem that's pretty hard to solve. So this is nice. Motivism solves a bunch of problems. But it does leave you in kind of an odd position. There are some things, uh, you know, I think it's almost too nice. It's almost too good to be true, right? I mean, I think it is true, but it's like I also think it's probably a pretty commonly held view. Um, but I guess my question is, what is the outcome of moral emotivism? Like, where does it leave us? And I think it leaves us with a lot of the same problems that moral nihilism leaves us with, which is basically, okay, well, now what, right? Because moral nihilism says, moral statements don't contain truth value. They're basically not real. Um, they're basically nonsense, right? Um, and so we can just sort of disregard them. Emotivism says moral statements they they aren't nonsense. They do mean something, but they're not that important. That's basically that's the end result. They're not that important. So saying like, and you'll find a lot of people who hold similar views to this, they will compare moral statements to something like this. They'll say like, well, some people have preferences for something like this, or they might say like, if you had two forms of societies, you could make a qualitative judgment without necessarily that being a moral judgment. Um, just as an example that might get brought up, you could say, um, you could have a bunch of different apples, right? You could have a bunch of different apples, and the different apples have different qualities. And you could say, well, the particularly good apples are class A apples, and then the slightly less good apples are class B apples, and then the slightly less good apples than that are class C apples. And then you can make a qualitative judgment about apples without it being a moral judgment, right? And that you can make these sorts of statements about lots of other things. So forms of society, for example, forms of social organization. Like you could make a qualitative judgment about how whether you think capitalism is good or whatever the fuck, right? Without making it a moral judgment. And I think the obvious follow up question is, okay, but where do you acquire um, uh, the set of criteria for that judgment? Like when you're ranking apples from from best to worst, right? When you're ranking those apples, how do you determine initially what makes for a good apple or a bad apple, right? Um, Ultimately, there are going to be some people who like their apples to be particularly crunchy, and there are going to be some people who like their apples to be particularly sour, and there are going to be some people who like their apples to be particularly sweet, and these are going to be different people with different preferences. Like, how do you determine? Maybe some people, maybe some aspect of the criteria is just about looks. Even if the apple might taste the same, perhaps you could imagine a world where a lower ranked apple might be lower ranked just because it's kind of malformed and lumpy or whatever, even though it tastes the exact same. Like you could imagine that sort of thing. So there's lots of different criteria one could measure when determining uh, which class of apple to put a particular apple into. How do you determine those criteria in the first place? And when it comes to apples, there are a number of different answers you could give. Maybe you survey a bunch of people and you see which types of apples they like the best, or maybe it's just completely arbitrary. Maybe it's based on your personal taste or whatever. But at the end of the day, whether it seems like the answer is just uh we sort of uh, move it to a different place, right? And I find it interesting because when it comes to these sorts of comparisons, whether it's food or people compare it to a song, like saying something is morally good or bad is the same sorts of thing as saying that a song is good or bad, right? Um, same sort of class of statement. Um, but what we're really doing here is uh, drawing a comparison between moral statements and aesthetic statements, or moral judgments and aesthetic judgments. I think a lot of emotivists miss this. That emotivism is kind of accepting that ethics is a subfield of aesthetics, um, and this makes aesthetics super important, right? And I feel like not enough people talk about aesthetics. Um, as a philosophy. People talk about their personal opinions on art or beauty or whatever, but people in the modern era don't seem too concerned with aesthetics, um, which I find strange, given that emotivism is such a popular meta ethics, and that emotivism seems to me to be, if not completely subsuming ethics under aesthetics, at the very least linking them. Making it seem like ethics are quite a similar thing to aesthetics. Uh, and this becomes a question because I find that the sorts of people who base their morality on aesthetics, what is beautiful is good, basically. this tends to be fascists, right? This tends to be um, that sort of person, that sort of ideology, which I don't agree with. And there are a number of reasons why I'm not a fascist. I would say first among them, I don't think fascism works. I think that there's been pretty much enough historical data to demonstrate that fascism is a pretty piss poor ideology in practice. I'm sure you could levy the same thing at me though, right? Like you could probably say, well, you're a communist, but communism has been pretty piss poor in practice. And to that I would say social democracy has been pretty piss poor in practice. You're right, but I didn't say I was a social democrat. Um anyway, that was kind of a meme. I would probably say touche. Uh but that's my that would be my first thing. And my second thing would be, I would say I think fascism is immoral. I think it does a bunch of bad things. I think it does some evil things historically. Hot take: Holocaust. That wasn't good. I don't like the Holocaust. I think that was bad. Who would have thought it? I think the Holocaust was a bad idea. Bad thing. Lots of people died. Wasn't good. That whole World War II mess. It was a bad situation all around, and it was caused by fascism. So, fascism was bad. But at the end of the day, I don't really know where I'm going with this. What I'm saying is, I think people need to pay more attention to aesthetics, and in particular, the consequences of their aesthetics. I'm fairly comfortable with my aesthetics. I think it's actually very, very hard to explain. I need to read more about aesthetics. Uh, like I haven't really read any aesthetic philosophy that I can think of. I mean, maybe a little bit. If you, I don't, I don't know. Maybe a tiny bit, but definitely not enough. I don't know what the common consensus is around aesthetics. Uh, but the idea about, you know, I think, right? My attitude is if ethics is just aesthetics, then it's not very important. How do I determine whether something is important or not? You know, saying something isn't very important is implicitly saying you ought not pay too much mind to it, right? But how can I be normative like that if I don't have some ethical framework to ground that in, other than it doesn't feel emotionally important to me? I don't. That's all I have. That's all I've got. All I've got is, whether you like a movie or not, that would be aesthetics, right? Whether you like a movie that I don't like, or I like a movie that you don't like, we can have fun arguing about that, and that's cool. But, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much. If you and I have a moral disagreement, we should probably treat it in a similar way, right? Uh, However, there are also some times where aesthetics gets super, I would say it's super important. If someone, was talking to me and started shitting on the stuff I like, right? Like this stuff, right? If someone started saying Sento no Nayami is fucking garbage and everyone who likes it is a pedophile, or, and like, or whatever the fuck, right? If there's some art that I particularly like, that's been particularly meaningful to me, um, and someone started shitting on it super hard, or perhaps worse, perverting it, like, for example, has been done the recuperation. I need to come up with a good name for this. I've got I've got an idea in my head, right? That, like, um, if you look at this, what's been done to Lane and Azumanga Daioh and stuff like this, it's very similar to the concept of recuperation from situationists and Guy Debord, right? Um, but it's also a little bit different, and I feel like it should have a funny name. I feel like it deserves a funny name, uh, like Normie Cooperation or something. Moe Cooper, something stupid and funny like the names I come up with for stuff. But I can't think of anything that works well. But let's just do Normie Cooperation for the time being. Like when that happens, I get real mad. Like I don't like that. That gives me a significant negative emotional reaction. Um, or as I said, yeah, if someone was shitting on one of my favorite things, if some of my favorite pieces of art, one of my favorite, like I don't know, it doesn't have to be visual media. It could be like, when someone really really hates brutalist architecture. I personally really really like brutalist architecture. It's my favorite architectural style. A lot of people really hate brutalism, and I get it. I get where they're coming from. But I also think that when people like really shit on brutalism, it's like they're demonstrating that they're stupid, basically. That they I don't know. It annoys me because it offends my aesthetic sensibilities, and I also read deeper into it about them as a person. I don't know if that's a good thing to do, but I do tend to do that. I think it's the same with like, if someone um is like, yeah, Gotcha User. I was just looking at my Gotcha User poster. If someone's like Gotcha User, not really my thing. Bit slow for me. I need something a little more plot centric. You know, I didn't find the comedy very funny. You know, I just kind of found it boring. I need something a little more solid to hook my teeth into in terms of a plot, in terms of an overall narrative structure. I'd be like, that's reasonable. We have different opinions about anime, and that's fine. I get it. Makes sense to me. If someone was like, got you, sir, that's fucking hot garbage. Everyone who likes that show is evil. Um, you know, uh, this is everything that's wrong with anime. This is everything that's wrong with art. This is slop. This is a cash grab. Like, these sorts of takes. Even though at the end of the day, the opinion is the same. I don't like that show. What's being expressed is different. And I think I forgot where I was going with this. I tend to do the same thing, which is funny. I tend to do this with shonen a lot, right? Like Jujutsu Kaisen or whatever example show. This is not like my actual views on that type of anime. Maybe it is on Jujutsu Kaisen. That show doesn't look very good. But like, let's say My Hero Academia or something, right? Like, I I've I am completely uninterested in My Hero Academia, but I'm sure it's great fun for the people who like it. Actually, I heard it gets bad. I don't know. I haven't watched it. But like, if that's your thing, then fucking go ahead and enjoy it. I'm not gonna stop you. No one's gonna stop you. Um, you know. And then there were some things like mecha anime, for example, like Gundam, right? Like I'm not the biggest Gundam guy. I've watched a little bit of Gundam. I've enjoyed it well enough, but it's not my favorite thing ever, and I'm not that interested in watching more Gundam, to be honest. It's not really for me. But if you like Gundam, go ahead and enjoy Gundam, please. I not only do I think that's chill, but I actually respect you. It's the same with yaoi. Like I'm not super into yaoi personally. Um, and it's not just because I'm gay, because I'm gay, because it's gay. I'm gay. I got a bit of the bisexual about me, right? I can get it. I can get down with the boy kissing and whatever from time to time. You know, I got a bit of that in me. It's more like the tropes and stuff that I'm just not super into. But like, if you're a Fujoshi or whatever, like, more power to you. I think that's great. I think you're one of the pillars of the otaku community. I respect the hell out of it, right? Like, that's how I feel about mecha fans. That's how I feel about Fujoshis. I think this is something. Whereas when it comes to certain other things, I'm like, if you like this, you're stupid. You're just a dumbass. if you like, if I click on your anime website tracking profile and I see Kimi no Nawa is in your top 10 shows, I am going to assume that you're an idiot. Like, I don't have to assume. I know for a fact that you're stupid. Like, you're just not very intelligent as a human being. And I guess that's fine, but I'm not going to want to talk to you. You know, you're annoying. You're annoying and stupid if that's you. I'm sorry to anyone in the audience who's a huge Makoto Shinkai fan, but you should go back with a critical lens and watch that movie because it is not good, man. It is really bad. I guess basically what I'm saying is, if I'm trying to remember where the fuck I was going with this, I was trying to say is we need to do you or it might be useful. It seems useful to develop a particular aesthetic framework that is resistant to um, the sorts of fascist or pseudo-fascist subsumptions of ethics to aesthetics, um, if you know what I mean, right? Like, uh, when you think about, for example, the Nazis, I think there's a lot of imagery that is associated with a particular aesthetic, which they cultivated very intentionally, regarding, a white, blonde, blue-eyed man with a chiseled jawline, clean-shaven, strong, muscular, uh, that sort of thing. And with like, the uniforms, the Hugo Boss uniforms, the imagery, all of the iconography. Like there's a very particular um, aesthetic of fascism, and it was the same in Italy. It was the same in Spain, although to a lesser degree. It was the same in Japan. Um, uh, and then there's also a particular, I think that the sort of Soviet era and post-Soviet in China, um, lefties, they had a similar idea of countering fascist aesthetics with a leftist aesthetics. Um, in my opinion, it went badly. I think that all of that socialist realism stuff looks like shit. Uh, they had a good thing going for a little bit, and then they kind of threw it all away because of mostly Stalin. Didn't like it, didn't get it. That guy was a dumbass. Um, I think that the, this is not to make a political statement, right? This is purely, remember, we're doing emotivist stuff here, right? This is all just what makes me feel good. Um, there's a we need the uh the degenerate aesthetic. This particular, I don't know if it's the degenerate aesthetic. Zoom in, zoom out. Whoa, you weren't expecting that. Uh, is this just because this is what I embody? Perhaps, perhaps. I think a it's hard to put these thoughts into words. I should have probably waited like a week until I thought this through before I started recording a segment about it. Honestly, it was fun just to shit on Makoto Shinkai. I'm happy. I've already done my duty here. I'm happy. I get to be like, Your Name is a Bad movie, which is all I really cared about doing in the first place. That movie is really bad. Um, but there's something there, man. There's something here. There's something here. Uh, like, oh damn, what the fuck is going on with my leg? It's very painful. That's very painful. What's going on with that? Ow. I just like repositioned myself on my bed and like stretched a muscle in a weird way. I think it's all about noise, man. It's all about noise. It's very, you know, does this make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense. I think it's all about noise music. That's what it's all about. That's my aesthetic sense at the end of the day. Because what's good about noise music is it's this perfect blend of accessible and also elitist, right? Like it's the most accessible form of music. You don't have to have any training. You don't have to have anything. You can make noise music with any instrument or no instrument. Um, you know, you don't have to. It's the most democratized form of music, right? But it's also particularly niche, right? Only enjoyed by the select enlightened few, which is really what everyone wants. Is the perfect form of art, right? Everyone wants something where they don't have to feel bad because it's not a bunch of like posh twats who went to formal musical education you could afford. Like no one likes that. No one likes these people, right? No one likes the guy who's like, I went to Berkeley, by the way, right? Like no one likes that fucking guy, of course, right? So you don't have to feel bad about that, but at the same time, you feel like you're above everyone else because you like the thing that no one else likes, and that's cool. But more important than that, more important than any of that, is the fact that and people don't believe it when you say this, they don't believe it. They want to say, no, you're just doing this for memes or whatever. It's real. I just like the way it sounds. It sounds super fucking cool to me. It's like saying people say the same shit about brutalism. Like, how can you possibly think this concrete slab looks cool? It just fucking looks cool. Like I don't know what to tell you. It just I like the way it looks. I have no other, you know. I look at it and immediately I'm like, that shit looks cool. I listen to fucking harsh noise music and I'm like, damn, that's some crazy noises. Those are good noises. I like these noises. They tickle my brain in a comforting way. They go and there's little differentiations between the different artists. People think noise music it must all sound the same. Even individuals' artists' discographies can be extremely varied. Like Merzbow, for example, who's obviously very well known and very prolific. His style has changed so radically between different albums and different periods of his life. Like it's almost indistinguishable, and yet they are all very much Merzbow, Merzbow. I don't know. Um, Compared to let's say someone like Prurient, who has a completely different style. It almost sounds like a different genre, despite them both being in the same genre, because noise is not actually a genre. Noise is a medium. It's an instrument. It's not a genre. It's like saying electronic music is a genre. Okay, well, is synth pop the same as techno? The same as jungle? The same as blah blah blah, blah, blah hip hop because hip hop is electronic music, right? Like no, I don't think anyone would say that those are all the same genre, despite all being made with electronic instrumentation. They are stylistically distinct. The same is true of noise. You've got noise rock. I've been listening to a lot of Gilla Band. I've been listening to a lot of Gilla Band recently. This album, what the fuck is it called? Most Normal by Gilliband. That's a great fucking album. Holy shit, is that a good album? That's an incredible fucking album, guys. Go listen to Most Normal by Gilliband. It's like unbelievably good. First time I listened to it, like 2 years ago or whatever, actually like a year ago or whatever, I was like, it's kind of cool, but I can't get into it. I appreciate it, but I can't really, I listened to it, I was like, that was pretty neat. But completely randomly, it popped into my head again like a week ago, and I just started listening to it again. I just listened to it. I've listened to it like 3 or 4 times since then. And it's just like really grown on me. I really fucking love that album so much. It goes so hard, man. Um, like that's noise rock. That's one thing. And you got all the other things, lots of other things. You got harsh noise. You got wall noise, right? Like wall noise, very different, right? Like Vomir is going to be very, very different
from like Masona or whatever the fuck, right? Uh, people like to put Japan noise all in one genre. And I do think a lot of Japanese noise artists are part of the same scene. And the Japanese noise scene is quite has a lot of overlap with the like grindcore, noisecore kind of scene. Um, so it's not surprising to me that a lot of the artists have a kind of similar uh, ethos behind their work, and it does often end up sounding stylistically similar. But again, not every Japanese noise artist sounds the same. You know, if you listen to Kazumoto Endo, for example, he sounds very different from someone like Masona, who also in turn sounds very different from someone like Merzbow or whatever the fuck, right? Like, uh, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on there, and I think that's what it's all about, frankly. Pop music is propaganda, and noise music is the only real music. All of these 20th century composers, like Stockhausen or whatever, who were trying to get away from tonality, break free from these structures, these sorts of things, they were pretty much just approaching something resembling noise music, but they didn't have the balls. It wasn't that they didn't have the balls, they didn't have the scenius. They didn't have the scenius, Brian Eno term, scenius, genius for a scene. They didn't have they weren't in the right place in the right time. They were in the, like that guy, he didn't know what he was doing. That guy was nuts. That guy firstly was nuts, Stockhausen nuts, but made some dope tunes. Made some dope tunes. No one's gonna deny it. Maybe some people would deny it. They're wrong. Made some dope tunes. But also very much in his very much wrapped up in a bunch of stuff that didn't fucking matter. Okay? Very much wrapped up in a bunch of shit, a bunch of frameworks. This guy was all about frameworks, a bunch of fucking frameworks and shit that didn't fucking matter, right? And it's continued. You look at like someone like Milton Babbitt, right? Shout yourself out in the comment section, Unim. Okay, listen to some of these people, these you know, serial music type shits, and it's like, why are you bothering with this serial music shit, Why are you fucking trying to why are you like, what's the point of this? What's the point of trying to restructure, it makes sense to at least I would argue, okay, and here we're getting into some deep shit. Okay, here we're getting into some deep shit. I would argue that historically and across most cultures, not every culture, but most cultures, music is fundamentally based around first the unison and then the fifth and maybe just the sort of harmonic series. But I think the pentatonic scale mostly, right? This one, uh, fucking. Is that the major pentatonic or the minor pentatonic? I don't know. I'm confused. I got lost a second. But pentatonic scale. I think pentatonic scale is cross-cultural. I think there's been some demonstrations in FM musicology that have shown pentatonic scale is pretty universal. It's not 100% universal, but it's pretty universal. And then all of the other scales, I think, just sort of descend from the harmonic series and the pentatonic scale. And then which is ultimately based in physical resonances, right? The physical world. The harmonic series is based on what actually happens when things vibrate. Well, it's not based on that. The I should actually say the harmonic series describes the overtone series when things vibrate. Not everything, but some things, right? And when you look at the stuff that doesn't, and so all the instrumentation that you'll find in an orchestra or whatever, is based around this basic harmony, right? Like a guitar, a piano, right? A piano plays the notes it does because ultimately it descends from, these discrete notes descend in concept from way, way back, these very fundamental harmonies. The the octave, the fifth, the fourth, maybe this is all garbage in terms of its actual historical accuracy, but the way I see it, the most fundamental harmonies are in order: the octave, then the fifth, then the fourth, then the major third, like that, right? Um, Everything comes from that. That's what I think, at least. So when you're doing fucking, you know, when you're getting all fancy with it and getting all crazy with it, and you start doing, uh, fucking Schoenberg. When you start being Schoenberg and you're like, I'm gonna get atonal up in this bitch, right? I'm gonna start doing these fucking, what does he call it? 12 somethings. I've forgotten. Someone remind me of this in the comments if I don't think of it in the next 10 seconds. What does he call it? It's something. It's a type of serial music, but I'm forgetting the name of it right now. Whatever. He's like, I'm okay, so we're gonna take this structure that exists, ultimately descended from the harmonic series, but then we're gonna take it and do something crazy with it, right? And that crazy thing is, instead of basing it on functional harmony or whatever the fuck kind of any harmony, it's gonna be, or tonality, I should say. It's gonna be atonal, right? And then everything stems from this like, you get rid of it. But you didn't really get rid of it because you're just playing with tonal elements wrong. That's what you're doing, and that's fun and creative and cool. And I don't know, but like, the not everything in nature vibrates in overtones of the harmonic series. Okay, you find a crash cymbal, you're not going to hear the harmonic series. That is an inharmonic noise that you can find in nature. Wind, rustling leaves. This is not the harmonic series. Okay, the harmonic series doesn't have, uh, you know, a monopoly over over overtones in nature. Um, Therefore, noise music is the, evolution of inharmony. It's not atonality, it's inharmony. It's a different thing, you know. And some people, they do all of this Zen harmonic microtone shit, and like, fine, it's fun. I get it, it's fun. And especially, I don't know, I think it's cool. I like, my favorite microtonal music is Iranian or Iranian classical music. Now that shit bangs. I love me some Iranian music. Um, Better than Turkish. Fight me. I like the Turkish music as well. Okay, I can't in good conscience shit on the Turkish music. Okay, they know how to make a good tune as well. Let's not start any fights. But I like the Iranians as well. I like all of it. Okay, it's all cool. But if other music is descended from a vibrating string, right? If tonal music, harmonic music, is descended from a vibrating string, then noise music is descended from a vibrating leaf or crash cymbal, or something like this, right? It's just as natural. It's just as, or I should say, it's just as based in nature, but it's from a completely much earlier divergent evolution, the earliest possible divergent evolution. And I think that's quite neat, personally. I don't know what the fuck this has to do with meta ethics. You know what fascinates me is New York in the late 70s. New York City in the late 70s, just as a case study. it's such a fascinating time and place, you know, in terms of, the city was collapsing around people, right? Like you can look at movies from the time period, you can look at pictures and footage and documentaries, like there's burned out buildings everywhere. Like it looks like a bomb's hit the place a lot of the time. You look at the subway, covered in graffiti. Like it looks like a war zone. There's trash everywhere. There's rats. There's just collapsed buildings. Like it's crazy. Um, and then there was just famously a really high murder rate, a lot of crime in general, a lot of poverty. But then out of this environment, because of all of this, right, the rent is super cheap. And you don't even need to rent. A lot of people just moved into these burned out buildings, these vacant buildings. People didn't want to live there because it was a shithole. So everything was cheap as fuck. You could get these um, lofts in New York for cheap, cheap rent. There were apartments with $5 a month rents, you know, and there was all of this insane level of artistic creativity being happening in this place at that time. You got you got everything, man. You got punk was born in the New York in the late 70s, really, formed punk formed itself in New York in the late 70s. um at these clubs like CBGB's and the Mud Club and stuff like that. This is where all the good music comes from. Punk, new wave, no wave. Um, a little later into the 80s, you get hardcore, which is kind of in New York, kind of in DC. Um, you know, and then hip hop also comes about at this time in this place. Hip hop's also invented in New York and at the same time period. Not at the same clubs, but graffiti comes into its own as an art form at this time. All of the pillars of hip hop, breakdancing, graffiti, rapping, DJing, whatever, like they all come together. And then you got all this other art, like there's a big indie cinema movement in New York at this time. Um, some people call it no wave cinema. The I forgot what they call it. There's a name for the cinema of the transgression or something like this, right? Like there's a big indie cinema movement that happens at this time. All these weird ass fucking experimental films. Um, and there's a whole bunch of art that's being made, like visual art, sculpture, photography. Like it's like a hotbed for the arts in general. It produced some of the best stuff ever, just like unquestionably. And in it from across the musical spectrum, across the artistic spectrum, from everything from you know deep, deeply creative niche stuff like Teenage Jesus and the Jerks or Mars or DNA or whatever the fuck, right? Like or Suicide, right? Like these bands that they're some of my favorite bands. But they're a little more obtuse. They're a little more grating, distorted. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? Dissonant. No wave and shit. Uh, Suicide isn't no wave, but the other ones are no wave. Talking Heads is like Suicide and Talking Heads. Like if I had to name top three bands of all time, Shinsei Kamata-chan, obviously not from New York in the 70s, but the other two would be Suicide and Talking Heads, both formed at the same time in the same place. Pretty much. Suicide was a little earlier, I believe, but pretty much same time, same place. And I mean the exact same place, the exact same club, CBGB's. And there was a number of other clubs, but you know, disco is also big in New York in the 70s. Uh, just like, but then you've also got like, Talking Heads. They're pretty damn, it runs the gamut. You got hip hop stuff, Cool Herc or whatever. That shit was mainstream music. Like, yeah, it was a niche. It was black music. But even back then, it was getting radio play. It was popular, especially in New York. It was popular. Um, you know, it was a phenomenon. And then Talking Heads is like they're a new wave band. They're fair, they're well known. They're very successful. Their music is very structured and consonant and poppy. And it's also genius, by the way. Need I mention that, of course? But it's fairly accessible, and running all the way down to fucking this shit. This band, they had a drummer, right? Teenage Jesus and the Jux. They had a drummer, but the drummer just had one drum. Like, you can listen to the music. He just has one drum that he just hits. That was their drummer. Because none of them knew how to play the instruments they were playing. It's great. It's genius shit. So it's like, what was going? It's such a fascinating thing. Like this, no one had any money. The city was crumbling around them. Everyone was dying of AIDS as well. That was the other thing. Everyone was dying of AIDS. Um, you know, it was pretty much terrible. Out of it came all of this incredible, like, we still live in the shadows of this, right? Like, there's all of the music that we still have to this day is pretty much living in the shadows of New York City in the late 1970s. Um, it has this extremely, it was just this intensive moment of creativity in this place. But like there's lots of places where rent is cheap, right? Like you could go to Birmingham right now, and look, there's a lot of great. I'm sure there's a lot of great music coming out of Birmingham. I haven't heard much of it, but I'm sure there's a cool art scene in Birmingham. I know a little bit about it, but compared to London, like that place is cheap, cheap rents. You could go to There's lots of places where rent is cheap in the world. You can move to fucking, you know I don't know, where's a cheap place. Maybe Manila. Is that place cheap? I don't know. Someone tell me in the comments. Compared to London, I'm sure it is. Um, there's a lot of places that are poor and impoverished and full of crime, and they don't. While I'm sure they have some great artists, they don't have the same legacy as this very particular time and place. Like, what was going on? It's just this like, I don't know, it's like, it fascinates me. It's like this completely unique thing in human history. And it moved so fast, right? Like you went from the first punk bands like Television and whatever the fuck, right? In like 77. And then by 78 you've already got no wave. Like, it just moved so quickly. um it's crazy. And then and then the second that they started getting money, three things happened. Three things happened. Number one, some of them started to get picked up by the mainstream press. For example, Basquiat, he's comes from this scene. He was the first one. He became a very, very famous artist pretty much overnight and became a super, super rich, right? Um, and this happened to a few of these people. They got picked up by the press. They became famous. You know who else got their start in this scene? Strangely enough, Steve Buscemi, the actor. He got his start acting in these weird ass indie experimental films at this time in this place. Um, I'm gonna keep this album up because it's a good album. and it's emblematic. You know, a lot of them start getting famous, and obviously that ruins everything for everyone. Too much money rolling around, which leads to the second thing, which is gentrification. These neighborhoods became known as trendy, and they became gentrified. Um, you know, once it became clear that these indie cinemas were making real money or whatever the fuck, right? The landlords started raising the rents, and these people couldn't afford it. You know, they ended up having to leave, and that destroyed the scene. So money, definitely a big part of it. Number two, presumably, a lot of the people died of AIDS. A lot of the great artists just died. I mean, Basquiat died of AIDS. You know, a lot of these people just died in the AIDS epidemic. And then thirdly, drugs. A lot of them just ended up on heroin and died, or you know, couldn't produce the same creative output or whatever. So maybe it was destined not to last. Maybe it was destined not to last, but you know, that's such a cool thing. It's such a cool, not that everyone died of AIDS, but it's cool that this time and place just had this magical mixture for artistic talent and creativity. And I think it proves a couple of things. Number one, you don't need money to do these things. Number two, the less money it's, how do I put this? Do it cheap, sell it cheap. You know what I mean? That's how it worked. They took whatever they had. They didn't necessarily know what they were doing, and it enabled them to break rules and come up with creative solutions and so on. Like Suicide, they had one shitty ass drum machine that only played these like pre-programmed loops. And so like that was all they had. They didn't have the money to get anything more fancy than that, right? So they just came up with a creative way of using that drum machine to get like, you know, they turned the speed all the way up to the maximum, and these sorts of things, right? Uh, this is what really inspires me. These sorts of things. This you know, I fucking I think if you're this man, you know, it's all kind of nothing like this happens these days, man. Everything's too commodified. You know, that's what happened. Is things became commodified, and that was when it was really over. You know. I'm never making a pop album again. I don't know if you can hold me to that. I don't know if you can hold me to that. But frankly, Enos is garbage. The problem with Enos is it has good songs. It has some great bass lines on it. Okay, let me tell you about some bass lines for Enos, right? So you look at World's Strongest, the first track, right, and it's like. Look, and something like that, right? And it's like, that's a pretty good bass line, to be honest with you. And that's boring, but it's boring on purpose because then it goes into a more syncopated. And then back to a straightforward eighth notes. I don't know if you guys can fucking hear this. Fuck you, bitch. Okay. Um, honestly, a pretty good bass line. And then like fucking the other one, you know, that one it goes like when the sun goes down. Yeah. Very cheesy lyrics. I didn't even try with the lyrics. First to attempt lyrics, no editing. I didn't even fucking try with those lyrics. Most boring lyrics ever written. Pure cash grab. I was like, what would people think sounds cool? I wasn't even trying to express anything about myself. I'm making shit up. I'm talking about MDMA. I don't even like MDMA. I've done MDMA like once, you know. Like, I'm like, is this the MDMA? Oh, is it the touch of your skin? Got me feeling away. Stupid fucking lyric. Makes me feel secondhand embarrassment, even though it's firsthand embarrassment because it's me. So I hate that lyric. I hate that song. This is the most obvious thing ever. I hate that it's effective. I hate that that works. And this fucking... Like, I think... Like, that's clever in my opinion. That's a little clever little thing on it, right? A little clever little flourish little thing. But it's also the obvious thing to do in that situation because it's just... Right. That's the real chord progression. Right, it's just boring. It's boring, it's straightforward. And then you got the other one. I don't remember how it goes, but then there's a bit, it goes like, this is why I tried to get real clever with it. It's something like that, you know, it's got like a little bit in it. It goes like... Something like that. That's a different song entirely. And then there's, yeah, and then it goes... Yeah, it's like... See, I think that's cool. That's actually unexpected. You don't hear that in other songs, right? And it's got like, it's not normally how you'd play the bass to play a low chord like... It's not normally, but at the same time, none of that harmony is like super interesting. And in terms of like concept, it's more like I'm gonna take what you know, I'm gonna do a little, add a little flourish to it, right? Like you wouldn't expect such range. You wouldn't expect that sort of range out of a bass line for it to go up that high. You wouldn't expect the harmony in the bass line. You'd expect it to be monophonic, generally speaking. Especially not kind of weird harmony, right? Like it's not super weird, but it's not like super straightforward. You know, it's very, very minor key. Um, very, very straightforward in terms of that. It's like, oh, it's a sad, dark song, so it's gonna be in a minor key. You know, very boring. My favorite key or scale these days is the octatonic scale. The whole tone scale. This one it goes like... Very, very weird scale. It's my favorite one. That's not anywhere on that album. It's like, it's not minor, but it's not major either. What the the fuck? Damn, I suck. Get a little bit of these, you know, that's what I fuck with, a little bit of a minor second type situation. That's not minor second, it's like a tritone. You know, a little bit more of that shit. A little bit of the Black Sabbath shit, you know, that's what I fuck with. That dissonance, that's not normally, and that's good there's not normally. Anyway, the point is all just these shapes. It's just the same fucking major shapes. Like all of this, everything is just that. Like if you think about like that song, this is a major shape. Same shape, and then same. It's just all the same fucking shapes, right? Right, it's just the same. It's fun to play. It's fun to play. Don't get me wrong, it's fun to play. It might even be fun to listen to. But it's fucking cash grab bullshit, okay? It's shit that I'm like, yeah, people might fuck with this. You know, people might fuck with this. And it's like, do I fuck with it? It's not bad. It's not bad, you know? On the grand scheme of like kind of post-punky albums, where does Enos lie? It's pretty much average. But like, yeah, okay, of course it's gonna be, right? Of course it's gonna be because there's charted territory, and there's lots of people who have that. Firstly, there's the originators of that genre. You know, I spent a lot of time. I learned every single bass line off of Unknown Pleasures in preparation for that album, so I could understand how Joy Division writes bass lines, so I could copy it for the album. So I learned every single bass line off of Unknown Pleasures. It's like, okay, but none of my bass lines are even half as good as any of those, right? Because they're just a pale imitation. And it's like I tried to do something kind of original with it. I tried to get a little weirder with it. Take a couple inspirations from stuff that wasn't around back then. But it's like I'm not gonna get better than that, and of course you're not, right? And then of course Unknown Pleasures. A lot of the bass lines for that was inspired by. Well, let's not get into all of this, okay? I thought so. Basically, Enos is just a list of bass lines with songs around them, and the songs are not that good. The bass lines are pretty decent as like a little fun Joy Division. What's that guy's name? Pete Sellers or something? I forgot. Is that the bassist for Joy Division? I forgot if that's his name. It was like a fun little rip off of that guy's little, you know, it's a little fun gimmick album like that. But then there's other people who have spent whole careers studying post-punk and Joy Division who are obviously going to be much better at it than me. Just as in random example, Black Marble, right? Like that album, It's Immaterial by Black Marble. That's a post-punk album that's about 50 million times better than Enos could ever possibly hope to be, and like it's not even really close, you know. As like I tried because the other thing is I don't like blind nostalgia. It's something I've always been against. So I tried to bring in like other elements into Enos that would like modernize it. So it wasn't just like, oh, here's an 80s throwback album, right? It's like uh you know, there's auto tune, there's synths that sound like modern synths. There's like a fucking 909 cymbal, like hi-hat on one of the songs, right? It's like we throw in some stuff from house, throwing some stuff from like hyper pop esque stuff, from like hip hop stuff. You know, try and mix it so it sounds a bit more modernized. And it's like, you know, this is to me, this was all just an observation of stuff where I was just kind of thinking like, you know, it was all very cynical. Basically, it was all very cynically constructed. And I think it turned out okay as like a fun little album to listen to. That's what it is. It's a fun little album to listen to. But it's not doing anything, right? Like, fuck that album, right? Fuck that stupid shit. Same with Driftige, right? Driftige was me basically being like, okay, I've been writing songs for a while now, you know, can I write like an actual, like, do I just have, let's just test myself, right? Because I'm always doing weird shit. It's kind of like, when they're like, oh, if you ask an abstract artist to paint something realistic, you know, and it's like, then you can prove that they're doing it on purpose, right? Uh, you know, Driftige was me asking, can I write a bog standard indie rock record? Um, you know, just to prove that I got songwriting chops in the sort of traditional sense. And it turns out, yes, I can do that. It turns out it's actually not very difficult. It turns out Weezer songs are pretty simple. Um, but that's pretty much what went on there. And I like Weezer. Listen, the Weezer's pretty good. And I think that Pessimistic Blues is a pretty damn good Weezer song, if I do say so myself, okay? Of all the Weezer songs, Pessimistic Blues is one of the better ones. I'm going to be real. Um, and and I wrote that one, so that's interesting. Uh, Pessimistic Blues is kind of a banger. It's kind of fun, but it's also dumb fun. It's stupid. It's like a fucking cheap high. It's quick and easy and dirty, and you get to feel clever for doing stuff that isn't that clever, right? Like the solo from Pessimistic Blues, I often think it feels clever. Like the solo, obviously, is on guitar, not bass, but it's like right, that sort of thing. And it's like that makes me feel smart because it's so minimal and stripped back, right? I took the original solo on that song was way more stupid, right? It took me a while to refine it into something simple and stripped back, and it just sounded good. But at the same time, uh, you know, the fact that it has such a bog standard structure, verse, bridge, verse, whatever the fuck, fuck you, okay? It's like, but okay, everyone knows what happens next, and then this happens next, and then there's a guitar solo. It's like the fact that I even wrote a song with a guitar solo is fucking cringe. Um, it was just to prove that I could, and people like it. I like it. I think it's a pretty decent song. But it's like, who fucking cares, man? Okay, you're a guy who can write a fucking indie rock song, okay? And like the other tracks on that album that are nowhere near as good. Um, you know, or EP, whatever. The other tracks that are just sort of not as good. Like Victoria Line. Victoria Line's actually kind of a unique song. Victoria Line you won't hear anywhere else. That's a song that only I could make, and I'm not. I feel like that one's okay, right? That's a song that actually sounds like me talking to you, very intentionally, right? And that honestly doesn't fit with the rest of the album. It sounds like a completely different album. For some reason, I put that song on there. I had that song sitting around for ages. I just put it out on that album for some reason. I don't fucking know. No one wants to hear me talk about my own music, right? This is obviously boring to you. But listen, the point is, all of that stupid shit is gone now. All of that stupid shit is gone. I haven't even talked about Total Organ. There's not going to be another Total. There's not going to be Total Organ Failure Horizon 3, by the way. Total Organ Failure Horizon 2, it's all out of my system now. We're not doing that anymore. Um, my next album is gonna be is gonna be a big fuck you to all of you motherfuckers. Okay, it's gonna be extremely loud. It's gonna be very noisy. It's not gonna be pleasant to listen to. That's the main goal. I want to make it unpleasant for all of you. Um, I want it to get 0 views, zero traction. It should barely exist, and ideally, it should annoy people. Um, but like what yeah, I don't know what I want about it, but it sounds kind of like that. I've got some tracks like half written. I'm still writing that album. I'm always something in the back of me is always something writing something, right? Um, but basically, fuck you. Basically, this one goes out to all of them. Let's not spoil that. But pretty much, if you wanted to listen to something and have it go like bing bong, bing bong, bing bing bing, bing 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 bing, if you want to have that, then you gotta go somewhere else. What this one's all about is it's all about kind of like it's mostly about this. This one's mostly about this. Okay, this one's mostly about this one. If you see me, then you need me. Okay, this was mostly about this one. So, there's no sound design. We're not getting fancy with it. Thing about Virulent Nihilism is I got real fancy with it. If Drifter was me being like, okay, I'm gonna flex my pop songwriting skills, then Enos is me being like, I'm gonna flex my bassline writing skills, and then Virulent Nihilism is I'm gonna flex my sound design skills. Okay, this one I'm not flexing skills. I'm not flexing a single skill. You will never hear a skill from me again. You're gonna hear fucking crazy noises. That's what you're gonna hear. You're gonna hear a song and you're gonna be like, that's some crazy noises. That's all I care about. And it's not even gonna be that crazy. It's just gonna be mostly obnoxious, and that's the main goal. Yeah. Okay, so what I've got here going on is the world's most scuffed setup. I don't think it's possible to have a more scuffed setup. So let's start with the bass. So we got the bass guitar, standard tuning, round wounds. This goes into this Black Rat distortion, which is a clone of the Proco Rat. It's got some settings on it. The light is way too bright. Which then goes into a patch cable into my mixer, which then is attached to this little thing, which is a really scuffed, like 1/4 inch jack to 3.5 millimeter jack female, but it's like very scuffed and doesn't really work, which then leads into this, which is a Bose radio. It's a radio that takes an aux input, so that's my amp basically, and then yeah, it sounds like that. We could pump up the distortion a little bit. It's good. This pedal's very good for like doom metal type sounds. Like, hold on, let me just put you down. That'll do. Like, listen, like a, like that kind of shit. Like a. Kind of like some of that kind of shit, like a little bit of a I don't know, like a but obviously it's a bass, so it kind of gets a bit scuffed. But yeah, that's that. I tend to have the distortion turned a little lower, get a little more of that pingy kind of sound. Anyway, then over here I got my ThinkPad X220. Which is I got Hydrogen. This is a drum machine. Just one second. It's a drum machine called Hydrogen, free open source software on Linux. Just a little pattern I got. Which then the headphone jack on this laptop is broken. I broke it like immediately after I got the laptop, so that doesn't exist. Instead, we have a USB to 3.5 millimeter female. Then into a 3.5 millimeter male to 1/4 inch female, into a patch cable, into this Behringer fuzz pedal, which I then turn on, which then goes into into this thing. So you get some noisy ass drum sounds out of this, or you can use it as a boost volume, but yeah, so kind of like noisy ass drum sounds, and then we can play some cool shit. Oh yeah, wait, there's more to it than that, because then out of this is a microphone, which is here. It's a lav mic, which I just got sitting there. Oh yeah, this is my power supply. But yeah, this is a lav mic. and I'm using that to record into Audacity. Yeah, which is peaking because it's too close to the speaker, but you get it, right? I think I might have had that a little too close to the speaker, but you know, that's noise music after all, I suppose. So yeah, this is what everything sounds like when you put it together. Let me just put you down like fucking here or something. That'll do. Dope shit. Well, folks, 4chan is back. 4chan's back. you know, this video is presumably an absurd length at this point. What I would consider to be an absurd length, which is exactly what I wanted. We've covered all sorts of topics. I hope that last previous musical section that you heard, I've just been doing basically just all day. What for what time is it right now? 11:30. So for about maybe like 5 hours, I just played bass today, pretty much, and just recorded a bunch of shit with this scuffed ass setup. And then I wrote a blog post detailing it, and I recorded some songs, sent some stuff to some friends for if they wanted any input on it. It was great fun. Did some good musical shit. Thinking all very inspired by this no wave stuff. I hope it's not too alienating for you guys. I know a lot of the stuff I was playing on bass during that section very atonal, very dissonant. You do appreciate I can't play normal shit. Let me demonstrate that real quick.